Okay, it is 10 o'clock. I will now call this Board of County Commissioner meeting to order, and we will start with a salute to the flag by our guests from Glen Duncan Elementary School. Y'all ready? Yeah. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That was amazing. Thank you so much. We're so overjoyed to have you here. If y'all want, you can now go to your seats, or you can stand there. Up to you. Yes, you can go sit down now. Madam Clerk, if you'll please lead us in a roll call.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair.
Here.
Mike Clark.
Present.
Mary Luz Garcia.
Here.
Clara Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Chief Deputy District Attorney Mary Canderas. And I'm Lauren Morris, Deputy County Clerk. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We will now go into our first invocation. This was brought to us by Commissioner Andriola, and I'm very excited to please call Father Chuck Duarte, Chair of the Nevada Interfaith Association, down to greet us with our first invocation.
Good morning, commissioners and everyone. It's an honor to lead this first, I think, historical.
Yes.
I'm a native, and I don't remember Washoe County opening the commission with a prayer. So it's wonderful to be able to do this, and my honor to do it. So we recognize as we do this, I always like to say that there is a God and I'm not it. Right? That sense of someone bigger than ourselves that we can center ourselves in God's presence. And so we pray. Holy and gracious God, we give you thanks for all that we are and all that you have given us. We give you thanks for the community in which we live and for all who choose to serve the people who live here. As we come together on this September day, send forth upon our commissioners and all who come here your spirit of wisdom and knowledge, of counsel and courage, of deliberation and mutual respect for all people. Through this Holy Spirit, guide and direct the Washoe County Commission and all who may come before them today to speak true and just statements and to make good and wise decisions for the great community of Washoe County. Bless all of our teachers and children who have returned to school. Watch over them and keep them ever in your care. And help us always to be people of gratitude and to use the gifts you have granted us for the common good. And we make this prayer as your holy and humble people. And we say, amen.
Amen.
Beautiful. Thank you, commissioners.
Yes, do you want to take a picture with the school and the, before you leave, Father Durante and our special guest from Glen Duncan Elementary School, let's take a picture. And so we'll take a quick break to take that picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a wonderful way to begin our morning. I now will move to item 4, Mr. Manager.
Item 4 is Commissioners, County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, do you have something for us today?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay, I am now looking to my commissioners, fellow commissioners. Do you have anything for this item, item number 4? I'm not seeing anyone sign in. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to start off by saying that our hearts go out to the friends, family, volunteers, and fans of the Reno Air Races. That was a very sad way to end its 59th year in Reno, but the only comforting thought to me is that these pilots were doing what they loved, and they have this tight-knit community that's surrounded around them to rally and support each other during this difficult time. And quería decir hola, estudiantes, ¿cómo están? I wanted to say good morning to our students in the room and happy Hispanic Heritage Month. That kicked off on Friday, and it's a fun time of year because we get the chance to pay tribute to the rich history, and there's plenty of opportunities throughout the community to show that we're not a monolithic group, and each Latin country has its own rich history, culture, and contributions. And I went to an event downtown at the courthouse on Friday, and I was looking at some of the young dancers as I'm looking across the chambers at our young faces in the crowd. And it's the same reminder that I got on Friday, is that, you know, it's really amazing to know and remember what this country has done for my family personally, and also just reminded of the fact that when I was their age, I didn't see a lot of city council members or county commissioners or school trustees that reflected my family's immigrant story or their Hispanic heritage. And so today, I wanted to draw attention to the fact that 1 in 4 Washoe County residents is Hispanic Latino, which mirrors the numbers that we're seeing at the university, which is the same, and we're approaching a designation of Hispanic serving institution. But we have a long way to go in terms of our representation and increasing that in our staff, in our schools, universities, and our local and state government. And as we move through today's agenda, it's important that we remember the different histories and perspectives that are reflected in our educational system, media, and especially in our public libraries. I've been very vocal that shutting down or censoring diverse perspectives is not on the side of history that I want to be on. And I look at the young people in the crowd, and that just reaffirms that. Which brings me to a small request to meet with staff or my fellow county commissioners to explore the idea of possibly adding a short statement or language to the county manager that the county manager can read every time he introduces the invocation speaker agenda item. I thought today's invocation was beautiful. It feels different to start off the day. Thank you, Father, for being here. But I also wanted to give a nod to something else that's been kind of weighing on me, and language that basically says that this is a gathering place that lies on ancestral lands of the Numu, Nuwu, Niwi, and Washishu people. A short statement reminding us that this dais sits below that government seal, and it bears the name of a very important local tribe, rich with its own history, that we gather in a place where Great Basin tribes practice their own spiritual and religious practices for thousands of years. And long before Europeans in search of religious freedom brought their organized religion, built their churches, and celebrated their Sabbath day and religious holidays, on these lands, they were already respected, cared for, and worshiped by our indigenous people. And for me personally, this statement that as we go into the invocation each month would be a reminder for me that it took an act of Congress in 1978 to pass the American Indian Religious Freedom Act that protected the rights of our Native American people to exercise the freedom to worship through their ceremonial and traditional rites. And I think about that fact that only 2 years before I was born, it was illegal for our Indigenous people in this country to practice the way that they had been taught. And so in the spirit of inclusivity, and not to minimize Commissioner Andriola's direction to staff, I just think that this addition would be an important thing to add as we embark in a new tradition for Washoe County.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Vice Chair Herman, were you signed in?
No, it's okay.
Looking to this side, Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk about some things that happened here in the last 8 days in this very room. We had a community, the Community Homeless Advisory Board met here a week ago, Monday, yesterday, so 8 days ago. At that point in time, there were representatives from the City of Sparks, City of Reno, the county. At the end of the presentation, everyone was applauding and happy and telling each other what a great job we'd been doing. And then we heard from the public. And the public didn't have the exact same view. You know, the public, it's almost like, you know, in the news we see that the auto unions or the auto companies are on strike, or the employees of the auto company. So, you know, if you talk to the folks, the management at Ford Motor Company, they'll tell you everything's wonderful there. And when you talk to the folks that are actually working there, they might have a different story. We need to find out which story has the most bearing. I use that example because we had folks up here on this dais thinking what a wonderful job we're doing, and then when we hear the folks that actually have to live at the CARES campus, they have a whole entirely different perspective of what's taking place there. One lady spoke about her situation where she'd been threatened. You know, her words, not mine, and I'm not judging this, and I'm not saying if she's right or wrong, but I think it needs to be investigated. Some lady feels that she's been threatened there. She's worried about her safety there. She's working poor. She works at Walmart. She sleeps at the CARES campus. She bathes at the CARES campus, and she wants to go to work. And when she spoke out about things that she thought were not being done correctly, that day, that night, that very night, I believe it was Tuesday night, the next day, the lady was escorted off the CARES campus because, and again, her words, not mine, we need to investigate this, because she spoke poorly about the conditions and her safety there. This lady was removed from the CARES campus at 9 o'clock at night, I understand. What does a lady do at 9 o'clock at night carrying her bags down the street on 4th Street? Do you think that's a safe situation? Do you think I'm proud of that happening? Here's a lady that's out fending for herself, wondering where she's going to stay that night. She contacts me, she contacts some other folks. I reach out to the county, I try and find out what's taking place. The county isn't getting back to me. I've got all this documented with some emails, and then later on, I'm accused, and so I reach out to somebody who I know has vouchers, who I know is able to come up with some money and find a place for somebody that needs a place for the night. It's Lily Barron at the ACLU. And so with the county not responding quick enough, I reached out to this lady. And because I reached out to this lady, Lily Barron, to try and help this poor lady, I get a nasty email from the county manager accusing me of threatening county employees by saying I was going to go to talk to somebody at the ACLU and see if they had any resources to help this lady. So I'm going to take just a couple seconds here, walk over and give this to the clerk. I want this to be on the public record. I want to distribute it to my other folks up here on the dais, and let them see what took place. And they can judge for themselves. But I want an investigation. Was this lady in fear of her life there? Was she in fear for her life? And did the county do anything to protect this lady? Did the county bounce her out in a vindictive way because she spoke out about the county? You know, just because you go to the CARES campus, does that mean you give up your First Amendment rights of freedom of speech? We're still Americans here. You may not like what people have to say, but you shouldn't be vindictive about it. Take it. If the truth fits, you know, if it's truthful, fix it. And if it isn't, repudiate it. But we've got a situation here where everybody who's managing the CARES campus thinks they're doing a wonderful job, and the people who live there don't feel that way. Let's hear the voices of the people who are actually boots on the ground and sitting there in the CARES campus and see if they're happy about the situation. You know, it's one thing when management tells you how great they're doing. It's just another thing when people have to endure this. So I'm going to take a moment and give this to the clerk. And also, please hand this out to the other commissioners. And I want it on the public record. Also want it on the public record that I'm paid to be here. I'm lobbying for the seniors, okay? I'm lobbying for the citizens of this county, okay? I'm on the record for that. You know, I'll stand up for it. Look at me, old white Republican guy sitting up here with 4 women, and I'm the one standing up for the woman who's made the allegations that she's not being treated fairly. I want my fellow lady commissioners to review this and help me launch an investigation to find out if this actually took place.
Any other commissioners?
I'm not finished, ma'am. Thank you. You might think I'm finished, but I'm not. Okay, I want to read this quick email to you, and I'll let you be the judge. This will be on public record, so you don't have to file a request for information. You don't have to file a request. You can just look at the public record, and you decide. This is dated September 14th, 2023 at 3:22 p.m. from Mr. Manager Brown. Commissioner, I find this...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, DA Canderas.
Yes, I just wanted to notify Commissioner Clark that the open meeting law requires specialized notice to consider character, misconduct, competence, or health of persons. And so before you read that, I would suggest that this would be given public notice. A person whose competence is questioned is entitled to notice, representation, and an opportunity to be heard.
I'm not questioning anybody's competence. I'm just going to read to you the email that was sent to me. You can make your own decision. I won't comment on it one way or the other than reading it to you.
DA Canderas, do you know what email that Commissioner Clark is going to read?
I believe I do.
And do you have concerns that it's not meeting open meeting law?
I do, and I also have concerns that there's a string of emails, and so if we want to have an investigation, which is what this sounds like, I think we would work with HSA to do so. So my recommendation is not to proceed with reading it at this point.
So I won't read it then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I won't read it, but I will comment on it. I feel that I've been maligned. I feel that I've been threatened. I feel this is a threatening communication to me for reaching out to somebody and trying to help someone. And then I get a snarky email. I won't read it because apparently somebody doesn't want it read. But people now understand that it's on the record and they can read it and make their own conclusions. However, when somebody threatens me and accuses me of doing something I didn't do, to put me in a false light. No, I'm not reading the email, I'm talking.
Well, you're characterizing a staff member in an open meeting. It is not noticed. It's been made clear to you how that needs to work.
As I said, I feel threatened, and when I feel threatened by staff, I'm going to talk about it, and I'm on the record, so do what you have to do.
Do you have anything else, Commissioner Clark?
I've got plenty.
Okay.
We'll shift gears. to the senior centers. As most of you know, I've been hosting lunches weekly, and I'm rotating to all the senior centers here in the county, tasting the food, talking to the people, figuring out what their issues are. We've got senior centers up in the North Valleys area. We've got senior centers in Sparks. We've got a senior center here. We've got a senior center out in Sun Valley. So I rotate around those. I've got some pictures of the food. I've also been investigating and traveling to other counties to see how the other counties handle their seniors. I went to a ribbon cutting last week down in Carson City, and there's just a night and day difference between what that that senior center looks like and what ours look like. And you know, I'm not expecting perfection in anybody. I don't think we need perfection, but I just want to see the needle moving in a positive manner, and I want to see things that could be done better. I'd like to find better practices. I understand we've got a contract with a certain food provider here. Carson City cooks their own food down there. We've got a situation where we've got seniors here that are diabetics. We've got food that people that have other problems that they need a special diet, gluten-free. There might be situations where people are vegetarians, so we need some other options. And I'm told that we were locked into a contract with somebody, but you know, is it time to maybe revisit that contract and see if we can get something a little bit more appealing to the eye and a little bit more appealing to the palate, and something that might be healthier options for our seniors? That's an area that I'd like to get investigated and find out more about that. And I don't want to shift back to the poor lady who got put out of the CARES campus. I would like to have that investigated to find out the facts of what really took place. It has the appearance that after she spoke her mind about the conditions of that facility, that she was put out. And I don't think that's right. I don't think just because you're homeless that you've lost your right to freedom of speech. So I'd like that investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman.
I would like to quickly ask a question of the people in the audience with a hand raised.
Wait, DA Canderas, can we do that?
I don't know what the question is at this point. As long as
Audience participation at a board meeting?
Well,
Imagine that.
I was going to say, if it's orderly, I think an expression of hand raising is probably fine. I would caution that the disruption of a public meeting is not warranted. So I think, hopefully it's not going to be a lot of questions, but and like I said, in an orderly manner, I think it's okay.
Okay.
It'll be very fast, and everybody's going to participate in a very quiet way with their hand raising. So I just wanted to take a poll real quickly of those who agree with me that we should return to our first public comment period. Thank you very much.
And Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in again.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up where I left off last Tuesday, when our last commission meeting, and I was asking through the chair to Commissioner Andriola her feelings on having the public comment at the start of the meeting. Again, I've asked for this to be on the agenda numerous times, dozens of times it seems like. I'd like this on the agenda so folks in the audience, folks in the county, citizens of our community understand where each commissioner stands on public comment. For us to do our job, we need to hear from the public. We need to hear from the public. Even if we don't like it, we need to hear about it. Sometimes you don't want to hear something, but you need to hear it. And that's what we need to do up here. Initially, when the chair decided to remove public comment, she was interviewed in the newspaper. I forget what the date was, but go back and reread that article. Part of it was to streamline the process, speed things up. And I understand it's taking us extra 45 to 50% longer to have meetings now. So if the reason was to shorten meetings and it's actually lengthened meetings, it's just an illogical decision to do that. I think we could speed things up and hear the people and kill two birds with one stone. Allow the people to speak and move this meeting on a little bit faster. So again, through the chair to Commissioner Andriola, I'd like your answer. Should we or should we not vote on having public comment come back?
Thank you, DA Canderas.
Don't mind the audience making a show at this time. I would ask Commissioner Andriola not to make a statement of her position, as that would veer us into deliberations and making action on an item that has not been agendized. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. I'd like to then again ask that this be put on the agenda in a proper fashion in a meeting and vote on it sometime this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any other commissioners have something to say? Commissioner Andriola.
Maybe we should call for 2 invocations a month while the Father's here. I do want to thank, again, the Father for, and all in the future with the invocation. I appreciate fellow commissioners for supporting that. I also, too, want to send deep condolences to the loss of life of the 2 pilots at the Reno Air Races. And as Commissioner Garcia said, the pilots, there is at least some comfort knowing that they absolutely really love what they do. And that has been shared many times by the spouses of those who have lost their lives. So I do really want to extend our deepest condolences. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And I just wanted to let our fellow commissioners know that Commissioner Garcia and I had a chance to check out our South Meadows water reclamation plant, and it was a great tour. We actually are going to be looking at the rate study. It will come back to this board I think next month. And so it was great to see what our team is doing on the ground and all of the construction that is happening on site. And we are servicing all of the South Meadows with that plant and doing a really great job and conserving water, ensuring that Truckee River water isn't going to golf courses. And there's even more plans to move forward with that. So I look forward to that presentation when it comes to our board. And just a reminder to our fellow commissioners that we have a 2-hour rule that when you ask for facts or questions of staff that will take more than 2 hours, it needs to be brought to the county commission and agendized. So if there's extensive inquiries, especially on day-to-day operations of staff, that will need to come back to the Board of County Commissioners. So thank you very much. With that, Mr. Manager, let's move to item 5.
Item 5 is a presentation by Leslie Mix, Business Relations Specialist with Sierra Nevada Job Corp, on programming highlights and experiences, including academic skills and employment journeys.
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, County Commissioners, and thank you, County Commissioner Herman, for this invitation for Sierra Nevada Job Corps to come and do a little presentation for you and let you know what Sierra Nevada Job Corps is about. We have been in this community since 1979, and the Job Corps program is a program that's designed for 16 to 24 years old youth of Nevada, all of Nevada. This is the only Job Corps in the state that helps youth find a different pathway in their careers. Not everybody's set up for academics, and we have a great need in our state for the trades. So Job Corps provides training, skilled training for young people in 15 different trades. And I would like to invite each of you to come out and visit our Job Corps because it's truly a jewel for the state. And with me today, I have 2 of our students, and I think it's better if you just hear from them firsthand on what their relationship with Job Corps is and what their hopes and dreams are for the future.
Wonderful.
Good morning, County Commissioners, I am Cheyenne Pope. I am freshly 22 years old. I turned 22 this past Sunday. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, born and raised. I came here to the Sierra Nevada Job Corps because at the time, my family and I had just gone through some really hard times that affected my mental health for the worse, unfortunately. It reached a point where I quit my job without having another job lined up. In the moment, I felt content with making that decision because I had it in my head that I could take a small break before recouping and applying for a new job. But that small break ended up being almost 2 full years long when it was only supposed to be a few weeks. In those 2 years, to put it lightly, I was going through it. I lost all of my ambitions, motivation, hope, faith, willpower, the list goes on. In retrospect, I lost myself. And I nearly gave up on myself completely. And believe me when I say I wanted to. I felt at the time that I could see my rock bottom from where I was standing. Nevertheless, I heard about the Job Corps program from a stranger on the internet, and they said it was a good opportunity for young adults to get back on their feet. So I told myself that before I give up on everything, mainly myself, I had to give this Job Corps place a try. And so I did. Job Corps feels like my last chance of getting myself together. As scary as that sounded, being here so far has worked out for the best. I am so relieved to have listened to myself back then. I am very relieved that I am here instead of rock bottom. At Job Corps, I chose to enroll in the pharmacy technician program because 1, it was the only vocation I saw myself realistically doing as well as enjoying. And 2, because I want to be a part of the process of helping individuals get better by dispensing their medications that they need. What I hope will come out of this is ultimately growth, monumental, genuine growth. I want to be that girl who had a fire in her chest, or what people refer to as willpower. The short duration I've been here, I can feel that fire that once got snuffed out, igniting again and growing stronger. With that fire, I can achieve my dream of completing the pharmacy tech program and being recognized as a nationally certified pharmacy technician. I believe that if I keep giving things a go, and so long as I have the support of my peers and instructors/staff, I can achieve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing that beautiful story, Cheyenne.
So Job Corps tries to do wraparound services. It's like a boarding school meets community college at Job Corps in a lot of ways. And one of the things that we offer our students are opportunities to grow as often as possible. And with us today, we have a representative from our Student Government Association, our vice president.
Hello, my name is Hannah Williams. I came to Job Corps for an opportunity to grow and learn and become a community in the United States. I am originally from Africa. I came here in 2009, and honestly, I've been through a whole lot of I've been through the government system, and I want to build and to help people to grow in themselves, to find themselves. So I joined the CNA MA program. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, Hannah.
So thank you for your time today. Once again, I invite all of you to come out and experience our campus. And Job Corps is really where hope meets opportunity and creates dreams for young people. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair Herman, for having Job Corps come. Do you have any comments?
Thank you.
And I'm looking to the rest of the board. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, Ms. Mix, for bringing the students in and sharing their experiences. I don't think everybody's going to college, but everybody needs to have a trade or skill or some training, and I think that you're doing a good job there. Also, is your son, does he have a valet business? Does he still have that?
Yes, Nevada Premier Valet.
Sure,
Never
sure.
mixes my son.
I remember being to different events and hearing that was his job. So that's nice that you have that in your family, the entrepreneurial spirit, and do that. Even in fact, I think he was parking cars the night we had Manager Brown in town for his first coming out party at Robin Mercer's house. I believe he did the parking on that. So that's when I first heard about him years ago. So anyhow, thanks for coming in.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Excuse me, just really quick. Thank you for your leadership, Ms. Mix. And Cheyenne and Hannah, thank you for sharing your stories. It takes a lot of courage to get up to the podium and do what you just did. And talking about your fire in your chest got me all fired up. So thank you for inspiring us all.
Yes, continue the great work, and we're here to support you. This community is here to support both of you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Herman, did you have any? Are you good?
I'm right here.
Yes, Commissioner Andrioli.
I too, just briefly, I want to thank everyone at Job Corps. Thanks for your leadership, and I've had the pleasure over the years with working with Job Corps in various capacities and having alternatives for success that don't always have to have a traditional academic path is shared by our community, and it's important that that option is available. And Cheyenne, don't ever lose that fire in the belly, I'll call it. I know there's a lot of folks. Here's a little trivia. I too wanted to be a pharmacist when I was young, and I just am going to live vicariously through you. So I hope that you stay in touch, and I will, now that I'm older, have to take some medication. I'll roll through and say congratulations. So, and thank you, Hannah, for your leadership as well. And again, Ms. Mix, thank you for everyone really giving opportunities of dreams and hopes of everyone. And so it's wonderful to actually have such a wonderful path that doesn't always have to have an academic, nothing against academia, but it's certainly not for everyone. And I think finding the fit and then seeing the success and celebrating with the help of your staff is so appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your acknowledgement. Do you mind if I tell you one really quick story?
Please.
We recently had a young lady who wanted to be an electrician. She's 20 years old. She was able to certify, and she's really passionate about being an electrician, something that never crossed my mind. She was hired at Amtrak for over $50 an hour and has recently been increased to $78 per hour. So it's really good career choice in many, many ways. One can really move ahead with those kind of wages. So we're contributing back to the workforce.
Absolutely. Thank you for your great work. Okay, well, with that uplifting presentation, I'm going to look to Commissioner Garcia to help us celebrate the donations that we're going to accept today.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to approve a variety of donations today, all directed to HSA. First, Our Place is a low-barrier emergency shelter for women and families, and the generous members of Grace Church have donated $20,000 for the welcome kits that contain housing necessities like towels and bedding. Second, a variety of items to support the children in care of Child Protective Services, including an extremely generous gift of $50,000 from Stacy Mathewson. And finally, over 200 fans of varying sizes that were used to help seniors combat the heat, and where a large portion of those fans were donated by Sierra Air. And with that, I make that motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. With a motion and a second on the donations, any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, I think that carries unanimously.
There was also no public comment on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't see any signed in. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we will now move to our consent items. I wanted to point out a few things on consent and then open it up to commissioner comments and then public comment. on 7C1, the U.S. Department of Energy Rural Communities Prize is going to be hopefully accepted today by the board for Gerlach, and I know Vice Chair Herman has been a part of that group, and so congratulations on that exciting grant to have reliable and sustainable power for the community of Gerlach. Get that plan going, and then hopefully a second grant for implementation. And then I wanted to thank Commissioner Garcia on 7C3 for a donation for Be the Change Project of $5,000, for the Nevada Museum of Art of $5,000, and Domestic Violence Resource Center of $5,000. I now look to my board. Is there any questions or comments on consent? I'm not seeing any. So, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Colin Robinson, followed by Bruce Parks.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Colin Robertson. I am a 23-year resident of and advocate for Washoe County. Professionally, I have the honor of serving as the Charles N. Mathewson Senior Vice President of Education and Research at the Nevada Museum of Art, where I direct all of the museum's education programming. I have to say, it is truly wonderful to see so many Glenn Duncan Elementary School students here today learning about our local government, and I guess they had to leave, but that was a delight. On behalf of the Nevada Museum of Art, its staff and CEO David Walker, and the museum's Board of Trustees, I would like to express again our great appreciation and thanks to the Commission as a whole for investing in the museum's expansion, and to Commissioner Garcia for today's proposed grant. Alongside the county's grants, the museum and its board and many donors are making a $60 million investment in Washoe County and downtown Reno. The result of this investment will be a 50,000 square foot expansion specifically dedicated to education, which is under construction as I speak here today. The new facility, the Charles and Stacy Mathewson Education and Research Center, leverages the museum's research, education, and public programming and art collections and exhibition functions to foster a diverse community of creative thinkers. The museum provides a wide range of benefits to Washoe County, not least of which is increasing residents' quality of life through a world-class art museum and life-changing art experiences, only available at accredited art museums, of which the Nevada Museum of Art is the only example in the entire state of Nevada. I'm proud that because of generous donors, the museum is able to provide free school busing to and from the museum for public school students. We're able to provide free student memberships with unlimited admission to the museum for all current UNR and TMCC students and all public high school students enrolled in Washoe County schools. We're able to provide free educator memberships with unlimited admission for educators in all of Washoe County schools, K-12 teachers. We also have a hands-on Second Saturday program that's providing free family days every second Saturday with hands-on art projects and performances, gallery tours, and readings, and a monthly art afternoon and social experience for senior citizens in our community. I don't know if the projector is on today, but I also did bring a couple of images just to show the fact that we are actually under construction. And
You can put them on the projector and then they'll turn it. Yep, they turned it on. There you go.
so just very quickly, we're building on to the museum, and that is the rendering from the architecture firm. And as of last week,
Real quick, you got one more picture.
we put up 280 yards of concrete for the footing frames.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bruce Parks, followed by Kristen Kennedy.
Bruce Parks, for the record. I am not a paid lobbyist. I'm a citizen lobbyist. I'm here to speak to agenda item on the consent agenda, 7C2, as it pertains to the Tahoe Prosperity Center. Seems to be a conflict of interests here when you have one of our sitting county commissioners that is also a board member of the Tahoe Prosperity Center, but yet we're awarding monies to the Tahoe Prosperity Center. I would ask that the chair recuse herself from voting on these items as she is a sitting member of that board. It seems to me it's a huge conflict of interest. On the agenda item for today, we're going to be giving another $5,000 to the Tahoe Prosperity Center. I'm sure it's a very worthwhile cause, but I question what happened to the $47,000 that they were awarded in July. Have they used all those funds up already? And now they need us to, slide them a few more bucks to continue with what they're doing? I submit to you folks that there are many, many worthwhile organizations throughout Washoe County. If the Tahoe Prosperity Center is actually doing what they profess to be doing on their website, well, I further submit that maybe Washoe County needs some recognition as well, because when you go to their partner portion of their website, Washoe County is not even mentioned, but yet Washoe County gives them a lot of money. Again, I ask that the chair recuse herself from voting on this, as it is an obvious conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen Kennedy, followed by Kyle Isaacson.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Kennedy. I'm the Executive Director of the Domestic Violence Resource Center. And on behalf of our staff and Board of Directors, I just want to thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for your recommendation of support for our emergency shelter and transitional housing residents, and to the entire Board of Commissioners for your thoughtful consideration. The Domestic Violence Resource Center has been serving Washoe County for 46 years, formerly as the Committee to Aid Abused Women. We maintain two priorities: safety and self-sufficiency. Through our 24-hour emergency hotline, victims of domestic violence and their children can access immediate shelter. Our trained victim advocates assist with safety plans, protection orders, and provisions such as food, diapers, clothing, and transportation. And what's unique about the Domestic Violence Resource Center is that we consider self-sufficiency to be just as critical to an individual's, just as critical as an individual's immediate safety, because we know that self-reliance breaks the cycle of domestic abuse. So in our transitional housing program, we work with victim survivors and their children for 2 years while they rebuild their lives, and this includes extensive financial coaching, trauma counseling, and skill training and other wraparound services. So I just want to share that in the past 9 months, 3 of our clients who came to our shelter and then moved into our transitional housing exited the program after 2 years and moved into their homes that they purchased completely on their own. And yes, in this housing market, they did that. These women were displaced from their homes and had nowhere to go because of domestic violence. 2 of them had no bank accounts or credit. 1 had no job. 2 have young children, and 1 is 60 years old. All 3 are from diverse ethnic backgrounds, so their profiles show that domestic violence does not discriminate. Yet they all increased their credit scores to above 740 and collectively saved $80,000 for down payments on their new homes. These are just 3 stories of the impact our program makes, but all of our residents are working towards stable, long-term housing at market rate rents, financial independence, and mental well-being. The individuals who are fleeing abuse are often in a period of transition and in desperate need of the stability of our services because they often don't have access to resources or experiencing navigating support services or the court systems. So your support of the Domestic Violence Resource Center really helps reduce barriers. It restores an individual's sense of agency and changes the trajectory of our victim survivors' lives and their children's lives. So thank you for this opportunity and for your support, and I invite all of you to come down and visit us at the Domestic Violence Resource Center.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you'll please make a note that Commissioner Clark left in the middle of Ms. Kennedy's public comment.
Yes.
Next up.
Kyle Isaacson, followed by Debbie Sogg.
Hi, everybody. I want to start off by saying thank you to Commissioner Garcia for the proposed grant to our nonprofit Be the Change Project. We are continuing our work on Whittakin Road, doing a bunch of murals, actually redoing a bunch of murals. Back in 2014, we started covering the walls. There are big retaining walls that would get graffitied all the time with gang symbols and all that kind of stuff. And we were able to work with the RTC and locals in the neighborhood and different organizations to get something on the walls. And it's been just a huge success over the years. We've had neighbors come up to us and thank us, telling us that they feel like the murals help them feel like they belong in this place and make them proud to live in the neighborhood, things like that. So over the years, we've done some more of them. In 2018, we got money from Art Belongs Here and then fundraised to match that grant to do a Day of the Dead mural also along Whittakin. And this past year, we've been working with, again, Art Belongs Here. We got a grant from AARP, the Harris Foundation, and some others to put together enough funds to do 5 different murals to replace the ones that are there that have kind of aged out of looking good. Just real quick, in the past, we've worked with kids and students in the area at local schools. We've worked with young people who were arrested for tagging and showed them how to make murals. This go around, we have that was part of their community service. It was a wonderful project. This go around, we're working again with some local schools. We're working with, and one of those projects, so I said there was gonna be 5 different murals. There's 3 artists working on one wall, doing 3 different components. There's gonna be 50 panels made by students at their schools, which will be mounted kind of like a gallery exhibition on one of the walls, and then another bus stop, which is gonna have a huge mural as well. There was one other thing I wanted to share. So we've been in the neighborhood working and living there since 2011, and it's been a great source of pride for us right now because we have other neighbors taking on this work. The lead in this effort was our neighbor and friend, Sarah Kringsleen, and then our 88-year-old neighbor, whose name I'm forgetting, it's embarrassing, but she's been amazing. She's been out there scrubbing and scraping the walls on her, sitting down and for 2 hours at a time to clean off these old walls. So it's really been a great neighborhood effort, which has also included taking responses from about 180 people in the neighborhood to find out what they would like, what kind of images that they'd like to see, and what colors and so on and so forth. So thank you for considering it. It's a really valuable project. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, if you'll note that Commissioner Clark returned during Mr. Isaacson's public comment.
Yes. Debbie Sogg.
My name is Debbie Sock. Please put my comments on the record verbatim. Although I am sure that these charities do good and that you support these charities, I do not necessarily. I have no problem giving to the charities I support, but object to you giving away my money paid in taxes taken at the point of a gun. Stop giving away our tax dollars. I oppose 7.C.2 and 7.C.3. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you. And I was remiss on 7.C.2 to disclose that I am on the Tahoe Prosperity Board. It is on the agenda because it's on our every commission agenda because it is an assignment that has been given to all Tahoe representatives. I have no pecuniary or personal interest in the donation, so I will be voting on that today. Any commissioner comments on consent? I'm not seeing any, so I am looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do we have a second? I will second it. With a motion and a second, any questions on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. We will now go into item 8, Mr. Manager.
Item 8 is an appearance and presentation by Washoe County Emergency Management Administrator Kelly Echeverria to update the board on the Regional Strategic Emergency Management Goals, the Integrated Preparedness Plan, and Collaborative Preparedness Efforts.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate your time. Just going to roll through some basics on emergency management before I get into the fun stuff of what we're doing in the community. So that being said, we like acronyms in emergency management. We usually say POETI, but that stands for Planning, Operations, Equipment, Training, and Exercises. That's how we advance our program. So that's just a couple of the basics, and I'll circle back around to that later and how that ties into what we're doing. I'm going to talk about our strategic plan, which is a regional plan outlined for 5 years within emergency management, different from the county's strategic plan as well. The integrated preparedness plan, and then, like I said, we'll get into the fun stuff. So our regional emergency management strategic plan from 2020 to 2025 was created with partner buy-in. That's from all the jurisdictions, Reno, Sparks, the tribes, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, UNR, Northern Nevada Public Health, the school district, and the airport. We have our vision and mission, which is, create a safer, more resilient community and engage in partnership of whole community in meeting those objectives. So we really outlined 6 goals, and I'll go through them a little bit more in depth, but basically strengthen the homeland security portion of our program, create a coordinated approach to increasing culture of preparedness, facilitate regional recovery resources, encourage mitigation strategies, coordinate regional responding resources, and meet our annual EMAP, that's our accreditation reporting requirements. So, on goal 1, we are working with CISA, which is Critical Infrastructure Security Agency, on security assessments of county properties and community partner properties as well to ensure that we're enhancing security measures and creating facility resilience. And then we're also, you'll see on the 3rd one there, focused on preparedness. And so that's something now that we're moving away from pandemic times. We're able to focus on a little bit more. We weren't able to go out into the community before, and that's something that we're able to do now. So we're ramping that part of our program back up. And the 2nd goal was to encourage mitigation strategies in developing resilience to natural and man-made disasters. So the first 2 bullet points there related to the Hazard Mitigation Plan and the Truckee River Flood Management Authority and the FRAP, or the Flood Response Action Plan. Those 2 will be updated in 2024 and hopefully accepted in 2025. So that is an ongoing project and effort there. The next 2, we just hired an incredible person to start in our mitigation coordinator position, so we're very excited about that. She'll be starting in October, and we'll be working to build the mitigation program and build resilience throughout the region as a facilitative leader amongst all of our partners. So that is very exciting. The 3rd goal is to create a coordinated approach to increasing preparedness culture across our regional hazards throughout the region. We're focused on mutual assistance between states. We're working with the State Division of Emergency Management on creating a mass care plan between California and Nevada. We promote the professional organization in Nevada, which is NEPA, or Nevada Emergency Preparedness Association. Myself, Jessica Adams, we both sat on the board for that. And collaborate with regional partners to identify our preparedness goals, which I'll get into in the next plan that I talk about. Goal 4, this is a lot of words, so I'll just high level, be inclusive of all of our community partners, increase how we're able to share information and communicate in disasters, and that's We use something called WebEOC. We just had a training for that last week in which we solicited feedback from our partners on how we could improve processes within that program. That's a training that we hold every year. And we've incorporated Perimeter as well, which I've spoken about at length as a mapping software and a way to communicate situational awareness between first responders and the EOC and the public as well. And then goal 5 is facilitate regional recovery actions. I've spoken about recovery actions up here before, so I won't go into that one too in depth, but that is something that we maintain and work towards. And then meet our annual reporting requirements. As you know, we're twice accredited by Emergency Management Accreditation Program, which is a feat held by 32 other local jurisdictions. For context, Texas has like over 130 something local jurisdictions, so that's a pretty big feat for a national organization. And then 2025 is when we'll go for our next accreditation, our third one. So I want to talk about the Regional Integrated Preparedness Plan, or the IPP. I told you we like those acronyms. We have a workshop for this annually that we hold late fall, early winter, and we invite all of our regional partners, and we plan together out for the next 3 years, and that's based on our preparedness priorities. And then we also participate in the state level Integrated Preparedness Plan workshop, which they hold in the fall. So in a few weeks, we'll head down to Carson City for that one. So we were able to identify, as a regional group, 5 preparedness priorities. The first one is operational coordination, and I will get into these a little bit more in depth. Second is operational communication. Third is mass care services. Fourth, community resilience. And fifth, fatality management services. And that is not in order of priority, it's just those are our 5. So again, how do we get there? Planning, operations, equipment, training, exercises, or POETI, if you will, for each one of those preparedness priorities. So you'll see for operational coordination under planning, we have our Regional Emergency Operations Plan, the County Emergency Communications and Public Information Plan, our Damage Assessment Plan. We're working on all of those. Damage Assessment Plan is wrapping up right now. The re-up is scheduled for next year. Organization and equipment, we have reorganized the call center using existing technology and made it more functional, tied in with 311 for more of a seamless transition. We constantly are reevaluating our sections at the EOC to make sure that they're functional for coordination with the field operations and support for the community. We're updating our technology as well to ensure that we're continually able to function at the EOC, as there's a lot of technology up there on a previous CIP approval. So additional trainings and a number of exercises. We've held 2 alternate EOC exercises. That's if we're unable to get up Spectrum Boulevard for whatever reason, can we stand up the EOC at another location? One of those that we tested was South Valley's library, and the other one was Parasol recently. Second is operational communication, and again, those same POETI fields of the re-ups on there again, the communications plan, our evacuation, sheltering, and mass care plan. This one's a little more shelter heavy, which we'll see again in the mass care. So some of these overlap in the efforts that we put forward. But again, we're doing a lot of things. We were able to procure shelter trailers for animal services. CERT, we tie in with them and they help us with our shelter trailers. Red Cross has some as well. We're ensuring that our infrastructure is sound and ready, and we're able to communicate in a disaster with our community. And we're providing training for our partners and for ourselves to be able to operate. So same kind of situation with mass care. I'll go back just a second. We are building out our shelter cadre, if you will, working with Red Cross to ensure that we are also documenting and mapping out shelter locations. We're in that portion of our plan update right now. And so that we can put pre-disaster contracts in place to ensure a seamless transition to opening a shelter. And the effort there is one that's happening elsewhere in the state as well. But we really recognized in Caldor and Dixie fires when we needed to open a shelter here, and unfortunately the Red Cross system was down. So we weren't able to use their shelter, national shelter system, and we needed to reassess ours and do a better job of planning that out ahead of time. We're always building towards community resilience, and that's really where mitigation fits in. And if you've talked to me about mitigation before, I could go for days. But it's really, investing up front and trying to make our community more resilient so that when disasters happen, there's less of an impact on our community. And there are a number of ways to do that, and I think there are a lot of opportunities to get creative with how we do that. So when the mitigation person starts next month, we'll start rolling on that even further and tying in with our partners like Turkey Meadows Fire and UNR, and how we can create increased resilience throughout our community. And then fatality management services. So working with the medical examiner's office on their plan, really we're redoing our Family Assistance Center annex so that in a mass casualty incident, we're better able to support family members, reunification processes, and we really are taking into account the Resiliency Center that came out of October 1 down south, and building that into our plan as well, recognizing that there are long-term recovery goals and support that needs to occur in a mass casualty incident. And then testing those. The airport has a triennial exercise that we participate in, and we review the plan and test it during that exercise as well. So thank you for bearing with me through the plans. I know that's always not the most exciting, but we have some additional efforts, which I'll get into and are a little bit more fun to talk about. In this picture, you'll see our preparedness proclamation from earlier this month. I apologize, Commissioner Andreoli. I said I would Photoshop you in, but I did not. I don't have that capability. So preparedness events, like I said, we're really ramping those up. We've done community tabling at events. We did Incline Village Friday night music nights. Obviously, the Incline Village exercise, we hosted a preparedness fair, which is the picture that you see there. We did the Milk and Honey Festival, which Commissioner Clark, I understand you were able to stop by that one. The LDS preparedness events that we participated in that as well in tabling fashion, so handing out preparedness materials and talking with community members about their individual plans. And then we are doing a community forum in Incline Village on the 18th of October. In the evening, we'll be meeting with North Lake Tahoe Fire and the Sheriff's Office to talk with the community about their concerns. We've done a lot of preparedness messaging with our partners. We pushed out some joint messaging earlier this month for Preparedness Month. And then the proclamation, as I discussed, we've been presenting at CABs and neighborhood associations. Met with Arrow Creek yesterday, and we're planning a tabletop exercise for late April next year to talk through their processes and help them better understand what evacuations look like. And then we're creating a video to help set expectations for the public and what to experience in an evacuation and how they can better prepare themselves as well. And then we're working on partnership building. So I like to say half of emergency management is partnership building and fostering those relationships. But we're working with NDOT and NHP, which they were able to participate in the Incline Village exercise. It was very exciting. They're not traditionally always been at our table, so it's important to have them there. We're working with California jurisdictions like Placer and El Dorado counties, the town of Truckee, South Lake Tahoe to talk, operations, evacuations, infrastructure, what does that look like in the basin and across state lines, because disasters don't always recognize those jurisdictional boundaries. Like I mentioned before, we're working with Cal OES, which is California State Office of Emergency Services, and Nevada Division of Emergency Management on that mass care plan and ensuring that should we have to go across borders, we're able to do so in a more seamless fashion. And then we're able to communicate effectively and consistently across those state lines because we've seen confusion in the past before. And then we're working with our partner agencies from other counties in Nevada. Our emergency managers in surrounding counties are relatively new in their positions, so we're doing what we can to support them. We've also done the pilot project for Perimeter for Carson, Douglas, Story, and Washoe. Again, that's that consistent messaging to the public, but also helping to support our partners across jurisdictional boundaries and recognizing, again, disasters don't always recognize those lines, but what happens to us happens to others, and we're only as strong as our partners. And then we're working with CISA, which I mentioned earlier, on those security assessments. I'm building up that relationship here locally, looking at some projects farther down the line to better build resilience with CISA in the region. So that is what I had for you today. Do you have any questions? Or?
Great. I just wanted to say thank you so much for your leadership in this space and for really making sure that Washoe County has a presence during all sorts of disasters, even things that aren't in our county, like the Burning Man incident that happened in Pershing. You were on hand for calls. You were communicating with elected officials. I just appreciate your leadership and commend you. So thank you for making Washoe look so good and continuing to build those relationships across the county lines and across state lines. So thank you for your work there. Looking at Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask Manager Brown if I have permission to talk to Ms. Echeverria, and then I'd like Mary Canderas to weigh in and clarify whether when we're having meetings here at the dais, are we allowed to directly talk to department heads without getting permission? Thank you.
Commissioner Clark, the BCC Rules of Procedure Handbook, Rule 9.6.1 says that the commissioners will go through county manager or the ACM for requests for staff time, so I do not believe that applies in this, in a meeting. It would be outside of a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Canderas. To Kelly now. Thank you for your great work. People in this county don't realize the in-depth training and work that you and your crew do to protect people in case there's a fire, earthquake. We've got, major freeways here. We've got airports. We've got, wildland fires. There's so many different things, so many different unfortunate opportunities could arise here in this county. So thank you for the hard work that you do there. I did go to the Milk and Honey event, and I actually got some pictures there, so you didn't have to Photoshop me in. But also, what I noticed there is most everybody had pop-ups, and that area is pretty shady, but the person that was stuck there working on a Sunday in the sun, maybe next time we could have a pop-up for him, a little shade there for the intern that was there manning the booth. Thank you.
I appreciate the concern, Commissioner Clark, that you're referring to Eric, and he is our intern. I was there also prior to your arrival. And because we were in such a shady area, we decided that we didn't need the tent. We do have one.
Sure.
We're ready to set it up, but decided against it.
As it moves around, though, the sun moves around over there. So, yeah, I noticed it was, when I went to talk to him, it was in the sun. So just saying.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do think I missed a slide, or it wasn't on the updated version, but it was on how you can help as commissioners. We don't always communicate that as staff with you directly, but I wanted to highlight, knowing the W's and the H of emergency management. So really the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how. Which I think I've covered a lot of that today. So if you have questions about that, please feel free to reach out. And then I also had on there how to reach out to emergency management with questions. So if you do have concerns like the tent issue, Commissioner Clark, you can reach out to me directly, and I can address those questions for you or through the county manager, according to what Ms. Canderas read earlier. And then, how to help constituents understand personal preparedness. And so obviously you meet with your constituents most frequently or talk to them. And so if you're able to do that, that would be phenomenal. And if you need, materials or information, or you would like training on how better communicate that with them, then I'm happy to provide that. And then help constituents understand community planning, regulations, all of that regarding infrastructure, so like roads and those types of things, which I don't have the ability to put roads into place. I'll just put that on the record. I don't have that. But yeah, so I want to support you as well as the community, and in any of those areas, if you ever have questions, please reach out.
Right. Our job is to get the good information out there for the constituents and make sure that it's factual and clear. So, yes, it's good to keep in mind our role as elected officials during an emergency. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question, thank you, Kelly. I've got a question for Ms. Canderas. I've been on the dais here for about 8.5 months, approaching 9 months maybe. Never once have I had heard the chair call out a commissioner for leaving the dais. Can you give us an update maybe through county? Should everyone be called out when they leave the dais during any part of the meeting? If someone needs to go to the restroom, if somebody's got a cramp in their leg and they want to walk it off, why hasn't it been done before? Why is it being done today? And how does that apply to whatever your rule book
you
is?
can ask
Thank
this
you.
during commissioner comments. This is the emergency manager presentation, but certainly we can.
I'd like to get an answer because I might have to get up again, and it might not be before county commissioner comment. So I'd like to get an answer so I don't inadvertently walk out and break some rule.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Ms. Echeverria. Thank you for the presentation.
Excuse me, is Ms. Canderas going to
Commissioner
answer
Clark?
my question?
I am trying to keep the order of the meeting. You can absolutely ask that question during commissioner comments. We are at the emergency manager presentation.
What if I have to
Thank
get up
you.
again? I need to know now in case
Thank
I
you
have
very
to
much.
get up.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Ms. Echeverria. As we saw in the recent fires in Maui, left devastating impacts on the community, and it happens month after month after month. Post-emergency. So we talk a lot about preparedness and mitigation and all that, but how do you think we're doing as a region in terms of dealing and responding to the aftermath of a major crisis?
That's a very complex question, Commissioner Garcia. So we have been very fortunate in our community that we haven't seen a disaster to the scale of Maui, for example, and we count our blessings for that every day. What I do feel confident about in our community is our ability to come together and support one another, and we've seen that for decades, whether it be, in the original air races incident, Sparks Middle School, fires across state lines. We've all come together to ensure that needs are met. And that we're addressing gaps in the community's ability to respond. So in working with our volunteer organizations, Active in Disaster, and our community partners every day, I feel confident in our ability to support the community. That's not to say that there's not gaps that we're actively working to close, or you don't know what you don't know. But I feel confident in our ability to come together and support one another.
Thank you very much. Any other commissioner questions or comments? Commissioner Andriola.
I just would like to commend you and the team, and I think it's really important to understand this short presentation and the dedication of preparedness takes a lot of time, discussion, planning, practice, training, exercise, and then repeat. And I think the relationships that this region has is really to be commended by all. Because if a disaster does happen, it takes everyone to know and be ready to execute whatever the disaster is. Each disaster, as you know better than anyone, has a different plan that needs to be executed, and even crossing state lines. So I do want to thank you for really creating a leadership position and having your team really reach out to all of the regional partners so that everyone is working together, and hopefully none of it is ever executed. But the fact is that I've seen it myself, and that this region can turn literally on a dime, and we're very grateful for that, really. And we hope we never see it again in any way, but I do appreciate all of the efforts that the entire region and your leadership really are in place. It's comforting. We should all be comforted to know the extent of hours and hours that you put in preparation, right, for execution. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate your time and look forward to continuing to support the work of emergency management at Washoe County.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now will move to item 9, Mr. Manager.
Item 9 is a presentation and discussion by Eric P. Brown, County Manager, and Quinn Korbulik, IT Manager, a report and discussion of the Unified 911 Computer-Aided Dispatch, or CAD, and Law Enforcement Records Management System Agreement, and associated agenda items, and a review of next steps for implementation of the regional system.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I know that later we'll do a block, but this is also covering, just so folks who are following along, this is covering items 10, 11, 12, and 13, and we'll do a block vote on those after this presentation. Hello again.
All right. For the record, County Manager Eric Brown and Quinn and I are going to tag team this presentation. I'm going to kick it off by giving you an update on the overall regionalization efforts that the City of Reno, City of Sparks, RIMSA, and the county have been engaged in that has led to the 4 items that we're going to ask you to consider later today. And Quinn will then go into more detail about those items and what we're asking you to approve. So with that, I'll get started by saying, again, this is a joint project, as you're all aware, that is being sponsored by the Washoe County, City of Reno, City of Sparks, and RIMSA. And the project actually started or kicked off in July of 2022. There you see the project objective, which is really to design a regional 911 call process that serves the community by prioritizing the user experience and appropriate deployment of resources through a reduction in duplicated processes, improved use of technology and resources, and simplified governance. So what all that means is right now our system is disjointed. We have disparate technologies that don't talk to each other, and that presents problems for our 911 caller experience and user experience. If you were to call into the center and have the need for assistance from EMS, you may experience that your call is being transferred multiple times to multiple agencies depending on the circumstances. This takes time. It's very frustrating, obviously, at a very stressful time for the caller. You need help because of a medical situation or maybe a fire or something of that nature. We can do better, and we need to do better, and that's what this project is really all about. We'll start with a video overview of the regionalization update. Josh?
In Northern Nevada, our 911 system has grown to become siloed. Sometimes callers have to repeat information during the worst moments, and seconds can feel like minutes while waiting for help to arrive. Thankfully, through the leaders at the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, Washoe County, and RIMSA Health are working together to revolutionize how our 911 system operates in our growing region.
911, what is the location of your emergency? City Hall. Okay, City Hall at 1 East 1st Street in downtown. Okay, where in the City Hall are you? The first floor? Okay. Is she unconscious?
I think so.
And how old do you think she is?
I don't know. This isn't good.
Okay, we're getting help started right now, okay? I'm gonna transfer you to the paramedics and they're gonna ask the address again. Don't
Okay,
hang up.
okay. Oh, are you okay, lady?
Paramedical, what is the address of the emergency?
City Hall?
Okay, we have lots of help on the way.
The first step to improving the 911 system is to get all the regional partners on the same technology for our computer-aided dispatch system, or CAD, which had never been done before. Streamlined technology is critical in prioritizing and recording the calls and coordinating a timely response.
Over the last year, we've worked towards identifying a CAD system that meets the distinct needs of all 4 agencies, including EMS, fire, and police services, while providing a platform for seamless resource sharing for emergencies.
Meanwhile, in July of 2022, the Reno and Sparks City Councils, along with the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners, came together for a meeting to discuss regional dispatch protocols using the 911 system. To achieve this, we established a regional working group composed of EMS, fire, law enforcement, and dispatch to partner with consultants at Federal Engineering to assess the current system and provide recommendations for what regionalization could look like in Northern Nevada. Over the last 12 months, we participated in on-site visits, data collections, and workshops.
During this process, it quickly became clear that efforts to regionalize 911 services were heavily dependent on technology.
Therefore, both projects became interconnected while regional partners worked together to improve the 911 response system while continuing the CAD replacement project.
As we approach the 1 year since establishing the regional working group, we've made notable progress thus far, but there's still work to be done. In the coming months, we continue efforts to implement a unified CAD system in partnership with Hexagon Safety and Infrastructure. We anticipate launching the new system in August 2025. Furthermore, our working group will implement the final recommendations memo and governance plan, which will be turned into a strategic plan with ongoing actions to ensure efficient and improved emergency responses. We expect this to be an ongoing process that will evolve as the CAD project is implemented.
So why does it matter to you? When you call 911, seconds matter. Know that your community leaders and first responders are committed to working together to enhance protocols using the 911 system to deploy the nearest and most appropriate resources to any emergency.
We are proud to work together to keep our community safe.
Okay. So that final slide was our dispatch groups from across the region. They are a very talented group of people. This was confirmed by our outside consultants at Federal Engineering. I'll talk more about that in a second. Really, this project kicked off with a gap analysis, and it's centered around 4 themes: governance, organization, foundation, and funding. The governance has to do with how the services will be governed. I think we made a lot of progress in that. We had to come up with the interlocal agreement that we're going to use going forward. Organization is what is included in the service, dispatch, fire, and EMS. So how do you define it? We found that we were defining things differently depending on the agency, and we had to get some consistency there. Foundation is the operational considerations, including configuration, shifts, station standards. So what we mean by that is the foundation is the framework for operating the system so that we're all operating the system in the same manner. It shouldn't matter whether the call comes to the city of Sparks or the city of Reno or Washoe County, how the call gets handled, how we report on it. Those are things that could be standardized, and a lot of that could be done even before we get to the actual deployment of the Hexagon computer-aided dispatch system. And then funding, of course, is important, how the organizations will be funded and the impact to jurisdictions. You're going to hear more from that about that from Quinn. So the project approach, again, we had a concurrent meeting in July of 2022 with Reno and Sparks. We reached agreement to work towards a regionalized dispatch, EMS, and fire solution. The councils and the commission designated the managers, the city managers and the county manager, to work together to make that happen. We reached agreements to focus on dispatch initially. So we're not talking about law enforcement or fire or any of those things at this point. Everyone agreed that really the first priority had to be coming up with a regionalized dispatch platform. We selected a common aided dispatch solution. It's Hexagon, which you're going to hear more about from Quinn today. And then we formed a working group, which was made up of agencies from across the region that worked on what the elements were for what the deliverables should be. As I said before, we selected Federal Engineering as the overall project facilitator and consultant, so they were the outside experts. They've overseen these kinds of regionalization efforts in hundreds of jurisdictions in the United States and Canada. The initial federal engineering recommendations and best practices were received in March. Some of their observations, the key observations, there was a 65-page report, I think, generated by federal engineering for us, but some of the key things, as I said before, Washoe County has a very talented and capable public safety answering point group, our leadership team, which includes our very own Jen Felter, who you saw featured in the video and who's here with us this morning. Recommendations was we should definitely pursue a regionalized dispatch operations by taking a gradual approach. Don't try to boil the ocean, but take one step at a time. And the first step, again, is the adoption of the CAD platform. But the final phase outcome really should be to achieve consolidation of 911 call answering and call processing, dispatch, and response in the region to the fullest extent possible. Now, consolidation doesn't mean that you necessarily have to collapse all the organizations into one organization or that they have to be in the same location, although the consultants do like that when you talk about consolidation. What they mean by a phased approach, again, is let's start with things that we can achieve, and over time, let's learn as we go, and with the eye on the final phase outcome, let's see how we can get there. We needed to adopt a common computer-aided dispatch. I talked about that already. Reaching agreement on a sustainable governance structure was also critical. You'll see more about that. The consolidation, as I said, doesn't require consolidating organizations, so we're not talking about remarrying Truckee Meadows and Reno Fire or anything of that nature. This is simply focusing on CAD and how do we get our dispatch operations in harmony. So we're working on simplifying governance, improving the use of technology and resources, deploying those resources appropriately, prioritizing the user experience, trying to reduce the time of the calls and reduce duplicative processes. So with that, I'll turn it over to Quinn, who's also one of our stars, by the way, on the technology side. He has been respected by our partners as we've gone through this process over the last year, and he's going to speak more directly to the elements we're going to ask for consideration on today.
Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Quinn Kobulik, Washoe County Technology Services. So Manager Brown's presentation and discussion and the video provide an excellent segue to the discussion of the related items on the agenda today, which will form the foundation of this regional effort. Specifically, the current technology was mentioned as one of the barriers to improving emergency response. and that adopting a common CAD platform is the most important step we can take towards a coordinated regionalization. We are addressing this technology issue today by setting the foundation of people, process, and technology that will help us successfully implement new technologies in the short term, and in the long run help us manage and operate systems in the best interest of the organizations involved, and especially in the best interests of citizens who rely on law enforcement, fire response, and emergency medical services in times of crisis. So I'm going to get into each of the items that we have on the agenda today. We have our governance, software, and infrastructure. And unfortunately, the project management item did not make it on the agenda, but we'll bring it back on October 10th. So first off, the first pillar of our foundation is governance. And Manager Brown already spoke to the process that led to this governance agreement. This governance is specific to managing and operating the computer-aided dispatch and records management systems for our region. At a high level, the governance agreement sets operational and management structure for governance of the CAD and RMS systems, and this includes creation of 3 regional boards, including a manager's board, an executive board, and then a change advisory board. And each of these boards will help manage and operate the systems as we move forward. The agreement also designates Washoe County as the contracting party and fiscal manager. So basically, this means we're going to sign all of the contracts related to this effort and manage a fund that will help us to pay for all of the contracts and responsibilities and obligations related to those contracts. The agreement also specifies agency responsibilities related to the management of the computer-aided dispatch and records management system, and sets a cost-sharing framework that we'll discuss in the following slides. So the next pillar is our software. In item 11 on the agenda, we're recommending that the board approve the contract with Intergraph Corporation through its Hexagon Safety and Infrastructure and Geospatial Division. Hexagon was chosen through a rigorous and regional selection process to provide CAD and records management software. One of the primary reasons Hexagon was selected was because of their experience implementing and supporting large multi-agency computer-aided dispatch and records management systems. We anticipate that the software will help us become more efficient in the way that we operate our dispatch centers and operate our law enforcement records management programs. And Manager Brown stole my thunder. He talked about the example that I was going to talk about, where if we receive a call or if somebody makes an emergency call and it's a medical call, we have to transfer that call to REMSA, and then the same questions are asked by, say, Washoe County dispatcher and a REMSA dispatcher. This new technology will solve that problem by transferring the information of the first caller to REMSA so that REMSA can start right away promptly with addressing the emergency medical issue rather than asking initial questions right from the beginning. So it's important to note here that we're not just buying software. The contract that's in question today sets the implementation schedule for this software at 27 months and provides a detailed statement of work that defines roles and responsibilities for Hexagon and partner agencies for specific tasks. During implementation, Hexagon will also provide services that will help regional partners transition from our existing CAD and records management systems to the Hexagon platform. And this is a very important point. Through the contract and the governance agreement, we're committing, and I say we, that means Washoe County, Sparks, Reno, REMSA, we're all committing to work with Hexagon to ensure that the software implementation and transition to the new system is successful. This includes process analysis and optimization, system installation and configuration, training, and there are over 2,000 end users to train, so this is a really big important part here, and ongoing operational support after we go live with the new systems. So the next part of the foundation, the next pillar, and item 12 on the agenda is technology infrastructure. We're recommending that the board approve the Hewlett-Packard Enterprise contract, which is basically the technology infrastructure that the Hexagon software will be installed on. So this is servers and switches, basically. So the one point I want to make with this particular contract is that because, and especially with the computer-aided dispatch system, because this is a mission-critical life safety system, we're going to work with HPE, or Hewlett-Packard, to essentially set up two different systems. And these systems will work in a high availability configuration, so that if one goes down, the other one will pick up the load immediately and seamlessly without anybody noticing that one will go down. And these two systems will be geographically dispersed. So one will be here in the area, another will be outside of the area, so that if there is a disaster here, we will continue to be able to operate if there's a disaster that takes out one part of the system. So, and finally, the last pillar is project management. And again, this item is not on the agenda, but I wanted to address it today because it's an important part of our success for the project. We'll bring this back on October 10th. And we are hoping to hire federal engineering. As Manager Brand noted, federal engineering has been part of this process since the beginning for almost 3 years now. They helped us build the RFQ to select Hexagon. They helped us review all of the proposals from the different vendors. They helped with the governance process that Manager Brown noted. And we're hoping that they will continue to help us in project management and implementation of the new system. So all of this, of course, comes with a cost. The total cost of the software infrastructure project management over the 27-month implementation period is just over $8.2 million. So this brings us back to governance. So the governance agreement in question sets up a cost-sharing formula or funding formula. And the funding formula is based on proportional use. So basically, if one agency has more users, they pay more than another agency with less users. So that's a fairly simple funding formula to follow. Now, if we're now applying that to the real world, we have things that there are a couple things that make it more complex. So one is funding sources. For this particular project, 100% of the costs for the computer-aided dispatch system can be covered by 911 surcharge funds. So that's one bucket of expenses. The other bucket of expenses is the records management system and other shared costs. So those costs will be shared proportionately amongst the partner agencies. So now looking at the actual numbers behind this, you can see there's a few things I want to point out. First is the CAD, and the CAD is just under half of the total expense for this particular project, and again, covered by 911 surcharge funds. Another thing I want to point out is Washoe County has the highest number for the other records management and other shared costs. And this is primarily due to Washoe County having the largest records management staff and the fact that we have jail management and detention personnel that need access to the records management system. The last thing I want to point out is REMSA has a very low number here, and that's primarily because they don't use the law enforcement records management system, so their only costs are the shared costs that cannot be directly attributed to the computer-aided dispatch system. Okay, so next steps. Today we'll consider these action items: the CAD governance agreement, the Hexagon contract, and the HPE contract. If the board approves these items, we'll move to the October 10th meeting with the federal engineering contract, and then we plan to kick off the implementation of the computer-aided dispatch and records management system in late October or early November. And this is a big project, as I noted, 27 months. So we would hope, and this doesn't necessarily jive with what was in the video. I think Jen said August of 2025. That video was made a few months ago, and it's taken a while to get to this point. So we're actually looking at a January, February timeline in 2026 for completion of implementation, and probably a go live in the spring of that year in 2026. And I'm happy to answer any questions related to any of those items.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Herman.
Okay, so I have a question. How many more employees are we going to need to man all this equipment?
So that is a really good question, and we are addressing that in a couple different ways. The first is we, within Washoe County, have approved a position, and we're calling that position a public safety coordinator. And so that position is going to help us internally within the county manage this project for the county. And then ongoing, that position will continue to work with the sheriff's office and be a bridge between the sheriff's office and technology services. The second part is that regionally, through the 911 committee and through each of our agencies, we have positions designated to help be system administrators for the computer-aided dispatch system. And so those positions are going to be funded by the 911 surcharge, and so they will be focused on the global system and managing the system as a whole, whereas within each agency, just as they do now, they will manage their own business within their own agencies. So 3 new positions is the short answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the statement earlier that seconds do matter, and our constituents, as we all know, call us, and they're not concerned about these imaginary jurisdictional lines. And so I really commend all the leadership last year and for you and Manager Brown's efforts. This couldn't have been an easy task, and the conversations that took place in the room probably got pretty complex and sometimes derailed, I imagine. But whenever we have so many regional partners coming to the table and trying to find solutions to deploy emergency resources in an efficient way, and because we live in such a litigious society, I was really kind of drawn to the language in the contract, and I asked Ms. Canderas about, what happens if we enter litigation? If Washoe County is the lead on this contract, are we going to be, vulnerable for that kind of those actions? And she drew my attention to the indemnification language in the contract. So I was interested in that, and thank you for answering that question earlier. And then I was also interested in how the boards are going to function and work. So there's about 5 people on the manager's board, 7 people on the executive committee, and then 7 to 8 people on the change advisory board. So let's just say, and I knock on wood, but if there is something kind of catastrophic or litigious that does come through this process when you're dealing with so many agencies, how would that go through this? Does that make sense?
I think so. So,
Okay.
And within the governance process, we've set up effectively an escalation ladder.
Okay.
Where let's say there's a conflict at the change board, and that's kind of the lowest level with all of the boards. If they can't make a decision, if they can't agree on a decision, that will go to the executive board. If they can't agree, it would go to the managers. And I think at that level, right, it's the county manager, the city managers. We would hope that they can come to a decision on whatever change is being made to the system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you for the presentation. thanks for the redundancy. I think that's really important, and I think we always maybe don't take the appreciation of understanding how important we all appreciate the, life in terms of how precious it is. But the response time and not having technology, we all have stories of technology working when it's great and not so much when it's not. And dealing with life-saving issues is not a time to have anything happen. And so having that redundancy is really important. And so thank you for doing that. But I do have a question. Obviously, the implementation plan that you just articulated, like anything, there is a long-term in terms of upgrades and maintenance and training. And I'm wondering, after the spring of 2026, in terms of it going live, what type of maintenance or what type of upgrades do you see will be planned for in the future? Because the heavy lift of this is going to be essentially long-term, it looks like, and having all the jurisdictions use one system, by the way, is great. That's a heavy lift in itself. So I just am wondering, like, down the road, is it a 5-year? Is it 10? Is it what kind of projection do you see for the maintenance piece and the upgrade and that kind of thing?
So there are two parts here. So the first, the contract with Hexagon is a 5-year contract. And throughout that contract, they will provide maintenance and support. So on the support side, it's 24/7 helpline. We can call if there's we've of course had to negotiate with them on the contract on when we can call them and what type of incident. But they will support us in basically in emergencies when the system is not working, 24/7. And this particular system is web browser based. So you can open up your Chrome browser or your Edge browser, and and if you have the right website and the right login, you could log in and use the CAD system. So the updates and the upgrades that Hexagon implements, and we would work with Hexagon. It's a twice a year upgrade cycle with Hexagon. So those upgrades are pushed through the web system, and then each user automatically sees the updates just because it's a browser. We don't have to go to each individual computer and do an installation. So I think that at least partially answers your question. Once we get to 5 years, obviously we'll have to consider extending the contract. This is going to be a huge lift. And if Hexagon and the software are performing as expected, I would expect that we also continue a contract for maybe another 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. I also want to commend you and the team, Manager Brown, your staff, our regional partners, Reno and Sparks and REMSA. My understanding is that REMSA just approved their contract, so that's really exciting. And I think Sparks and Reno will be following shortly, correct?
I believe Reno has already approved the governance agreement last week.
Great.
And Sparks is on the 25th.
On the 25th, wonderful. So it is a heavy lift, giving direction in July of 2022 and having this come back in 14 months later, and in government time, that's warp speed. And I know in the citizens out there are thinking that's a little slower than we'd like it, but it's honestly, it's tough to do these collaborations with other government agencies and to get on the same page. And I commend you, and I agree that taking it slow and seeing how we work together with the technology, and the technology is the most important piece really that we're looking at, and then seeing how we can look at governance with our dispatch moving forward. I think this is a very smart and prudent way to move forward. So thank you so much. And this is a huge deal for our region. So many citizens don't understand why sometimes 911 calls take longer than they should. And hopefully this highlights that and shows that we're proactively working to fix this and doing it in a regional way to make sure everyone's included. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any, actually this is a presentation. Is there any other commissioner comments on item 9? I'm not seeing any, so I will look to Vice Chair Herman. Do you have a block vote
Yes, I do. Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. This would be agenda item number 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Thank you. And is that in a form of a?
Point
Yes.
of order. Unless I have this wrong, I have item 13 as the landscaping. I'm looking at the wrong.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, it is part of the block, so that's still okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just to clarify, so 10, 11, and 12 are part of, you were right, DA Canderas, are part of today's presentation number 9, but we also have a block for item 13. So with that block, can we please take public comment, Madam Clerk?
Debbie Sock? Janet Butcher?
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the record verbatim. I'm not a lobbyist. I speak for myself. I don't represent any organization, any group. I belong to a lot of organizations, more than one that I've been tagged with. But anyway, I just need to clarify, 13 is not part of the block, correct?
No, it is part of the block, Ms. Butcher.
Okay, fine. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify, and I know you probably won't answer, but it was a good presentation. I will have to back up, and at one time I said to Manager Brown that I don't like centralized things, but this is one issue where it's great, absolutely wonderful. I'm just kind of curious as to why I would think project management would be one of the first and foremost things that would be a part of getting all this together. Today we get the presentation and we're voting the same day, so I'm assuming that that the commissioners have had a chance to look at this, go through it, and digest it before having to vote on it. I wonder if, I didn't see anything in the presentation about anybody that they spoke to that had a successful implementation. And several weeks ago, it was stated from the dais that artificial intelligence is used in our county. So hopefully that artificial intelligence is not going to be a part of this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Sock?
Thank you, Debbie Sock, for the record. This item number 10, would require an entire new department to fund and the monitoring and reporting of this item. Additionally, Washoe County has primary responsibility for this contract. It will be up to us to collect the other 3 agencies' fees. We are paying 38% of the cost for purchase and 38% of the ongoing cost for the system individually. This contract is for 5 years with an automatic renewal for 5 years at a time, twice. What other bids do you get since the presentation was only today? Where does this contract fall on a continuum of bids, top, middle, lowest? As I have requested before, for the sake of transparency, please present the public with the bids and your reasons for choosing the one you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Okay. So, Madam Vice Chair, your block of 10, 11, 12, and 13, is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We have a motion for a block vote. Any questions on the motion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. It's an exciting day for our community, our regional community, so thank you to the board for that. We will now move on to item 14, and I'm going to ask a lot of the board, but if there's a way that we could try to do item 14 and 15 before lunch, because we do have constituents who have been waiting very patiently for those items. So we'll see what we can do. But item 14, Mr. Manager.
Item 14 is a recommendation to appoint 2 candidates from a pool of applicants, including Shauna Adams. Do I have to read all those? Okay, so they're listed there. To fill one midterm vacancy of the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees pursuant to NRS 379.020, Section 3, beginning on October 1st, 2020, excuse me, 2023, and ending on June 30th, 2026, and to fill one full-term vacancy for the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees pursuant to NRS 379.020, Section 3, beginning on October 1st, 2023, and ending on June 30th, 2027.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Ms. Wilson, lead us through this process, please.
Absolutely. Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Commission, my name is Alexandra Wilson, and I work with the Commission Support Team within the Office of the County Manager. So we have gone through this process a few times, not with this many applicants, so I would like to first say that it's amazing that we received this many individuals interested in some of our boards and committees, when in the past we were having trouble getting 2 or 3 individuals. So to see 50 is quite amazing. Previous to this meeting, you guys were all asked to select your top 6 candidates after reviewing the list of individuals that was provided to you. So we'll go through our first rounds. The voting sheets have been provided to the clerk, who will pass those out to you. So you'll select your top 6 candidates. Once you receive a candidate that has 3 or more votes, you will then go to vote for that individual to be appointed to the first position, which is a full-term vacancy, and then the second one, who then receives the second amount of votes, will go to the partial term. So I believe that is the process. If you guys have any questions, I'll be here to help us walk through each round.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, we have a lot of public commenters on this item today. So, Madam Clerk.
Susan Stieg, followed by Amy Peltekian.
And please note that Commissioner Garcia is left.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to address the board today. My name is Susan Stieg, and I want to state why I would like to be on the board advisory board. I have multiple years of experience working at an elementary school in San Jose and was the librarian at VCS for 4 years. During that time, I was responsible in selecting the materials for that library and also responsible for the data entry of the whole library, which was on a Follett system to bring the facility online. Also, the funding activities came under my employment description. I am now retired, living here in Reno, and have grandchildren in the Washoe County School District. I currently volunteer at Van Gorder Elementary School, assisting in the library with shelving, processing, and covering the new items. I believe I would be an asset to the board and would contribute fair and equitable opinions, which means no partiality, no favoritism of any particular group. I am not in favor of censorship of materials offered at our libraries. However, I do not support allowing special interest groups preferential access. All groups should be allowed to read or present respective materials. I also believe there should be standards in each library and would encourage the segregation of inappropriate material to our children, which are ages 3 through 17, who are unable to critically evaluate literature that should be for adults only. Why should you choose me to join the Library Advisory Board? I would encourage the advisory board to equalize all special interest groups and to use libraries as a forum for educational material, but not social change. I see the board team as a resource to assist and inform the county commissioners to make decisions that reflect all the various opinions of a diverse society. Thank you. I look forward to serving should you select me for one of these two positions.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, Commissioner Garcia is back.
Amy Peltekian, followed by Valerie Fianaka.
I'd like my comments to be put on record, please, and the resources as well. Do I put them over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm Amy Peltekian. I'm here as an individual citizen, and I appreciate the time. I'm a grandmother, a veteran, and a precinct captain. I, along with 700 other concerned citizens within Reno, signed a petition on yourcommunityimpact.org. We're really looking at trying to understand why adult entertainers are being brought into our libraries and our children are being exposed to them. We also want to understand why pornographic books are on the shelves right now for our children. What we learned was the American Library Association is a Marxist organization. It's led by a Marxist. And they actually described, and we've provided the resources to you, that the library is a location for socialist organizing. We were alarmed at this. Since 1910s, Marxists have had a deliberate program to sexualize children. They're pushing the LGBT material on them and gender-affirming material on them intentionally to confuse them. Other states, Montana, Idaho, and Florida, their elected officials have already removed funding from the American Library Association.
Ms. Peltekian, are you going to give us a recommendation on candidates? That's what we have before us today.
I already emailed that to you, Ms. Hill.
Okay.
So may I continue with what I was saying?
We are asked that today's item is on candidates for the library board.
Yeah.
So if you could direct your comments to that, that would be very helpful.
I will finish what I am saying. I would like my time back, and I would like to finish what I'm saying. Montana, Idaho, I'll wait for the time to be restored. Okay, Ms. Hill. This is flagrantly what you're doing is introducing Marxism to children and gender ideology. I'm sure that's not your intention. Montana, Idaho, and Florida has already defunded the American Library Association. We expect the same thing for Nevada children.
Ms. Peltekian, please tell us your recommendations for the library board.
Please stop interrupting me, Ms. Hill.
We are not talking about
This is showing your ideology right when a citizen is coming up to speak. So I will continue with my speech.
I'm just asking you to please
I will not be shut down.
Your discussion to
I am.
Who do you recommend for the library board for the board to consider?
Over your taxpayers, 70% of them are Christians. They do not want their children to be sexualized. They do not want their children to be instructed in their gender ideology.
Ms. Peltekian, I asked for order. I'm asking for you to speak on item 14, please. We are asking for a recommendation for the library board.
We expect our commissioners today, our Republican commissioners, to do their constitutional duty and recommend the Christian representatives.
Madam Clerk, who's next?
Okay. Point of order.
DA Canderas. Okay, we will take a break. Thank you so much. Okay, we will recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you so much. Okay, it is 1 o'clock. I will call this Board of County Commissioner meeting back to order. And DA Canderas, before we start back with public comment on item 14, can you please give some information on how to stay on topic for agenda items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to let the public know that during comment on a specific item, it is proper for the chair to ask the comments to be directed towards that item. That is recognized by the Nevada Secretary of State, who enforces the open meeting law. And the reason behind it is that you have the public comment period to make any generalized statements that you like. So I would ask, if the chair asks you to stay on topic, to please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, DA Canderas. Now I will go back to, just for folks tuning in, we are on item 14 on public comment. Madam Clerk.
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Reva Crump.
Valerie Fianaka for the record, and please put my words in verbatim. I'm tired of requesting diversity and equity on boards and commissions in Washoe County. I'd like to start demanding it. There are 10 conservatives who meet the qualifications laid out for this board. I've been told that a liberal is a shoo-in for this position. I would like to point out that any Republican who supports and votes for a Democrat over a qualified Republican will be sanctioned and not supported for re-election. 2 of you will be in this position. Vote wisely. The last appointment you made did not even meet the requirements and should probably be reconsidered, as he did not submit a letter of recommendation. There are four Republicans I would highly recommend. This person I most highly recommend came in second place at your last appointment. That's Reva Crump. Miss Gianna Jax is also qualified. Linda Park and Robbie Moss would be my recommendations to you.
Thank you.
Reva Crump, followed by Linda Park.
Hi, my name is Reva Crump, and I am requesting appointment to the Library Board of Trustees. To effectively serve a community, one must feel the pulse of that community. And this community and I grew up and are maturing together. I've taught school in Washoe County School District in the middle and the high school levels, and I've taught at the university level graduate students how to do their lab work so they can graduate with their PhDs. I have and am definitely in direct contact with this community and have been through my entire lifetime. Academically, I hold a bachelor's degree in science, a bachelor's of science in medical technology, a bachelor of science in education with the emphasis in chemistry and biology, and I hold a master's in cell and molecular biology. I've served on HOA boards, and that familiarized me with the fiscal responsibility and the legal requirements of governing bodies. Half my career was spent working in a medical research lab, and it lent itself to the acquisition of fiscal management skills, serious deadlines, and the stringent guideline requirements of both the NIH and the NSF grants. Currently, I hold the voluntary positions of secretary for both the Sierra Nevada Collie Club and the Nevada Association of Parliamentarians First Unit. What would I bring to the table? It's a good question. I've experienced writing government documents. I have published scientific papers, and I've experience in writing grants. I bring to the table experience in fiscal balancing and managing grants. Since my application of October 2022, I sat for and passed my certification to be a parliamentarian in Robert's Rules of Order, which happens to be the parliamentary authority for the Library Board of Trustees. It demonstrates my continuing desire and hopefully ability to learn. My addition to this board would bring a perspective that is not currently represented on the board right now, and that's that of a lifelong science professional. I would be able to assist the Library Board of Trustees to stay within their bylaws, help them interpret their bylaws, and the NRS itself, and it would help the efficiency and effectiveness of the board as a whole. If I had to summarize the function of a library within a community in the one word, I would choose connection. The library has the potential to reach out and bridge many parts of a community and bring them all together. It also houses the tools for connecting us to our past, right now and in the present, and our growth for the future. The Washoe County Library System has served me well throughout my life here, and it would be my privilege to participate in the library board as the library continues to inspire and serve this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Park, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Hi, I'm Linda Park, and I'm privileged to be here today. I want to tell you that I think I'd be a good fit for the library board, and I had the privilege of talking to one of the commissioners, Andriola, who called me on the phone, and I want to thank her for that, because it focused me a great deal more about why I want to serve. You know, I don't believe the library board has ever received as much recognition as it is right now. But I have served on a board before, many boards. I don't know if you read the resume or that I submitted or not, but I want to tell you that I was the trustee of the year for a California school board, and I was the board president. So that all occurred before I left Roseville and came back home to Nevada. And I love Nevada. You have no idea how much my husband and I appreciate the blue skies and the white clouds. My goodness, we have got a treasure. And if people just knew what we had to offer, they would come in droves, I think. I was married in Reno, and I have 2 sons, and I have to tell you that Nevada has influenced everything about me. I really like the art that has come out of Nevada, and I'm so appreciative of it. I want to tell you that I'm a lifelong learner and that I like working with people. I really enjoy that. People don't always agree. We know that. But we have to find a bridge to make them see our perspective or listen to us. And being on a board, I recognize that it's incredibly important to bring consensus to people and make them understand what we're all about, what we have to offer. Which, by the way, Commissioner Andriola focused me on. She said, why do I want to serve on the board? Well, I think it is probably one of the most incredibly opportune experiments that we have. You know, I'm looking at the timer is going. It's just very, very distracting. I'm looking at the opportunity I have to serve the people in this state, particularly Washoe County, with volunteer books that they can take home. And I think that's one of our biggest constraints is the budgeting for the library. So I hope, and I'm looking forward to.
Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Bruce Parks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Victoria Meyer, put my comments on the record, please. Let God reign in this venue. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. 2 Chronicles 7:14. On the record, I'm not paid by anyone to come here and never have been. I feel passionately about the issues with Washoe County, having lived here 45 years, voted, worked, paid taxes, and enjoyed this beautiful county. With that said, the upcoming library seat appointments are of a huge concern. In fact, the sexualization of our kids by our libraries and schools is the issue of the upcoming election. We do not want adult drag queen entertainers reading to our children, nor do we want pornographic books in the children's
Ms.
section.
Meyer, if you can get
It's not about banning books.
recommendation of
It's about
trustees.
making them available only to adults. There are 59 applicants on those.
Quiet the
out of
mic. And DA Canderas?
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. The government has an interest in conducting the people's business in an orderly manner, free from disruption, and when someone, I'm getting to it.
We need order in this room. I'm happy to take another recess.
Let's do it.
DA Canderas.
So while you do have the opportunity to make your viewpoints known, if the chair asks you to confine your statements to the topic, I would ask you to do so.
Thank you, DA Canderas. And you can turn on the mic again, and you can start the timer.
There are 59 applicants. Out of those, only 29 had completed all requirements for the application. 6 are recommended from the short list as people who will restore balance to the board. Beside important experiences like budgets and why they want to be on the board, we want to ensure that there are moral people with a moral compass on the board. I'd like to point out that Library Director Jeff Scott is appointed by the trustees, and you place the trustees on the board. We cannot afford another term for this man. He's promoted Drag Queen Hour, has police reports against him. My list of recommendations.
Ms. Meyer, and please stop the timer. Ms. Meyer, please confine your statements to your recommendations for the library board today. We cannot wait to hear them. We are asking you to confine your discussion on item 14, which all we are looking at is 2 recommendations for the library board. There are 50 applicants who are listed, and I cannot wait to hear what you think about the applicants.
Are there requirements that I recommend somebody? Is there a requirement?
You don't have to speak. Today's discussion is we are recommending 2 applicants for the library board. They are listed today. You can certainly give us your guidance and thoughts about how we come about that discussion, about how we choose these applicants, but you are verging in the territory of what the library board does and who the library staff are. So I'd like you to confine your discussion to applicants for today's discussion on the library board.
That's what I'm doing. I'm talking about the library board, and Jeff Scott is the director, and the trustee.
Ms. Meyer, I don't want to ask you to have to leave. I'd like us to continue on with this item. Would you like to keep your comments to item 14? We are considering applicants for the library board.
Yes.
Okay. Can we start the timer and turn on the mic again?
Yes. So I'd like to point out that there is, I just lost all my notes. Aren't you fortunate? So we have Linda Park, Linda Schmidt, Patty Kress, Robbie Moss, Reva Crump, Sharon Reardon. These are the 6 candidates. We would like our representatives to pick from 5 of those in the first round of voting. 5 of those people. The conservative commissioners on the board. And we do not want the sexualization of our children anymore on the library board. So Director Scott has police reports against him from Drag Queen Story Hour. I want that on the public record. We need trustees that will vote out this director, and we want conservatives on that board that will accomplish that goal. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, Commissioner Clark has stepped out, and if you could call the next public commenter.
Bruce Parks, followed by Julie Adams.
Mr. Parks has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on file.
Well, good afternoon. Hope we're having fun so far. I provided you a list of names that after considering those folks that weren't able to follow instructions should not be considered for this appointment. These folks didn't include a letter of recommendation or a resume or both along with their application. Now, why is that important? Because there was a person that was told by county staff that without a letter of recommendation, his application would not go forward. Therefore, in the interest of fairness, it would not be appropriate to consider anybody that didn't follow those instructions. If you didn't provide a letter of recommendation and a resume, you should be eliminated from consideration. After doing that, it narrows the list down quite a bit. However, in the interest of inclusivity and diversity, I can narrow the list down even further to just those names that appear on that list. Why? Well, as is abundantly apparent to me and to others in Washoe County, as we look at the makeup of a lot of the boards and committees in Washoe County, they're predominantly those seats are predominantly occupied by non-conservatives. The conservative voice in Washoe County is sorely underrepresented. Now, we have asked this board to please not appoint recycles. And what I mean by that are those people that go from one board or committee to the next, all throughout Washoe County. They're just a permanent fixture within Washoe County. Well, we ask that you do not do the recycle, but the last appointee to the Board of Trustees for the library was a recycle. And certainly not a conservative. We are asking, in the fairness, inclusivity, diversity, that we have some conservatives on this library board. If, as commissioners, you select appointees that do not appear on that list I provided to you, you are clearly demonstrating to all of Washoe County that you have no interest in fairness, inclusivity, and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, Commissioner Clark has returned. Who's up next?
Julie Adams, followed by Janet Butcher. Julie Adams? Janet Butcher. Oh, sorry.
So my name's Julie Adams. I've been here since 1982 in Washoe County. I've raised two boys that we spent a lot of time at the library. I will start at the end because I'm not understanding the rules today that we can't say at the beginning why we are going to endorse who we're going to endorse. So I would like to start with that, and then I still have my time left on the clock. I would like to endorse Patty Kress, Linda Schmidt, Linda Park, Reva Crump, or Susan Stieg to the openings on the library board. I would like a balance on the library board so there could be a healthy debate and come to some policies that put children and their safety first. So when my kids were growing up, there was never anything sexually explicit at the library. If there was, they never saw it, I never saw it. Now it's displayed for all to see at eye level for little ones. The library does many wonderful things, but this intense focus on all things sexual being highlighted to kids puts a spotlight on these two openings for the library boards. The parents want wholesome truths highlighted for their kids, and the library could focus on that and partner with parents, but instead they choose not to. So, values of most of these parents. Okay, so the President, American Library Association President Emily Drabinski, she has called herself a Marxist lesbian. Values of a Marxist lesbian are not the values of most of the parents who take their kids to the library in Washoe County. She is there for her agenda and not for the good of children. She calls conservative book banners, sure, because their parents don't want their kids to be exposed to obscene material. So Gays Against Groomer on X, their name says it all. Gays Against Groomers. This is one of their posts.
Ms. Adams, could you direct your comments to why
We are
you want
at a
us to
tipping
point the
point
people
in
that you
this
listed?
country. I'm
Ms.
talking
Adams?
about the library right here. Drag Queen Story Hour is a children's strip show. That's what they're saying.
We're not discussing Drag Queen Story Hour, so
That's why all
please
of
tell
us are here.
Why
This is why all of us
you would
are
like
here.
us to appoint the individuals that you pointed
We want
out.
these people appointed because they have some moral character and want to bring decency into the library board and not promote Drag Queen Story Hour, which Gays Against Grooming call a children's strip show. So, gee, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Janet Butcher, followed by Debbie Sock.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I noticed that one of the meetings, some of my comments were left off. I am for, and I'm going to say this right up front too, because I know that I get gavelled down a lot. So it's going to take me a minute to set up what I'm going to say. So we need balance on the board. We need someone who's going to equalize out some of the stuff that's going on. I've said before that there are some very nice programs, but why put a bad apple into the barrel? We need some new blood. We don't need, like Mr. Park talked about, we need new blood. We don't need recycle people. I don't know if it's like, I'm going to pat you on the back if you pat me on the back, and I'll get you in here if you get me in there, and so on and so forth. A couple weeks ago, maybe it was even last week, time flies, we talked to one of the commissioners about being able to come up with a scorecard. And I know that she's vehemently working on trying to get one put together. I created one last night. I unfortunately printed it out and left it at home, but I'll send it on along later. It only took me about an hour, and that was even after some research. So I quite don't understand why we don't have a scorecard, and it can be presented to us of how you ended up selecting the people that you did. Also, several weeks ago, back several months ago, one of the commissioners asked that we especially, and we had 30 people, I think, or 22 people on the list at that particular time. Now we've got 50. It would have been nice to have had a really special meeting so that we could have, the people in the community could listen to who you are selecting on the board. Now, as far as since I had one child that used to like to make up their own rules as they go along. I'm actually not going to recommend anybody because whomever I do recommend, I am sure that there are 2, maybe 3 commissioners that would not vote for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Sock, followed by Sandra Burnell.
Debbie Sock, please put my comments on the record verbatim. Item 14, you have 2 open positions for the library board. Since it is necessary to balance the views of the members of that board, you may appoint any 2 of the following 3 individuals: Reva Crump, Patricia Kress, or Linda Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Burnell, followed by Marie Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Sandra Burnell. I live in Incline Village. This is the second time I've attended a meeting. The first one was a library board meeting up in Incline Village. Couple of things I've noticed here. You want me to recommend who I think you should put on. People have come before me already and said, I'm for a conservative. I'm for a diverse board. I think the names of Reva Crump, Linda Park, Patty Kress have been mentioned to you, as well as you've been given a list of 10 others that might are inclusive of that. But what I've noticed here is that what we haven't been allowed to tell you is why would I choose these people? If I tell you why, you're going to tell me I can't speak. And this is wrong. I'm very shocked that I can't just have my 3 minutes to tell you why do I want you to give me a conservative library board. Let me talk about the fact that I think all children should be protected from pornography. This is germane to why I'm suggesting these people. This is important to why I came and sat all morning to give you 3 minutes of my time, and I would hope that you would have the respect to give me those 3 minutes to tell you why this is important. Children should not be exposed to pornography, so who sits on the board is who gets to decide that for us. We want our libraries to be like the video stores that we used to have, where you actually had to have an ID proving you were old enough to watch that video. So give me a library that creates an atmosphere where 12-year-olds can't go in and get their hands on pornography any more than they could in a video store if they still existed. There is a reason why parents are supposed to be in control of what their children view. If the parent wants to give them a pornographic book, it can be available in an adult section where they can then decide whether this child should be able to read it. But our library board members should not be the ones that get to decide what our children see. That's why we have rules about 17-year-olds not being able to go into an R-rated movie. It's just there for common decency and respecting of our being parents, getting to choose. It should be obvious. It really should be obvious to anyone, liberal or Democrat, Republican. All of us should understand that parents have the right to decide what their children see, not the library board, not the commissioners. And I do thank you for allowing me to tell you why I've recommended these people, and I hope the people after me will be able to tell you why they're recommending who they recommend.
Thank you.
Marie Rodriguez, followed by Bruce Foster. Ms. Rodriguez has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on file.
Good afternoon, Marie Rodriguez for the record. I know you've reviewed my application and letters and emails of recommendation. My granddaughter and I had a lovely afternoon at the South Valley's branch that day. This visit was pre-COVID, and that picture hangs on a board in my kitchen. Earlier this month, my granddaughter was visiting, and she paused, looked at the board, saw the photo, and told me that she remembered that day. And laughing, she said, "That rocket still looks like a Christmas hat on your head." I'm sure every applicant here loves books and, like me, has fond memories of visiting the library as a child or with their children or grandchildren, and I think we can all agree that we love libraries. However, and more importantly, libraries are essential and necessary for some people in our community. Low-income families rely on them for internet access, information, entertainment, reading material, and more. Things that higher income families may take for granted. Now, isn't that magnificent and welcoming? When I saw this photo, I was blown away. This is the entrance to the youth services area of a Kansas City library. Back in 1906, it was a bank, and it was renovated into a library in 2004. Kansas City is listed as one of the best library systems in the United States, and in looking at this picture, we can see that that's for good reason. Libraries are, or should be, a place to help preserve knowledge and cultural heritage, a place of gathering and education, a place that should reflect the heart and architecture of a location, a safe place, a place of assistance, and a place for community events, a place that represents or helps to shape the values of the area that they serve, a place that inspires learning, creativity, imagination, and personal growth. A place to learn about our community, our country, and our world. I was asked why I want to serve on this board and what I hope to accomplish. Well, I want to help inspire and advocate for a library system that surpasses and flourishes all the points I listed above. My plan is to one day have others blown away by our library system and what it has to offer our community. I care about our future. Children are raised by their parents, educated by their school, but they're influenced by their community.
Thank you.
Bruce Foster, followed by Kate Christ. Mr. Foster has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on file.
While you're going to see the information that I'm providing, I just wish to thank Commissioner Andriola for giving honor to the two pilots that were tragically killed on Sunday and after the air race was over, as Nick Macy was the uncle of my daughter-in-law. So Bruce Foster, Washoe County residents, precinct 6411, and also District 4. And please allow my comments beyond the record. What I am doing here is that I'm providing you the why of why we are here. And I also ask, why am I here? It's amazing that how low that the Library Association has gone, because right here is the face of the American Library Association. And she just spoke at the Socialist Conference of 2023 in early this month. And I'm recommending a number of individuals, and this is the why, because we are adamant, absolutely adamant, that we need to see balance in this board. And we need to make sure we consider individuals that have conservative moral values, because we understand this is a complete spiritual battle, because this individual
which I feel is probably joined at the hip with our current director of libraries here at Washoe County, Jeff Scott. And as I quote, or her quote, I think your point that public education needs to be a site of socialist organizing, I think libraries really do too. We need to be on the agenda of socialist organizing. Comrade Drabinsky, Comrade Scott. So I recommend several that are on the list with these conservative values: Patty Kress, Linda Park, Reba Crump, Linda Schmidt, and I'm sure there's others that have been thoroughly vetted, and I wish for you to really consider. And what the heck is All Boys Aren't Blue? And I encourage you to get that book and read it. I did for a book report for Wake Up Washoe County. And it describes...
Mr. Foster, if you could, thank you very much.
Kate Christ, followed by Gianna Jax.
We adults, we can't hear this. Don't say a word out of that book. No.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Christ, and I am requesting to, I'm an applicant for the Library Board of Trustees. I appreciate your time this afternoon. When I was a little girl, my best friend's mom was a librarian. We would spend hours after school and in the summertime curled up with books, changing our favorite titles, learning STEM projects, and because I'm old enough, learning the Dewey Decimal System and how to stamp books in and stamp books out. Libraries have been important to me since I was a girl up until now. I used libraries when I was in college to get access to technology, information, and the research that I needed to in order to earn my degree. As a high school history teacher, my library on my campus was incredibly important, and the libraries in my students' communities was also incredibly important, again, for access to technology and access to the world through the printed word. As a mother here in Reno, the library has continued to be incredibly important to me. I have 2 young children, and we enjoy all the programming the library has to offer. My children love going to the library and picking up books. My 7-year-old daughter told me yesterday that the books that she has just picked out are too easy for her to read, and she needs to go back and get harder ones. So we love the library. I also believe that the library is important beyond a personal measure for a community to have a place to gather, to have the access to technology and information that is so important for so many of our community members. I think that the work I have done in my career as a teacher and now working with teachers and educational leaders on literacy positions me very well for a position on the library board. I understand how public institutions are run. I understand governing boards, I understand budgets, I understand a cost-benefit analysis when you're trying to figure out what is the programming and what are the book titles and who do we want to bring into a community. I also really understand how you take a diverse group of people with a very, as we can see today, diverse set of values and engage in public discourse in a way where we can listen and be heard. And maybe we're not all going to get what we want, but as my grandmother said, that is not what it is to come to consensus. That's not what it is to provide leadership and guidance. Is some people get what they want and some of us don't, but together we can agree on what is important. I really appreciate your time and consideration today. Again, my name is Kate Christ, and I'm interested in a position on the Library Board of Trustees. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gianna Jax, followed by Michael Barbuto.
Okay, is this on? There we go. Good day, commissioners. I'm back, Gianna Jax. I'm here to voice my support for myself, so thank you for having me back. I just wanted to begin and show you the pride and joy of my husband and I, our lives here. This is our 3 boys. We homeschool them, and that's Marshall, Leo, and Vinny. They love books. They also love Netflix, but we're getting there. So coming back to the position at the library board, I'm going to talk fast. That's what I do. Last time I was here, I told you about how awesome I am and how you should vote for me. And the library's board has taken a turn. We've got 2 positions and a lot to deal with. So I just wanted to begin by saying that when I filled out my application last year in October, it was very quick, very spur of the moment. I was happy to see a vacancy, and I sent my paperwork in. So now here we are. And I just wanted to mention my resume of qualifications. I spent 18 years in Carson City as a realtor. I spent 8 years in the United States Navy Reserves. My husband and I have these 3 amazing wild boys. We own a local tax and business consulting firm here in Reno. So thank you to my husband for covering the office, and thank you to my dad for covering the boys so that I could be here. You know, the position of the Library Board of Trustees has a lot built into it. So I think the Library Board of Trustees is a great checks and balance system as a curator for a fluid library system. With 12 libraries in the county, I believe it's a huge public system of wants and needs, a large variety of citizens and what the library means to the community. However, the Library Board of Trustees isn't just about who loves the books the most or, how many times you check out books, but I believe a strong, dedicated supporter to be on the board who can be at the meetings, help a little bit with a little bit of Robert's Rules of Order for meetings. I do have experience in politics. I do have experience on boards and commissions from Carson City. So I spent a lot of time there working in the political realm and the meeting realm. So although that's important, I just want you to know that beyond that, I think I would be a great placement on the Board of Trustees, and I really appreciate your time and your vote, and the boys appreciate it. They'll be so proud of Mom. And thanks again to my family for covering so that I could be here, and thank you all. Thank you very much. Vote for Gianna.
Thank you.
Michael Barbuto, followed by Alan Munson.
Good morning, Commissioners. You've probably, it's the first time you're meeting me. So I'd like my comments to be placed on the record, please. And my name is Michael Barbuto, and I come before you today, this afternoon. Was supposed to be in the morning, but this afternoon. Come to you as a husband, a father, a grandfather, a voter. I also come to you as a veteran of the United States Navy and a retiring law enforcement officer of 27 years, and a precinct captain for District 4, Spanish Springs. I'd like to start by acknowledging and thanking you all of you, for the good that you have done for the residents of Washoe County. I'm here to support the following conservative candidates because, like what was said before, our Board of Trustees is not balanced and not well represented. The conservative branch of Washoe County is not represented much at all, which kind of saddens me because I thought we were inclusive, equality, everything was supposed to be so everybody's voice is heard, and it doesn't seem like it is. So the candidates that I'm supporting is Reva Crump, Linda Park, Linda Schmidt, Robbie Mouse, Patty Crest, and Gianna Jax that just spoke. Why do I want these people in there? Well, there's a deep concern of many of the neighbors that I have in my district, and I walk my neighborhood all the time. I've been retired law enforcement for 10 years now. I got all the time in the world, so I walk my neighborhood. I do have two girls that are 14 and 15. They're in public school. One goes to AACT, the other one goes to Spanish Springs High. So after I drop them off from school, I walk my neighborhood and I talk. So there's many concerns in the district about the decisions that the Library Board of Trustees have made in the past. I'm not going to go into all the details. You've heard all the gory details already, from the drag queens to the socializing sexually of our children. I don't need to rehash everything you've heard this morning. But I will tell you this. most of the people that I've talked to, and these are the ones that I've actually physically face-to-face talked to, find that what's happening in our libraries and what's happening to our children, they find it that this act is just plainly indecent, an offense to common law, and is an outrage to public decency. Now, no one cares about the books being in the library. Just a few things, let me share with you what these folks have told me.
Thank you.
Alan Munson, followed by John Eppolito. Alan Munson.
I think Alan is gone.
John Eppolito.
I think John is gone.
Good afternoon. My name is John Eppolito. I'm a former K-12 teacher. I've lived in Incline Village for 27 years. I'd like to thank all of you for sitting up there. I'd rather be back there than up there. This issue is extremely controversial. I was a little bit surprised by how you were treating some of the earlier speakers, not letting them speak. I noticed you kind of came around as time went on. You let one lady get all the way through her comments without saying anything about the candidates. You've made a little progress today. Thank you. The reason so many people are here is because they're against this. There's very few people that I know that'll speak out for this. Why are we using taxpayer dollars to expose children to what many people would call pornography?
Mr. Eppolito, can you get back to the candidates, please?
After what I just said, how good you were doing, I take that back. Take my time down. I take that back.
Public commenters bring it around, so bring it around, please.
So the lady got through her whole comments and never mentioned the candidates.
She did. She
And the
talked
other
about the kind
people
of
you were
candidates.
rude to in the beginning.
Okay, I don't want to have a dialogue, so Mr. Eppolito, please tell us what you think of the library board.
And my time is ticking away while you're talking. That's it? So you're just going to try to shut me down? So the people that I thought made a lot of sense when they spoke up here, especially, I don't know the candidates, I don't know any of them. A couple of the ones I heard I would not want to be on that board. Bruce Parks made a lot of good points. I think the candidates that he wrote down are probably good. Victoria Meyer made some really good points and had 6 candidates that should be considered. One thing too, if people want to expose their kids to drag queens, they should be able to do that without using taxpayer funds. People are in that library with their own kids who don't want to be exposed to that. They shouldn't have to see that.
We're not talking about
I have more recommendations. Are you going to let me get to them?
Sir, continue on.
Thank you very much. See, I should have never said that in the beginning. I knew it. The last one who had a lot of good points, and there were others, but these were the 3 that I marked down first, probably because they came up first in the lineup. Julie Adams also had a lot of good points, and I think a couple good candidates. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Linda Schmidt, followed by Scott Meyer.
Good afternoon, city commissioners or county commissioners. My name is Linda Schmidt, and I applied to be on the Board of Library Trustees before I knew all of this was going to happen. I haven't asked anybody to use my name or anything. What I'd like to do is just tell you that for the past 16 years, I've been an executive director for a nonprofit that helps homeless women find a way to not be homeless. Before that, and during that time, 1994 to 2013, I worked as a city clerk in the city of Sparks. I helped with boards and commissions. I helped Robert's Rules of Order. I did what these lovely ladies do for a lot of years with Bruce Breslow and Tony Armstrong and Sean Carey and several people like that. So I have some background in boards and commissions. I applied because I wanted to be part of the community again. I wanted to be out there where I could actually make a difference. I didn't realize we had all of this controversy going on. And I'll tell you, you got some really strong candidates here. If it were me and I was voting, I'd vote for Reva Crump. She's pretty strong. If it were me, I would vote for Ms. Kress. There's a lot of good people here. I don't know if you realize how many good people you have, but it feels like we're fighting each other. And when Commissioner Andriola called me this weekend, she said, what do you feel you can bring? I think I can bring consensus. I think it's important for people to hear each other and not shut people down. I think it's important for people to listen. And somebody else said, one of the other ladies said, to build that consensus so that you hear each other, and you may not win, but at least people are working together. We're losing that in America. That's frightening, that we don't have the willingness to hear each other and be the American melting pot that we've always been over the years. So if you choose to have me, I'm great. I'd be happy to do it. I would love to do it. I'm a strong candidate, but you have lots of them. So vote for who you think is right. Just remember, you're going to have the consequences of who you vote for.
Thank you.
Scott Meyer, followed by Fred Meyer.
Hello, Scott Meyer here. First of all, I'm curious, are there any actual paid lobbyists back here? I'm just checking. Raise your hand if you're a paid lobbyist.
Yeah, my wife gave me 20.
Mr. Meyer,
Yeah,
please
okay.
address your comments to the
Other than
full
that,
board.
well, you seem to be paranoid about that. I just wanted to show you that there's no paid lobbyists out here. I doubt there rarely is. The other thing is I'm not going to mention any names because I'm afraid that at least two of you up there are just sitting up there crossing the names out like this when they're mentioned, so I won't mention their names. And thirdly, the reason why you have the disruptions that you have as far as this meeting is because you took away the beginning comments in the beginning, and you've shot yourself in the foot. You're the reason why there's this disruption, because you take away our right as voters and citizens.
Can you please go back to item 14?
Well, I had to address that because, yeah, I know, well, yeah, whatever. Anyway, my point, you get my point. You took away our right. You took away our right. Not cool.
Fred Meyer, followed by Margaret Martini.
Hello, Fred Meyer. Please put me on the record. I'm not the same guy. I am a different guy, just so you're all clear. You know, we would like somebody, maybe Veteran Story Hour, Indigenous People Story Hour, Christian Story Hour, Jewish Story Hour, things like that. We would like those things. I recommend Linda Schmidt, Patty Kress, Linda Park, Reva Crump, and Gina Jacks. Commissioner Andriola, thank you, by the way, for meeting with my wife and I. You gave us a lot of time, and we really appreciate that. But you are a swing vote here for some reason. You really shouldn't be, but actually you are. That's a little confusing, head scratcher. But you represent a largely conservative district, and we urge you to vote 2 of the 6 conservative folks that we're recommending. We would really appreciate that if you lean in the right direction, I guess is the way to put it, I guess. I don't know. Vote for conservatives across the board, you folks that are conservatives. We would really appreciate that. There's just no excuse. I mean, I can't think of one. Maybe there is, actually, but I can't think of it today. To vote for somebody on the left, we've already got a far left-leaning board here. We need to think about the future. If you put somebody, if you split it, say, for instance, and, you know, one lefty, one righty, well, then it doesn't help us down in the future when we're trying to balance this board at some point. I don't know how often these things come up, but we really need to think about it that way, and I appreciate you guys considering these folks that we mentioned. Thank you very much.
Margaret Martini, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Good afternoon, Margaret Martini. Please include my comments in the minutes of this meeting. I've been to so many Washoe County School District meetings and looked at some of the decisions by the Washoe County School Board, and it's a classic example of biased and dysfunctional board. I'm hoping that who you vote for on this committee to be on the library board would have some different, more to the right values, core values. I am supporting Gina Jacks, Reva Crump, Linda Park, and Patty Kess. Public boards should be balanced, really balanced. You really ought to look at this. I'm not sure how balanced this board is. Children should be protected, and that's one of the first things that you should look at when you're making your vote. Board members hold a position of responsibility, and so do you. It's a position of responsibility for appointing people that are balanced, moral, and my notes are so scattered. We need to bring diversity, honesty, and public decency along with moral values to this library board. They make important decisions on what people get to see, what people get to read, what programs are being brought forward. And so I think that when you look at that, it's up to this commission to see that that happens. Take that task seriously, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Joni Hammond.
Good afternoon. I wasn't going to speak on this, but apparently the momentum has just got a hold of me. There's only one person up there that was your second place candidate through the last time you did this process. So if that person isn't on any of your lists, that's going to be very suspect. It's not going to be very reflective of your judgment. So, and in addition, this person now has been certified as a parliamentarian. Right now, your panel, your board for the library has been violating Robert's rules very liberally. So maybe that should be the primary qualification of these candidates. So from what I've heard so far, that would give you Reva and Miss Linda. I didn't even know Miss Linda was applying. She's wonderful. I'm very impressed with her background. I just know her from Bible study and her doing the Hosanna Home, which we just recently collected a bunch of goods for those ladies. And then, of course, how can you not fall in love with Miss Parks? She's back here again, right at it with so much energy. She's very impressive. So I hope you can give some consideration and priority to the Roberts Rules of Order, because this board is desperately in need of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joni Hammond.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Joni Hammond. Please consider and appoint candidates that have family values. Parents are the best judge of what is appropriate for their children, not the library board. I, like the gentleman that spoke earlier, do a lot of walking in our community. I know a lot of my neighbors, thankfully. My neighbors across the way will no longer take their children to the library because they don't have the ability, because they work, to be with them every day, and they don't trust that the libraries have books that are in a safekeeping place that their younger children can't get a hold of. Because there's so much publicity about what's in the library, it seems like it generates a lot of interest in the younger children. Oh, I want to see what all those books are. So again, going back to the family values, I've talked to many people and they say they're not bringing their children to the library, which is unfortunate because we all pay for our library. I have attended several school board meetings, and it's obvious to me that the board has a uniform, one-sided agenda. As you all know, the best committees, the best boards are made up of a variety of opinions, not one opinion. Just like a variety of opinions exist here today and in our communities. Please appoint family value candidates for balance on the library board.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now I will open it to the board. And I don't know if Alexandra, Ms. Wilson, is here thank you, to lead us through this process. But do board members have questions or comments that they'd like to make before we vote? I see Commissioner Clark was signing in.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to remind folks that since last January, and I want to thank Ms. Wilson for helping with this. Since last January, I brought to the attention that the county had a habit or just a way of doing business that many times they just reappointed people to boards. Now we've got a way to announce to the public that there are board openings available. Excuse me while I get a drink. Last January, we had a Board of Equalization position. Hardly anybody knew it was available. I brought it to the attention. They advertised that, and we got more people involved. After that, we had appraisers for the county. Again, they were just going to reappoint the people that were involved already as appraisers, and I wanted that open up so more people were aware of it. Then we had the Senior Advisory Board. Took almost 8 or 9 months to get a position filled on that. We had to keep reopening that and getting applicants to that. Keeping in mind, these are all volunteer positions. As Ms. Wilson said earlier, back in the day, it was tough to find volunteers. And now with the library board, we've got over 50 applicants. I think it's important that the county advertise any and all openings so everyone knows about it. As many people throw out the biggest net we can throw out. The last thing I want to hear is after we've made an appointment, somebody come up to me and say, I didn't know that was available. So it's our job as the county to make sure that as many citizens get to involve themselves that want to. You know, and there's so many people who applied for this. Reminds me of a Rolling Stones song. I'm no Mick Jagger, but you know, you can't always get what you want, but if you try real hard, sometimes you might get what you need. And that's what's going to happen here today. A lot of folks are not going to get, more people are not going to get appointed than get appointed. So just keep that in mind. We're trying to balance this. I understand, I hear the concerns of the people. We need balance. We need balance on this board. If we had balance on this board, if the commissioners before our group of commissioners had done that several years ago, we wouldn't be here having this today. Think about that. You know, get kicked down the can got kicked down the road, and now it's in our lap. And on top of all of that, many folks have been admonished today for talking off subject. That isn't right, and here's why it isn't right. You're allowed to make a public comment at the end of the meeting after we've already had the vote. What good is it to talk to us about your concerns after we've had the vote? The DA Canderas today said, you know, you're interrupting, you're not conducting yourself. And to her point, she's right by the book, but at the end of the day, had we had public comment, these things could have been addressed before our vote. Other issues, not just your recommendations to us. And then I see, you know, we see some folks that are here for an entirely different matter, a group of ranchers and farmers. They came in to talk, and they had their public opinion they wanted to talk about. They couldn't afford to stay here all day. They had to saddle up their horses and head back to the ranch. You know, this isn't right. When we have public want to come in and ask questions and make their voices heard, and we don't allow that, I'm not supporting that. I think it's time to get public comment back at the start of the meeting. So I've talked to certain folks, and some folks have reached out to me, and I've talked to people, and you know, this is going to be a tough decision. Lots of people are going to be unhappy with whatever way this goes down, but I'm going to support people that I think will balance this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question for Ms. Wilson. Can you please clarify if letters of recommendation and resumes are required as part of this process?
Yes, so as part of the application, they are not a required field. So if they do submit a letter of recommendation, it's helpful as well as a resume, but it's not required on the application. They were able to hear me. Can you guys hear me? Okay. A letter of recommendation as well as a resume are not required on the application, so they are able to submit for the board without that. It's not a requirement that I was made aware of. And we have had individuals for multiple boards that apply without those things and are still able to be appointed.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Andriola.
So thank you, Alexandra, for all your hard work on this, balancing all of these applications and getting everything distributed, and it's a lot of work, so thank you. I can tell you that it's no surprise for those of you who have heard this before that I really feel that we need to have a process, and the county manager and Alexandra and staff are working through that so that all the commissioners can weigh in on a framework that would be fair and equitable. And so I know some things don't necessarily happen overnight, but it is in progress. Having said that, I really, really loved calling everyone and speaking with everyone and asking everyone the same two questions and getting a lot of really insight in terms of why someone really wants to apply, what they want to accomplish, and what they see are the challenges within the library system as a whole. And having said that, I really do believe that we need to have balance on the library. I think the comment of diversity and having differences is really healthy in any type of board or committee, or especially with public policy. So I think having budgetary, an acumen for budgetary experience, leadership, public policy, is important as well in that balance. So I have to say I really just enjoyed speaking with everyone, and I really feel that their quality of candidates exemplary. So we only are going to be able to choose two when this is done, but I hope that those who aren't chosen continue to apply. And thank you for your consideration in terms of serving in such an important capacity for everyone in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners before we try our first vote here? I'm not seeing anyone. So Ms. Wilson, we are going to be asked to choose our top 6.
Correct.
To see if there's some consensus, and then we'll go from there and see how the ballots shake out, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I'll read the votes. From Commissioner Clark, Ann Silver, Gianna Jacks, Kate Christ, Shauna Adams, Virginia Nolte, Wendy Colburn. From Commissioner Garcia, Ann Silver, Maria Flores, Marie Rodriguez, Ron Ariel, Tammy Ruff, and Wendy Colburn. From Commissioner Andriola, Andre Stigall, Andrea Caldwell, Gianna Jacks, Linda Park, Linda Schmidt, Valeria Koss. From Chair Hill, Ann Silver, Kate Christ, Marie Rodriguez, Shauna Adams, Tammy Ruff, and Wendy Colburn. And from Vice Chair Herman, Brian Urbis, Charles Wellington II, Gianna Jacks, Linda Schmidt, Reva Crump, and Robbie Mouse.
Could you read, was that Vice Chair Herman's, the last one? Could you read that again? I'm sorry.
Yes. Robbie Mouse.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
the full
the
list.
full,
Her
sorry.
full list. I missed. I was like.
No problem. Brian Urbis, Charles Wellington II, Gianna Jacks, Linda Schmidt, Reva Crump, and Robbie Mouse.
Okay. So I don't know, Alex, if you want to announce it, did you keep track of that or do you want me to?
Point of order.
Yes.
Are we doing which position are you doing? Just to put on the record again,
I think we're doing the position to fill, correct, first? Is that what you told us?
We're doing the full-term position.
Okay, full term.
So
Full term
full-term
first.
position.
Thank you so much, DA Canderas. Did you keep track of that or do you want me to read it?
If you could do it, I would be greatly
I think I got it. So Ms. Silver received 3 votes. Gianna Jacks received 2 votes. If the clerk could, 3. 3. Okay. Ms. Christ, 1 vote? No, 2 votes? Yes. Ms. Adams, 2 votes? Okay. Ms. Colburn, 3 votes. Ms. Rodriguez, 2 votes. Ms. Schmidt, 3 or 2 votes? 2. All right. Am I missing any more than the 2 and 3 that, or anyone who ranked up higher than that?
I have Tammy Ruff with 2 as well.
Oh, my apologies. And Tammy Ruff with 2. Great. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 candidates that we need to choose from. There are 3 candidates with 3 votes, so I think we need to run it again because we don't have 3 spots to fill for this position. If the board is amenable to that, we'll do the ballots again.
Commissioner Hill, if you could run through the names of the individuals that have an option to be voted on, I think that would make it clear for the board.
Yes, so if folks can write this down for themselves so they know what their options are for this next ballot, Ms. Silver, Ms. Jacks, and Ms. Colburn, they all received 3 votes from this board. So, but then because actually we could just choose from that top 3. So let's do that. Let's choose one of the top 3. My apologies as I'm working through this on the spot. So Ms. Silver, Ms. Jacks, or Ms. Colburn, choose that one person from one of those 3 names, please. Just choose one, and then we'll do one of the 3, and then we'll do a ballot for the second position of the final 2, it sounds like we can do.
From Commissioner Garcia, Ann Silver. From Commissioner Andriola, Gianna Jax. From Chair Hill, Ann Silver. From Commissioner Clark, Gianna Jax. And from Vice Chair Herman, Gianna Jax.
Okay. Congratulations to Ms. Jax. I need a formal motion on that first position for the library board, and we'll do a vote. And then, okay, thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Andriola. Looking for a second. Looking for a second. Vice Chair. Oh, Vice Chair Herman. Okay, great. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think, please mark your, Commissioner Clark, if you'll mark your ballot. Okay. Oh, okay.
I need technical help. My screen, please. Thank you. The answer is yes.
Okay. Well, then that motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Jax. Okay, for our final ballot, you can choose between Ms. Silver or Ms. Colburn that received the top votes around. So we'll do the ballot again.
Thank you. Am I missing something? I don't know her first name, so that's why I said she is. I'm trying to find Cole. On the very back. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. I was like, I couldn't find. Thank you.
From Commissioner Garcia, Ann Silver. From Chair Hill, Ann Silver. From Commissioner Clark, Ann Silver. From Commissioner Andriola, Wendy Colborn. And Vice Chair Herman, Ann Silver.
Okay. So those are 3 or 4 votes for Ms. Silver. I am looking for a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Is there a second? I will second it. Is there any question on the motion in the second? I'm seeing none. All those in favor of Ms. Silver, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes. Thank you for that robust discussion. We will now move on to item 15. Mr. Manager.
Item.
There we go. It's not on.
It's not working.
Item 15
There we
is
go.
a recommendation to approve a resolution supporting Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act and to request Nevada's federal or congressional delegation to advance this federal public lands legislation to support conservation, recreation, and economic development in the Truckee Meadows region. Generally speaking, and if ultimately passed by Congress and signed into law by the President, the act allows for federal land to be made eligible for disposal, sale, anticipated 14,606 acres, creates permanent land conservation areas, anticipated 719,687 acres, conveys federal land to local government entities for recreation and public purposes, anticipated 4,701 acres, transfers additional federal land into trusts for local tribes, anticipated 22,415 acres, and helps to fund additional land preservation and conservation projects statewide.
Thank you. And Ms. Thomas, welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Manager Brown, Kate Thomas for the record, Assistant County Manager here today to talk to you about the consideration of a resolution to support the Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act, or the Lands Bill as it's known. As you may be aware, this legislation is not the work of our staff, but rather of Senator Rosen and her staff, who worked diligently to convene hundreds of meetings of stakeholders to develop the draft legislation and maps. A list of those stakeholders is found in your staff report, FYI. Draft maps and bill language were released on April 7th of this year, which kicked off a 2-month public comment period. We anticipate seeing updated maps and language with input from that period in the coming weeks. As a general overview, lands bills are a mechanism to categorize federal land, which then takes an act of Congress. As a side note, Nevada has the highest percentage of federal land in the United States. We have more than 56 million acres that is federally managed. And this bill looks to designate approximately more than 700,000 acres of that land into 4 categories. The first is conservation. That's the largest category in this bill, containing nearly 716,000 acres, followed by tribal trust lands that are second with over 26,000 acres, including some cultural heritage acres set aside. And then land set aside for potential economic development includes 14,000 acres of land that could be nominated for development. And then lastly, conveyance to local government is approximately 4,700 acres. There were 9 separate jurisdictions that were part of this category, including three local entities: Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, UNR, State Lands, School District, just to name a few. Washoe County staff has been communicating with our Nevada congressional delegation, and again, because this legislation is not county legislation, but it impacts Washoe County, we've been the host of information, including establishing and maintaining the www.landsbill.org website, where draft language and maps can be found. I mentioned that updated maps and language will address input from the comment period, and those are forthcoming. And the website also includes a sign-up option for folks to receive information that we will push out via messages and emails to that email group once the new maps and language are released. So with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have or capture information to send along to the Senator's office as you discuss the resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I'm looking to the board for discussion, or do folks want to start out with our public commenters who have been waiting, public comment? Commissioner Clark, have you signed in? Do you want to say anything before we call public comment?
Are we going to call public comment now? Is that what you're trying to do?
Is that okay?
Yeah, I want to let the public go first, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Then, Madam Clerk.
Taylor Adams, followed by Sharon Netherton. Taylor Adams. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Taylor Adams, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. It's an honor to be with you today, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on such an important issue. Before I begin outlining the reasons for our support, I want to acknowledge the multiple viewpoints on the issue. I understand that agriculture is a critical part of our economy and that it must be supported. I also respect the desire to preserve our incredible natural resources and recreation areas. I understand concern that our area is growing and that there are challenges as a result. Before I go any further, I'd also like to express sincere gratitude to all of you for the work that you do for our county, and to thank you in advance for your upcoming deliberation on this resolution. EDON's support of this item is multifaceted. We don't have enough time today to outline all that we've learned about the issue. I will, however, point to a couple of things that are directly related to the criticality of this lands bill and its importance or its impact on our ability to successfully deliver on the commitments we've made to the region. I don't have to tell you all, but Nevada has seen unprecedented growth in the last decade. Where our area has been called many things in the not too distant past, now we are lauded as one of the top 10 best places in the country to live, to do business, and to enjoy outdoor activities. Nevada is a national leader in demonstrating that government can provide service to its citizens in a low-tax environment. It is, however, important to note that the principles that delivered our current low-tax environment are built on the expectation that those low taxes will deliver economic growth greater than the community would have experienced under a heavier tax burden. This is one of the very principles on which our country's free markets operate, and it's the basis of our economy. Another important item to note is in Nevada, a resident's real estate tax burden does not generally grow year over year as it does in many other states. The cost of state, county, and municipal government do, however, generally grow with inflation. In Nevada, the only means of addressing these costs are growing the economy or reducing service. Our region has historically experienced robust growth that has allowed us to increase revenue in order to ensure continued delivery of service. For the first time, we are now faced with the reality that our current land available for development is not sufficient to ensure continued revenue growth in line with inflation. This significant problem is what the Lands Bill seeks to solve. I'm going to jump ahead because I'm going to run out of time if I don't. But what I'll simply say, this is something that can be used for a wealth of things to solve our upcoming problems. Most notably, I would say it's the creation of jobs that will offer the opportunity for our children to stay here, own homes here, build successful careers, and raise their own families here. It also benefits all of the public agencies in our region. I'll conclude where I started, which is to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue and let you know how grateful I am to your service, for your service to our community. Where we at EDON hope that you'll support this action. We respect any decision of this body and will do all that we can to continue delivering our promises to Northern Nevada. And thank you for your ongoing support of our organization.
Thank you.
On the number.
Sharon Netherton, followed by Valerie Fianaka.
See if that comes down low enough. Hi, my name is Sharon Netherton. I'm the Executive Director of Friends of Nevada Wilderness. Friends of Nevada Wilderness has been operating in Washoe County for the last 40 years. I wanted to thank the Commission and all the staff that have put in so much time and effort in various versions of this public lands bill over the last number of years. We urge you all to vote yes to move this resolution along for the Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act. As you know, Friends of Nevada Wilderness has been working cooperatively with Washoe County and many diverse stakeholders on this process for years. While we might not have all seen totally eye to eye, I think we had a lot of good, robust discussions and had some honest dealings with each other. While not everybody will get what they want from this bill, it is a compromise that addresses many of the needs of the people of Washoe County. Opportunities for public lands legislation are rare, and with our county being blessed with so much public land, in this case, it truly takes an act of Congress to solve some of these issues. I strongly believe that now is a time to take advantage of the opportunity that we're presented with. It may not come around again for a long time. I also just wanted to say it's unfortunate that there's so much misinformation out there about what this legislation would do or not do. Just a couple quick things. There would be no impact on hunting. Hunting would be unaffected by this legislation and would continue on. There would be no impact to any ongoing mining. There's only a handful of claims in any of the conservation areas, and those, of course, would be grandfathered in, allowing development in the future if there ever was any mining activity. And we're happy to provide all the maps of those claims if anybody cares. The bill will have a very strong positive impact on our economy. It would protect wildlife habitat and recreation opportunities for future generations. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few words in support of this resolution. Thank you again so much for your time. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Chris Riley.
Valerie Fianaka for the record. You might want to get out your tinfoil hat for this one.
This Public Lands Act is larger than most people understand. It's part of the 30 by 30 plan, a globalist agenda whereby the government wants to own fully 30% of all lands in the United States by 2030. This will impede mining, ranching, agriculture, recreation, logging, not in Nevada necessarily, and gas and oil production. This cripples our economy, thus starving the economy and the people. The ultimate goal is total control of the population. Everyone needs to stand against this total globalist control of our population in the United States. If you haven't read about this, please, please, I beg of you to do some research beyond my tinfoil hat concept.
Chris Riley, followed by Helgo Orov.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and County Manager. My name is Chris Riley, and I'm here today on behalf of Tesla. And I just wanted to talk a little bit, just for background on our side. Since breaking ground in 2014, we've grown to about 7,000 team members on our side at our facility here at the Gigafactory, as we call it, where we make our energy products, as well as our electric motors and our powertrains for our vehicles. As we've continued to grow and Panasonic has continued to grow as well, there are about 4,500 team members. We have about 11,000 team members, and they're growing families who are commuting. And, you know, specific to this bill, we just wanted to share our support on the discussion and the appreciation for the Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act. I know there are a lot of complexities to this bill, and we just wanted to share our support from the safety of our employees and being able to look at transportation options as we continue to thoughtfully grow in this region. There's not one perfect answer, I recognize that. We have about 2,000 team members who are on free shuttles, hosted van pools in partnership with ROTC, and we'll continue to grow those. So again, we just wanted to share our appreciation for the discussion and our support for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Helgo Orov, followed by Louis Bubala.
I want to make my opposition known for designating additional wilderness in the Sheldon Wildlife Refuge. I don't know how many of you folks have been there, but it is a very remote area compared to the loneliest highway in the U.S., Highway 50. Sheldon makes 50 look like a freeway. Some people are afraid to drive into that area because it's so remote and inaccessible, and also how do you communicate? The Sheldon makes Route 50 look like a freeway. It's on the way to nowhere. Needs to be your destination. Little interest to desert by most people. No gas, no restaurants, no motels. I visited the reserve 20 years ago. It's a high desert, only one paved road, limited gravel roads, some old mining roads. Spent 4 days there. On one day, spending 10 hours on dirt roads, I never saw another vehicle. That gives you an idea of how unique it is and how remote it is. And it represents Nevada 100 years ago. It hasn't been spoiled yet. There are few campgrounds. There's one RV park at the Opal mine. It's full of antelope. It is a wildlife refuge. It's full of deer, full of big-horned sheep. Last year, I had a deer tag to go hunting in the Sheldon. spent 2 days, I spent, again, about 10 hours a day on remote roads. I did not see another vehicle, again, to show you how little damage people are doing to it. I had no luck on it, but still the wildness of the area, the remoteness, the beauty, and the animals made it a worthwhile trip. The intent of the Wilderness Act is to preserve unique and wild places for future generations, protected from development and people. But the refuge is already protected well by the management of the refuge. They take good care of it. The Fish and Game Department does their job. We don't want to lose the access to 50% of it, because if you don't have a car, you don't ever see it.
Thank you.
Please do not consider approving it. Allow people to see it.
Thank you.
Without a vehicle, you don't see anything. Thank you for the time and sorry for
All good, all good.
Louis Bubala, followed by Bruce Parks.
Thank you. My name's Lou Bubala, but that's okay. Everybody says it differently, so no offense. I live out in East Washoe Valley, so Commissioner Clark, I live somewhere down the road from you. I spend a lot of time out in Scripps Wildlife Management Area, Washoe Lake State Park, BLM, Forest Service on the other side of the valley. Commissioner Herman, I do a lot of camping. I am up in northern Washoe County several times each year. Got to spend some time in the Hayes Range last year, and just beautiful, beautiful area. I submitted a written comment. Lots of cattle in the middle of it, but still just incredible, incredible land. And so really, I mean, I'm here because I think we're looking for a middle ground. And that is the kind of middle ground that this bill provides. I'm actually here, besides my own personal interest. I am a treasurer and director on the Nevada Outdoor Business Coalition. We're a 501c3. We got created in 2018 and helped create the State Division of Outdoor Recreation. Colin Robertson, who was here earlier from our Art Museum, was the original director. Denise Bernardo from Douglas County is now the administrator for that. Look, the fact is outdoor recreation is a huge economic driver for the state of Nevada. $4 billion is the estimate of outdoor recreation dollars that are spent in Nevada every year. That comes from hunting, OHV, camping, fishing, bird watching, skiing. There are so many businesses in our community that make a direct living or secondary living like a restaurant or a bar after a long day out hiking. You know, if you go to Mount Rose, guess what? Going to Buenos Grill or Eclipse Pizza or Polopoki, those are right there when you come off of the Hunter Creek Trail. That is true at every point where you create some protected wilderness. Or not necessarily wilderness, but we've got a lot of NCAs in this proposal, National Conservation Areas, that have even a broader use. There's OHV available in a lot of National Conservation Areas. We see OHV use all over the Black Rock. There, in this proposal, we'll get more of that. So we're not... Contrary to the prior speaker, yes, wilderness has some restrictions, but it's a pattern. We select certain areas that are protected in a certain level and others that are protected in a different level. So, but at the end of the day, I'm here because this is a great economic driver. Taylor Adams and I probably agree that this is good for our community, our economy, our people, and please keep Washoe County a lifestyle town. Thank you.
Bruce Parks, followed by Scott Finley.
Again, Bruce Parks for the record. It's amazing to me that we're all overlooking a key word in this agenda item. 2 letters. If. See, Congress hasn't passed this yet. We're not living in Minority Report. I don't know why you would want to take an action in advance of something that may or may not happen. But essentially, that's what we're doing here today. It just staggers the imagination why we do that. I'd like to point out that while I'm adamantly opposed to misuse of public lands for any reason, I'm also aware that the federal government owns 86% of the land in Nevada. Now, to speak to one of the previous speaker's issues, the government already owns 28% of the totality of the United States. I also feel compelled to point out to this body, tribal land is government land. Hello? And to the last speaker's comment about how much outdoor activities bring in revenue, that's of little regard when you consider how much tax revenue is going to be generated when we can start levying taxes on development. There's a big difference between hundreds of millions of dollars and a little 4 million. I also would like to point out that there was a lands bill over 20 years ago, over 2 decades, was passed for Clark County. Now, you would think that that was a huge boon to Clark County, and you'd be wrong. 20 years later, of the land that was brought under the state's purview by that lands bill, 20 years later, less than half of that land is being utilized. It's still sitting there, full of sagebrush, rattlesnakes, coyotes, rabbits, quail. Folks, you're betting on the if come here. For those of you that lived in Nevada for a little while, you understand that term. I would urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Finley, followed by Blue Thomas. Mr. Finley has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on file.
Please enter my comment in these documents into the record per NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the financial management and comptroller career field of the United States Air Force. The individuals and entities pushing the Public Lands Management Act masquerade with the veneer of environmentalism, when in reality they are nothing more than eco-fascists. These globalist scumbags resort to unscrupulous activities such as having AI bots leave e-comments in an attempt to manipulate how commissioners vote. The Board of County Commissioners must not only reject this resolution, but it must make a formal declaration condemning these eco-fascists that bring forth the challenge to steal our land, our heritage. How does this Lands Grab Act protect Washoe County's environment when it seeks to take public lands that we already enjoy and then slice and dice it for private land developers? My wife and I live within a 1-minute walk from BLM land. Our property being within such close proximity to public lands is one reason why we decided to move where we did. We take walks out there with our dogs, ride horses, and enjoy the nature of the high desert landscape in all its glory. Many people do. Nature is the original artist, and we enjoy its art. If the Lands Grab Act passes, the public land next to us will be turned over to private land developers who will in turn construct commie blocks. Some people drone on and on about how there needs to be affordable housing, but what is affordable housing? It's a nice way of saying low-income housing for the hyper-poor. The simple fact of the matter is, if the only way a person can afford to live in an area is by destroying parts of the surrounding environment, then you are not wanted in Washoe County. When it comes to social stability, what we need is quality, not quantity. You cannot have infinite growth in a finite system. Earth is a finite system. Washoe County is a finite system. Do you know what New York City did when it ran out of land to spread out on? It reached for the sky and built skyscrapers. If land developers want to protect Washoe County's environment and enhance its economy, then they must do more with less and reach for the sky. If people think the passage of the Public Lands Management Act will be a one and done deal, you're wrong. It will set precedents and green light that all of Nevada's public lands are up for grabs, and eventually even more public land will be handed over to private developers. Given enough time, there won't be any public lands left in Washoe County for our grandchildren or our grandchildren's grandchildren to enjoy. For these reasons, the Board of County Commissioners must reject this resolution and make a formal declaration condemning these eco-fascists that bring forth the challenge to steal our land, our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blue Thomas, followed by Janet Butcher. Blue Thomas. Janet Butcher.
Probably can't read that. Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not paid. You can't see this, but when I went out to the URL for the lands bill, the public comment bar was gone. So somehow I had found a couple days ago another URL that actually has, you have to specifically put in the comments. So I reached out to the email address listed on the site asking why the comment tab was not available. The email was read, but no response was forthcoming. I noticed that the correspondence that was available underneath discussion was from 2020, nothing from 2022 or 2023. If transparency is paramount, why nothing? I know that the city of Reno and the city of Sparks have already passed resolutions on this, and now it appears that Senator Jackie Rosen is looking to have the county commissioners pass the resolution, as she is pushing for this bill. Some have said that this is merely a resolution. However, a resolution will carry weight. There are many in the community who may not be aware of this land grab. Hopefully, this resolution can either be put off or voted down today. We need better transparency into the proposal. Hopefully, those who wrote in opposition in 2020 can put forth their approval or opposition in a letter form now to update how they view the changes that were made for this current resolution. From what I'm able to glean thus far, this land bill may put mining out of business, will severely limit camping, hiking, recreation of all kinds, and will take away hunting on the lands designated. It may have disastrous impact to the ranchers. The CAB meeting presentations are not enough to update and inform the community of this bill. While I attended the CAB meeting for Spanish Springs, I noticed there were many who spoke against this bill and had many questions. The only people speaking in favor was Mayor of Sparks, Ed Lawson, and a staff member from the county. Please vote no on this resolution today until additional information can be supplied and more people in the county made aware of its possible ramifications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Morgan, followed by Debbie Sock. Dan Morgan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Mr. City Manager. For the record, Dan Morgan, CEO of the Builders Association. On behalf of our more than 700 member companies, the Builders Association is in support of a well-balanced, comprehensive public lands legislation that addresses the economic development, housing, recreation, and conservation needs of Western Nevada and Washoe County in particular. We very much look forward to being part of the process and working with you and your staff, our federal delegation, other jurisdictions, and stakeholders in a process that will provide our community with the greatest long-term strategic benefits that are very much needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Debbie Sock, followed by Maeve Ambrose.
Debbie Sock for the record. I would like to point out in the summary of this item, it says that it would allow the federal government to sell this property. If they already own it, they could sell it anyway. We're talking about 761,409 acres in total. How many tribes will participate in the 22,415 acres allotted to, quote, local tribes, unquote? What will they use this acreage for? Housing, gambling, farming? This land is already used for recreation, riding, hunting, camping, etc. We are also already conserving the land. As for, quote, economic development, unquote, we don't need to fund projects all over the state. Those areas should be responsible for themselves. We also do not need the federal government disposing of, selling our land. We know what the highest and best use of the land is, not Washington. I urge you to defeat this motion or resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maeve Ambrose, followed by Bruce Foster.
Hello. The decisions you all are going to make in a short amount of time are going to have a profound impact on the Truckee Meadows region, for sure. And a recent example is the loss of the Reno Air Races. Past council members and Washoe County commissioners approved developer projects that created the urban sprawl in the North Valleys today. The race organizers decided regional safety concerns merited a move away from Stead forever. This single event brought in over $150 million annually to the local economy, and now the local businesses are concerned about the negative impacts that will be felt in the coming years. The Truckee Meadows Public Lands Bill can have similar future impacts if it passes. With the transfer of BLM public lands of almost 1 million acres of land in northwest Washoe County into new national conservation areas and new wilderness areas, a potential loss of grazing leases, mining leases, and unrestricted access for recreation will cause negative impacts to the local ranching industry, farming industry, and recreational vehicle industry. The already established Black Rock Desert, High Rock Canyon National Conservation Area in the area we're talking about for this bill has 7 established wilderness areas within its borders and covers 1.2 million acres, the largest NCA in the contiguous 48 states. The new bill will expand this contiguous area into additional wilderness and NCAs taking away another almost million acres for multi-use public access in District 5 near Gerlach and Via. These areas that have been heavily recreated and ranched since the 1920s, these are areas. They are not in their pristine, untouched natural state, which is required under the Wilderness Act. There are a lot more seniors and veterans now as we're living longer. Most are no longer physically fit enough to enter into wilderness areas and rely on wheeled transport to go into the areas they've enjoyed for many years, especially Sheldon. We can share public lands. There are plenty of pre-existing wilderness conservation areas already established in Northwest Washoe County without bringing future negative impacts to the local economy and financial hardship to our ranchers.
Thank you.
Bruce Foster, followed by Julian Pellegrini.
Good afternoon once again. Bruce Foster, Washoe County resident for the record, and here we are again. And it's pretty interesting that I wasn't going to speak on this because I have no knowledge about what's going on with this issue and with this request for this resolution until I came across the Epoch Times documentary that is entitled Exposing the Government's Secret Plan to Grab 30% of America's Land. I'll segue from Valerie Fayanaka's comments as well. Epoch Times interviewed Margaret Byfield, Executive Director of the American Stewards of Liberty, in order to shed light on Agenda 30 by 30, as well as what common Americans can do to fight back. And this is something that we all need to take a deep dive of what this really is all about. And this is all about control. And this is all coming down from the current occupant of the White House. So we really need to look at this long and hard before we make any kind of decision, because I am really challenged just knowing that I just see in Washoe County, and it's chilling to me to see all these huge, gargantuan apartment complexes, and it brings to mind the statement from the World Economic Forum: you will own nothing and you will be happy. So it is, I implore you to basically take a look at this documentary and really take a look at what other presentations that Margaret Byfield and how she discusses the agenda of this current administration about the 30 by 30 land grab. And again, it's all about control. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julian Pellegrini, followed by Joni Hammond.
Good afternoon. I'm Julian Pellegrini. I'm a fifth-generation Nevadan. I grew up on hay ranches. I spent a lot of my young adulthood working on hay farms and cattle ranches. I grew up a hunter, and I still am a hunter. Spent a lot of my time on horseback. I became Nevada's 50th and youngest falconer, licensed falconer. And the list goes on. My dedication to Nevada's open space, and frankly, the bottom line for this area is one that hits very close to my heart. However, some of the discussions made here today, Mr. Parks' comments about rattlesnakes, sagebrush, coyotes, and God forbid some prickly and difficult to eradicate rare shrub, I would rather have them any day than a Walmart. I'm raising my son right now. He's a year and a half, and like the 4 generations prior to me, 6 if you count the immigrants that came out of Italy and Germany that made my family. Many of the things that matter to people in Nevada matter to me, yes. But I have, I think, a different perspective on that than some of the voices that have been brought up here today. We don't want growth, sure. None of us do, I guess. We like things the way they are. But growth is coming, and with it, so is the degradation that comes with that. And without further protection of some of our wild places, and the species that live there that are touchy and threatened and maybe will be endangered, such as our greater sage grouse populations, which exist within some of the boundaries of these regions that we are talking about here today for protection. Degradation continues there as well. Therefore, I very fervently am asking for your guys' support on this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joni Hammond, followed by John Eppolito.
Good afternoon again, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Joni Hammond. One of the reasons my husband and I love Washoe County is the abundance of BLM and Forest Service land to recreate in. The availability of recreational land is close and it's varied in terrain. We love to hike in the summer and fall and spring, and then snowshoe in the winter. We enjoy the undeveloped land as is. Please keep the public land public for all. Many of the public lands, if this passes, will be restricted areas for particular interest groups. The land bill encompasses some of the last roadless areas of Washoe County. We need to guard and protect these areas, not build to and through them. Please vote no.
Thank you.
John Eppolito, followed by Margaret Martini.
That's not good. My name is John Eppolito. I'm a 27-year Washoe County resident and a former public school teacher. I've also been a real estate broker in Lake Tahoe and Reno for 27 years. I pay close attention to issues affecting housing at Lake Tahoe and the region. The words that jump out to me on this are economic development. I think not too many people are hitting on that directly. I guess that's why there are paid lobbyists here speaking in support of this resolution. Volunteers in Incline Village spent almost 2 years on a committee and came up with a zoning plan that made a somewhat small section of town along Highway 28 as employee housing and or affordable housing. In a public meeting, a former TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, consultant said the buyer of a parcel within the employee housing zone made a mistake by buying the parcel. He wanted to build $2.5 to $5 million condos. But somehow the developer was able to get President Hill, who's also a member of the TRPA board, on his side. With the help of Ms. Hill, the developer got the zoning changed from what the citizen volunteers spent 2 years working on by both the TRPA and this commission. This is why I came down here today. I'll get to my point in just a minute, Alexis. I'll get there quicker if you don't cut me off anymore. According to the California Department of Transportation, most days in July and August, traffic is at maximum capacity in Kings Beach. Unfortunately, most of the people who made these decisions,
Mr. Eppolito, you're almost 2 minutes into your comments and I still don't hear anything about the lands bill.
Like you all, unfortunately, most of the people who made these decisions, like you all, the Placer County Commissioner, and the TRPA, do not live in Lake Tahoe. The Placer County Commissioner said the number of people within 1 hour of Lake Tahoe is higher than ever. Here we go. If memory serves, she said there are now 1 million people with 1 hour drive to Lake Tahoe. We have 12 new large projects on just the north and west shores of Tahoe in various stages of approval, which will bring in tens of thousands of more full-time residents just on the north and west shore and Martis Valley. That's by Truckee Airport. There has been no Tahoe fire evacuation plan taking into account the 12 new large projects in the local area, not to mention all the additional people this bill will bring into the region and to Tahoe in the summer fire season. I am against overdevelopment in Reno and the region. I'm not sure how much water we have, but hopefully any of you who support this bill know we have enough water. Thank you.
Margaret Martini, followed by John Zimmerman.
Margaret Martini, Incline Village. Please include my comments in the minutes. Alexis Hill, synonymous with out-of-control development. Her position on this commission, as well as multiple other boards, has afforded her the latitude to fast-forward unleashed, unsound, and unsustainable development in the Tahoe Basin, and now she has her eye on the BLM land in this county. The developers love her. The people who fight the daily traffic and worry about where the water is going to come from need to stop her development agenda. She once stated at a public meeting I attended that the Reno area has no water worries, and pointed in the direction of Lake Tahoe. Well, heads up, Ms. Hill, the Tahoe water is not available at your pleasure to support your pro-development agenda. Using Tahoe water is an empty promise. Do you think your position on the TRPA board is going to give you the latitude to override the federal government mandates? If so, you have seriously overrated your perceived self-importance. The county absorption of local BLM land would be ripe for more overdevelopment. Our fire evacuation roads are seriously inadequate for the communities they serve with the existing population, including all of Washoe County, especially at Lake Tahoe, though. Are the citizens of this county going to stand up or just let Reno area further sprawl like LA? This commission needs to be pro-citizens, not pro-development. This commission has already set a precedence for changing zoning in favor of high-density development. They cannot be trusted not to change conservation, recreation, or local tribe trust zoning into zoning for high-density development under the direction of Alexis Hill. This is a very real possibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Zimmerman, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill, members of the commission. I'm John Zimmerman with the Truckee Meadows Water Authority. TUMWA is neutral on this bill. We're not asking for any land for future water facilities as part of it, but we are closely monitoring it. And Senator Rosen has reached out to TUMWA just to make sure that the proposed lands involved do not conflict with any existing water facilities, and we've looked at that, and they do not. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tracy Hilton Thomas, followed by Julie Osborne.
Romans 15:5, may the God of endurance and encouragement grant you to think in harmony with one another. That's how this land bill needs to be approached. Where is the harmony in it? I attended the Spanish Spring Citizen Advisory Board meeting where this proposal was presented. The only ones in favor of it were the politicians. Several questions of concern were presented, as well as several comments opposing this bill as it is currently written. There are many, 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 many genuine concerns among your constituents. And as people have pointed out, there are several resources out there that you can go and find out what's really going on behind these bills. This one is, AmericanStewards.us. And one of the main points that they point out is that the goal is to remove local government's veto power over federal land acquisitions. But you can go and see the other 10 points. This resolution has no impact on this bill. We are wasting our resources and time on it. How much has already been spent? Whatever decision you make isn't going to affect what they're doing in Washington. So are you just doing it to make yourselves look good? What's the point of this resolution? It's a waste of time and money and resources of our staff. Currently, the land belongs to the people, so it's already protected. All of these people concerned about protecting it. It's protected as it is. This bill reduces that protection. It is striving to take away from the people and hand it over to foreigners who do not have the best interest in the United States, let alone residents of Nevada at heart. Not all of it, at this time anyway. However, when one grain of dirt is in the hands of the enemy, it is too much comfort at this time. While there are some good qualities and ideas of this bill, there is just much work that needs to be done before it's even close to being ready for consideration. Among the many issues that it must be addressed is the condition that no parcel should have its ownership transferred to a non-citizen of the United States or any entity whose board does not possess a majority of the United States citizens. This land is protected. Please vote no on this agenda item today and allow further negotiations to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Osborne, followed by Pam Dar.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Osborne. I'm a Washoe County resident. I'd like to give all praise and glory to our God. The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, protects people with disabilities from discrimination. Disability rights are civil rights. From voting to parking, the ADA is a law that protects people with disabilities in many areas of public life. A yes vote on this bill is a yes vote of discrimination for our disabled. When you create a wilderness area, most of our disabled use wheeled and vehicles to get up into these areas. When you make these, our disabled are not allowed to go in there. As the wilderness gal said, she said it would not affect hunting. It will absolutely affect hunting, because how are our disabled going to be able to get into these areas to hunt or recreate for that purpose? These are public lands, which means there are lands. Wilderness areas are supposed to be roadless areas. These proposed areas already have roads, like the gentleman said about Sheldon. They have roads. Of all the people, I am number 12 who opposes this bill. Of the 6 who spoke, the majority are NGOs or businesses that don't even reside in Washoe County. The people who are opposing this bill are residents of Washoe County. Infrastructure should be implemented before development. I live in Palomino Valley. Have any of you driven Pyramid Highway lately? The construction that's going on now is 20 years behind the development that happened in the last 5 years. I think you need to reconsider this, vote no on this, do not pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Dar, followed by Larry Johnson.
Hi, I'm Pam Dar, Precinct Captain, 6411, District 4. Sorry, I'm tired. It's been a long day. I can imagine how you guys feel. I did send the video about 30 by 30. That caught my attention yesterday. It came across my feed, and I listened to Epic Times. They're very knowledgeable. It's a concern. I'm also concerned about development and conservation. Is someone going to take control and not let us do things? We'll lose any control and say we have. That concerns me. Development, I live heading up to Spanish Springs, and it's a mess. Our infrastructure is a mess. I knew growth was going to come. I lived out in Story County. I took a tour of the TRI with Lance Gilman and my brother when he was a commissioner. That's 20 years ago. And it's not your fault. You guys are just here now. But we knew this growth was going to happen. But now every time I see a lot get cleared, I cringe, because we don't have the infrastructure. The traffic is getting horrendous. I'm kind of scared to drive from one side of this valley to the other because of the way people drive. They don't know where they're going. They cut in front of you. It gets kind of scary, like NASCAR, without the proper road for NASCAR. So the whole thing on this just really concerns me, especially I love our open space, and I love that we have such a variety of availability of what we have now. And if we're going to level it and have more development, and it's going to be all these huge apartments and more condensed people, I'm a definite no. And people spoke out at the meeting before COVID hit. and they were against it. So I'm not sure why we're pushing this right now. We have a lot going on now with the growth we have currently that we're way behind on. So from what I know, and these people know a lot more than I do, I'm impressed with the previous speakers that are speaking against it. I don't see any yes, in my opinion. And I'm sorry, we have a lot of work to do here, and we'll get it done, but I don't understand the urgency at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Johnson, followed by Mark Newman.
Yeah, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Larry Johnson. I'm president of the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife. We represent a number of sportsman groups here in northwestern Nevada and throughout the state. I'm a Native American by heritage. I'm an engineering geologist and geotechnical consultant by profession, and I'm an outdoorsman by passion. That's my life. Okay. We've been involved in this process for years, quite frankly. And I want to thank Washoe County staff actually for several years ago, pre-COVID, for convening stakeholders to discuss and iron out the concepts of what is now this land bill. There are so many misconceptions here stated this afternoon. Much of this land in northern Washoe County, for example, was designated wilderness study areas. It's managed by BLM as quasi-wilderness. Okay, we came in with all of our interest groups, ranching, mining, off-road, tribes, sportsmen, wilderness advocates, to try to work out what would be the best use for everybody. No one interest, us, me included, got what we necessarily entirely wanted, okay? It was compromise, and that's what this bill represents. The devil's in the detail. We haven't seen the final maps, haven't seen the final wording, and so we reserve our final comments until then. But should this process go forward? Yes, it should, okay? We worked very hard to make sure that in any special designated areas that existing access, all existing roads were kept open, okay, cherry stemmed into wilderness, etc. Okay, no, we do not want to see uncontrolled pioneering of roads, making of new roads, etc. It is not in the interest of our wildlife. But quite frankly, we did the best we could in a compromise. Wilderness boundaries actually are extremely minimized compared to what was formerly wilderness study areas. And at that point, we did the best we could. I urge you to push this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Newman, followed by Hugh Ezel.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Newman. The best thing that I just heard from Mr. Johnson was at towards the very end of it. And she also said it as well. There has been no finalization to this. There's no finalized maps. They're asking you to vote yes on something that you don't even know what's going to look like at the very end of this whole process. So before you vote yes on this, think hard about voting on something that you don't even know what you're going to get. And that's some pretty serious thought right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hugh Ezel, followed by Wendy Colborn.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I wanted to tell you, first of all, that the resolution does make a difference, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. That's a political ploy that someone will tell you, oh, you don't matter, so don't try to vote. This resolution does make a difference, and Senator Rosen is looking at it and watching it, so do vote on this resolution today. Commissioner Hill, you seem to be somewhat unpopular. I don't know you. So most of what I was going to say has already been said today. I am opposed to this bill. The bill seems to be long on detail or numbers and giveaways, but short on details. There's over 700,000 acres for land preservation and conservation projects statewide, but what are they? And who's going to get to do the projects and be in control? This seems to be the type of bill where everybody who gets something wants it, and everybody who uses the land is opposed to it. I've been up to Sheldon, like the old guy said before, and it is a desolate area. It's a great place to be, but not very many people make it up there because they don't want to make the drive. And that's one of the nice things about Nevada, is that to get anywhere in Nevada, you have to drive, and most people don't want to do that. So that's what protects Nevada. I'm running out of time really quick here, so I have to hurry. I'm a child of the 1970s. Well, actually the 60s, but I don't want you to know that I'm that old. In the 1970s, the BLM, the federal government, did the Wilderness Act, and they closed off a whole bunch of Nevada for wilderness study. It was the same thing as it being wilderness area because you couldn't go in there once they closed it off for a wilderness study area. And coming back out of that, I found out decades later, not much of that land was turned into wilderness area because it didn't qualify. So take that for what it is. I don't think very much of Nevada actually qualifies for wilderness area. And in response to the lady who said there's a lot of area in Nevada that there's no roads, that's baloney. I'll tell you what, there's a road to everywhere in Nevada. And I know because I've been there. Finally, in my last few moments here, I want to make a comparison between California and Nevada. In California, you can drive along a road, and if you stop, you climb over the fence, you're very likely on public ground. No, you're very likely on private ground. Somebody owns that land, and they don't want you there. In Nevada, it's the other way around. If you drive out in the middle of Nevada and you get out of your car and walk off the road, you're very likely on public ground. And that's the difference between Nevada and most everywhere else in the United States. We're mostly public ground. And for all these years, I know people hate the BLM, but the BLM has administered that ground and done a pretty good job. And you know what? There's a lot of Nevada that's still eligible for wilderness area. And it's that way because you can't get to it because people don't want to drive out there. I urge you to oppose the resolution.
Thank you.
Wendy Colborn, followed by Roger Edwards.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Wendy Colborn. I'm here representing the Building and Construction Trades Council of Northern Nevada. We strongly support the Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act because it would encourage infill development, maximize utilization of existing infrastructure, and improve local infrastructure to address growth, including developments for transit, water storage, flood management, and more. These investments in our community would offer long-term work for Nevada's building and construction trades, creating a stable future for Northern Nevada's workforce. And while we do support the lands bill, we also want to note that projects like these at scale in our community must include worker protections, pay prevailing wage, and give back to the community through community benefits agreements. Provisions like these ensure that apprentices are trained, workers are able to support their families, and job sites remain safe. We ask that you support the lands bill alongside provisions like these to ensure the long-term health and economic stability of our region and its workers. Thank you for your time. It's been a very long day.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by George Lee.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Roger Edwards for the record. 50-year resident of Washoe County, and I live in Golden Valley. And, you know, dirt roads are less than a mile from my house, half a mile probably less than that. Anyway, like my comments entered in the permanent record, I strongly oppose any resolution with the federal government regarding open lands because we always lose.
You know, it's like going into a card game with a professional card shark on the other side of the table. He's got all the moves, and we're just going to be the ones losing. You know, I support these folks to get up here and say that it's good for us to support this bill, but it's not. All these NCAs and all that stuff are areas that are going to increase the restriction of the public. Those are our lands. If you want to make a resolution to get them the hell off our property. I mean, come on, it's our property. We'll develop it any way we damn want. And, you know, BLM's done a great job of doing what? Keeping us off the property, putting fires out? Wasn't that everybody's job? You know, we're losing track of what public lands really are, okay? They are public lands by definition. So let's get them back to the public. If you want to make a resolution, like I said, resolve to not let the government steal any more of our property or restrict it from us. All right, thank you.
Thank you. George Lee, followed by Doug Busselman.
George Lee, a resident of Washoe County. The definition of, in the Constitution of what the government is supposed to do is protect the rights of the people, the God-given rights and the rights that are guaranteed in the Constitution. They're also supposed to keep government from pulling fast ones on the people, on the public. Now, the things like land rights, well, to start with, the federal government owning any of that property in the form of their management edict is a violation. They have no right to the public, quote, public lands. The BLM is an illegal organization. Now, that's an argument. I can argue that. However, it's no good to argue it because I'm not going to get any support from you guys on that. Now, as good Democrats, you guys are not holding up your end to protect the little guy, to protect the people. Instead, you're taking money from fundraisers and from lobbying groups who run fundraisers for you to put you in office. There's huge amounts of PAC money that goes into your elections, and who do you suppose supplies that? Those guys who are from the organization of contractors. The contracts, now, that's one. Two, you should never allow anything to be built until the infrastructure is supported, planned, and in motion. Swan Lake. I mean, let's make it late. Let's always do it 20 years late. Let's do Pyramid Highway 20 years late. After the first house was built out and the first warehouse was built out on the other end of Pyramid Highway, 3/4 of the way up to Pyramid Lake, there should have been a widening project started and finished. Not this, as soon as the people are being harmed by having they do the corner of Pyramid and McCarran, which is nothing more than just a huge clog because they didn't widen the road 10, 15 years ago. The project where the money should have been spent was to do the work on the infrastructure. That means water and sewer, and especially sewer, because every time these things get built, okay, this lends itself to the program that we're talking about today. Resolutions do have effect, but we should not be doing anything or our particular weight behind anything that is not planned, financed, and work is already being done.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you.
Doug Busselman, followed by Gary Butcher.
For your record, I'm Doug Busselman. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Nevada Farm Bureau. Many of our members in Northern Washoe have expressed their concerns over what this bill, when it's known, could have. That's part of our concern over the resolution that's being discussed this afternoon. We don't have a bill yet. We don't know at this time what those specifics of the bill will say. We were involved in the process going back 2 bills ago and throughout the entire process. And there's concerns over what the consequences will be, especially for the conservation areas. We kind of know what is possible with the wilderness designation and how that might be managed. What we don't know is how the conservation areas might be managed as they go through a process in developing specific planning activities for those lands on a repeated basis. And so in our comments to Senator Rosen regarding the bill draft, we commented on those things and wanted to make sure that livestock grazing and other uses were dealt with appropriately in protecting their continuation as we go forward. And because of not knowing what that final language is going to be, that's where our concerns are with this resolution and the actions being considered this afternoon. Also specific to the resolution, on your 4th whereas in your language, you speak of how these public lands provide certain benefits to various industries and other things like that. In a designated area, many of the things that are identified, especially grazing, energy development, mining, and other activities, are highly questionable as to whether or not they will be able to continue under the designation, depending on what that might turn out to be. And so that resolution doesn't really accurately reflect what land uses are available once the designation is carried out. Again, we are concerned with the resolution at this time, and we're uncertain as to what the legislation will say when it comes out. We will continue to be involved, and we will continue to advocate for our members in pursuit of their objectives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Butcher, followed by Valerie Tilson.
Gary Butcher for the record. I have an author statement here which you might be interested. All jobs rely on 1 or 2 industries, that is mining or agriculture. We seem to have heard most of it today detrimental to those industries. Every tangible thing in our society needs is either pulled from the ground or grown from the ground. Without these fundamentals, industry would not be there, no jobs of any kind, and there would be no economy. Civilization begins with miners and farmers. And a polite society is only possible when skilled workers can transform those raw materials into something that's useful or edible. And I haven't figured out how to eat a Tesla yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Tilson, followed by Constance Howard.
Hi, I'm Valerie Tilson. In 1981, I moved here on Thomas Creek Road. Some of you are going, oh, I know where that is. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe it's the original Thomas Creek Road. I lived in a house that was owned by Frederick Johnson. Frederick Johnson was a senator for the state of Nevada. My house was built in 1864 at that time. I moved with my parents. Our first house that we looked at was below Windy Hill. Didn't know at that time that it was the peak of adolescence. So we didn't move there. We moved into this other house off of Quillisi. And around there was water septic. Gil Anderson Construction. Around were farms. We had cows, sheep, llamas. There was irrigation water that we shared. And we had a pool that we would fill with solar, we'd use solar, and then divert the water from the solar panels into the pool. Everything that we used was part of the land. We had fields that we had the neighbors cut and use for hay to share amongst themselves and others in the community. That house was sold and then redivided, and the land around that area is, well, there was an easement to where you couldn't subdevelop under 3.5 acres. I'm saying that everything that I see as a child and as I've grown up is evaporating of lands that we're talking about. We want to see and have land that we can use. And we don't want to see more building that could cause infrastructure delays. I live in a mobile home park. Do I know in a year or two whether that realtor is going to say, you know what, Story County's just a skip across the way. We could then turn that into another development for Story County or another warehouse type of development. I'm just cautioning that, please, our land is so limited in our little valley and around our area. We need to preserve land for others to use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Constance Howard, followed by Deborah Cockrell.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for listening to my comments. I am my name is Constance Howard. I'm a 37-year resident of the Truckee Meadows. I live down south, Commissioner Clark. And I'm speaking today in favor of this bill and asking you to kindly pass a resolution in support of this bill. I think many people have said that the bill, you don't know exactly what the bill is. It's actually pretty far along, and I think that's not true, but that's not to say that there won't be more work on it. But I think the point is that it's an excellent lands bill and that you don't want to be stopping this process at this time. I've been following this bill very closely. I think Senator Rosen and her staff and your staff have worked diligently with all kinds of stakeholders. And as Larry Johnson said, you know, it's a compromise bill. Now, everybody who has spoken today in expressing concerns about economic development, concerns that we don't know what we're doing here in the Truckee Meadows and it's turning into a parking lot, honestly, you should be in support of this bill. This bill has fantastic conservation values, and I think there's a lot of misconceptions about public lands. This land is going to stay and remain public. What it does is actually protected for posterity. And if you don't pass lands like this, bills like this, they will end up being developed. Now, on the development side, it's a relatively small amount of land. I think it's around 14,606 acres that is being put forward for potential development, which is very small compared to the almost 800,000 acres of different kinds of conservation values. This bill also, and I think importantly, provides some transfer to the tribes, our 3 important tribes here in northern Nevada. And this is something that, these are lands that I think belong to the tribes and should be under their jurisdiction. I understand that public lands bills are difficult to understand and that they're controversial, but this is how the process works. And I think we want to recognize that this is largely a good bill. I'm sure more work will be done on it. But I would urge you to please support this bill or support this resolution so that Senator Rosen and her staff know they can continue to move forward. So thank you so much, and it is a long day, and I think you've done a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Deborah Cockrell.
Good afternoon. I come to you from California, and oddly enough, this bill does affect very, very northern California on the border of Oregon and Nevada. I represent the small communities of Surprise Valley and southeastern Oregon, and of the ranchers and permittees that will be affected by certain areas of this bill. For the last 6 years, we have met with Sharon, with Friends of the Wilderness. We have met with the mining people. We have met with recreationalists. We have met with Senator Rosen's office and Emma Day's office. We have been involved with the Farm Bureau in writing letters amongst ourselves. I support many multi-generational ranchers whose lives depend on the BLM ground in Nevada. Because we're on the border, that's where we run our cattle. And it affects our economy, our economics of our communities, for people coming through to recreate, hunt, and everything else that goes along with that. The one thing I do want to say is, of course, I'm against this. I'm against the development. I'm against this resolution. There's not enough out there. We have pressured Senator Rosen's office for information. We're not getting any of this final information. I don't feel it deserves to be voted on today. And I want you to know that because we're Californians, we really consider ourselves Nevadans. That's, you know, anyone who has been to the Sheldon, to the areas of no return, where there's not much, you come through our valley, and that's where people sleep, eat, and get their groceries for camping. We need a say in this, and our say is we don't agree with this. Vote no, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you very much. I now look to the Board of County Commissioners for commissioner comments or questions. I see Vice Chair Herman is signing in.
You didn't see me yet, but I'm here. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to everyone who spoke so eloquently. And I'm at that agreement with most of what you've said out there. For years and years, we've been trying not to have land bills, you know, because they can be disastrous for some, and actually for more than the few that are requesting them, always. I look at Lincoln County. Years ago, they got their land bill, and they were in hopes that they would have some land to work with, to develop. They've never been allowed to use the land that they were given in the land bill. It's just sat there. So it didn't help them, and there's like stories all over the state of Nevada. It's a real fickle deal because you have to deal with politics. You have to depend on the next realm of people or group of people that get voted in. Are they going to honor what this bill's trying to say it wants to do? And historically, they've almost all failed. Everything that's happened. So it'll be a no vote from me, no matter what. I'd like to see us wait on this bill too, you know, because there's too many unknowns. I mean, it's just like a big hole, and we're gonna pour all these words into it, and then what comes out of it? It doesn't have a good reputation for developing something that actually works for enough people. It seems like in our county, It's District 5 that holds most of the public lands. It's my responsibility. I feel that what we could be doing by voting for it, it would leave no alternative things. You know, I mean, it doesn't seem like we have any complete answer for a successful thing. The actual people that pay taxes here, they're probably going to have more taxes if this thing would go through, because right now, the economy that comes into Reno, into the main part of the county, District 5 pays a lot of the bills. I mean, if you figure the PILT money that comes in, like this year we had to fight and fight and fight to get it, but it was about $3 million. And we can't even afford to get roads plowed or the dirt roads graded or repairs made on roads in District 5. District 5 gets nothing, really basically nothing. But it brings in all the people that buy fuel, the people that buy equipment, get equipment paid for, you know. Mining, same way. I mean, we don't have much mining in our county, but it's been so closed off. But there are strategic minerals in this county that we need, and we aren't going to be getting. There's some of them that we're having to buy it from China. I would hate to see we have the Chinese making our military's boots. But anyhow, back to the subject matter, Madam Chair. I will definitely vote no. I feel that it's going to limit us in what we can do in the main part of this county, because we aren't going to have the funds we gain from the economy that District 5 brings. This has gone on for years and years and years, and I still am strongly of the opinion that we should not be voting on this at this time, and if we do, I will be voting no.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman.
Also, one more
yes.
thing. I would like very much to make sure that the minutes of this meeting, including all the comments made by all the people here today, go to Rosen's office.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. I'm looking to see if other commissioners are signed in. Commissioner Andriola?
I think it's certainly been enlightening. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in terms of having discussions, not only with Senator Rosen's representatives, but representatives from Congressman Amadei's office, along with many of the stakeholders and the staff. And one thing that I think is always difficult when you're looking at this being, to me, really a voice of support, because as everyone knows, when this moves forward, these stakeholders still are going to be part of the process. But I don't want to speak on behalf of Congressman Amadei, but I will share that I have heard him say, so it's not hearsay, that if there's any impact to ranchers, if there's any impact to ag, he will do everything he can to stop it. And it will, if it does pass, go over to his ability to have an impact, and his history with supporting lands bills is long. I mean, he has a lot of experience in lands bills, and I can tell you that it's, to me, really a vote of supporting moving forward through the process and putting a lot of faith in those that if it does take a wrong turn, it will be stopped. So the reality is that there's a lot of work that has been done. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I think that Ms. Howard really shared that in terms of, you know, it is part of the process. And so to Mr. Busselman as an example, so full transparency, I do know Mr. Busselman, and I know that he is very, very well equipped to have a voice and is well respected along with many of the other representatives that are here today or that are representative in terms of the dialogue of the long list that we had, whether it be mining or other entities. So I think that really it's the spirit of moving forward with the process that I am going to be supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any other commissioners have comments today? Looking around, I'm not seeing any. I agree with Commissioner Andriola. I know that Senator Rosen and Senator Amodei are monitoring this and want to make sure, Congressman Amodei are monitoring this and want to make sure that all voices are heard and that we are also protecting our Farm Bureau members and ranchers. And I think that the moves for conservation, the timing is right in our community right now because we are growing so rapidly. And if you look at the number of stakeholders who have been engaged in this process and how diverse the stakeholders have been, it really shows that this has been a robust public process and that Senator Rosen and Congressman Amodei are still listening. So I think it would be prudent for this board to move forward with the resolution, and I will also be in support. And Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is a long process, lots of moving parts. As a 47-year veteran real estate broker, mortgage broker, property manager, former assessor, you know, on the concept of growth, I'm pro-growth. If you're not growing, you're dying. But in this particular case, I think the devil's in the details. I truly support the farmers and ranchers. There's got to be a way just to give them a cutout, just not even have their involved. I want nothing involving agriculture or mining, as far as I'm concerned. I support Dan Morgan and his group. I support Wendy and her group and her labor organizations. I understand we need good quality jobs. We need development. I support Sparks and that, you know, they're running out of resources. But I think this needs to be a slower, more methodical process where we don't just take a big slice. We need to work into this at a slower pace with a 5 or 10 or 15-year plan of what we're going to do and do this in incremental steps. I support the tribes and their interests. You know, there's a lot of things here that I support, but until it's figured out a little more, I'm not going to be able to support this, and just my feelings. I wish I could. I wish there was more detail here. I'm more worried about who's going to administer this in the future. Well, this is going to happen long after we're off the dais. We don't know who's going to administer this. You know, I wish the implementation of administering this was part of the plan, so we had an idea how it was going to be administered instead of just a free-for-all in the future, as it may be. Someone has mentioned that, you know, who's ever on the dais today might not be here when it's implemented. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. So let's get some more detail up front before we move it any further down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. It's been a long day, but I did want to chime in. It's been a very rich discussion, and I represent District 3, so the parcels that are near my constituents are on the perimeter of Sun Valley. And, you know, we started these conversations back in the spring, and during that time, I've only had 2 constituents come forward to me specifically about concerns, at which point I referred them to the website or, you know, connected them with the resource to access Senator Rosen's office, or they attended the map display that was here in the atrium. So I thought all of that outreach was really great, and their concerns were reassured after they had a little bit more information. So that's, again, from my perspective, representing District 3. I was, you know, I'm new to this, and so I've heard that this has been a long process, championed by many, many people, and didn't really understand why it didn't go in those previous years. And so I was just trying to get my bearings on what has been happening here in terms of these types of initiatives. And basically, I am where I am today, and I have to make a decision. And so after gathering the information and asking the questions, my first question was, what do the tribes think? That was the first question I said to Rosen's staff. They said, absolutely, great question, and they walked me through. And then they continued to go through the list of stakeholders, ranchers, miners, sportsmen, conservationists. I felt very, very good after that first meeting, and again, no concerns from my end. What I'm kind of, you know, excited about on the flip side is the, you know, 5% for education fund, 10% for the Truckee River, 85% going to the Secretary of Treasury for a special account that could go towards parks, trails, open space. Those things are incredibly important to me, and I think a big economic driver in our region. Wildfire prevention, fuels reduction, conservation, all things that I think us as Nevadans feel really closely to. So as an Elko girl, my initial visceral reaction was like, what are we talking about here? After I educated myself, asked some questions, and sat with it, I feel very supportive of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other commissioner comments? I'm not seeing any. I looked to the clerk. Do we have a resolution number, or did you already say that what it was?
I don't have that on me.
But we could just say resolution blank for the motion. I just want to give the motioner some direction.
It would be in the backup material. I don't have that.
Madam Chair, I think it would be appropriate to support the resolution. It's presented in the supporting material.
Okay. Well, I am looking for a motion at this point then. Well, I move to support the resolution as proposed in the staff report. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. We have a motion and a second to support the resolution. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say nay. Oh, Commissioner Andriola, she said yay. Her computer's down. So, yes, Josh, if we could have that fixed. Thank you. And the motion passes. Okay, thank you everyone for hanging in there. This has been a long day. Before we go on to our public hearing, I'd like to take a break and let the commissioners and the public stretch their legs. So we'll reconvene at 4:30. Thank you. Okay, it's 4:30, and I'm going to reconvene the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we have a public hearing. And Manager Brown, can you please lead us into item 16?
Item 16 is a public hearing. Oh, actually, the clerk will read this.
Oh, yes, my
because it's the second
apologies.
reading.
Madam Clerk, it's late.
If adopted, this will be ordinance number 1707, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 5 by adding section 5.023 entitled Regulation of Lobbyists, requiring lobbyists to make certain disclosures when providing public comment, establishing civil penalties, and other matters properly relating thereto. This is formally Bill number 1898.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. And I think it would be helpful, Ms. Matievich, if you could just summarize how we got to this point from our last second reading, so the board is refreshed on what's before us today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Government Affairs Liaison. So you will recall, but for benefit of the members of the board and the public, this item actually began in April, came before the board in May. You directed that staff prepare for your consideration an ordinance that was modeled off of the ordinance that's currently in place in the city of Reno. We brought that item before you at your last meeting, and through your deliberations, and excuse me, not at your last meeting, a meeting at the end of May. May? I'm missing a meeting in there. Sorry. Let me get in August, yes, end of August. Yes. You had discussion around the provisions that were in that ordinance that perhaps wasn't in keeping with what you desired to have here in Washoe County. And so you directed that we bring back some changes to that. We did that. And so those were incorporated. You had a second reading. Further direction was given to us to again pare down that ordinance from what had been originally proposed. And so we removed what had been included in the previous draft, which was a requirement for paid lobbyists to register with the manager's office, for the manager's office to maintain a registration and to publish those. And you also remove the requirement for any lobbyist to wear an identification badge, identifying themselves as a lobbyist. And additionally, you removed in the penalties for violation of this ordinance any criminal provisions and limited it to just civil penalties.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that great summary of where we're at today. I'm looking to the board to see if folks have any comments before I open it up to public comment. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the more I think about this, I'm just wondering what we're doing. I'd like to know exactly what was the cause of this other than Reno's doing it. And I don't think it's ever a good idea to copy Reno, but that's just my opinion. You know, this county's been here for 162 years. We've made it this far without this type of an ordinance. I think we can struggle through maybe another 50 or 60 years. I don't know. It's just, why are we doing this? Why are we tasking the manager's office with yet another task like this? It's almost seems like busy work. And so I went from, you know, got it a little bit and then maybe I could support it, but I'm in a position now where I don't support this any further. I don't know why we're doing it. I think it's busy work, just an extra ordinance, just one more layer of the onion. And again, think about this, 162 years this county limped along, made it through, got us this far without this, and now we've got to implement this. So I'm not supporting it at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I have Vice Chair Herman signed in.
It's a no for me.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Just an alternative perspective. I don't have any skin in the game on this topic, really. I just approached it from a kind of a neutral standpoint. And I hear a lot in these chambers about the importance of transparency. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you stand on, transparency matters to us all. And so that's why I really liked the August version. Ms. Matievich, thank you for your work on that. I thought it was great, and I was supportive of that. Today is a good example of when this ordinance would have been helpful for me, because I don't know everybody. I know that's been made by that comment has been made by other fellow commissioners. Oh, we should know who the lobbyists are. I'm telling you, today, I didn't know who was who. Our chamber's filled up with a variety of stakeholders from all over the region. And being a new county commissioner, I would have appreciated having that identification. I would have appreciated having those disclosures. It's not transparent, this version. And it saddens me that, we started with what to me was great communication and transparency with our public. Everybody knows the game plan. It's happening regionally. It's happening throughout the state. It's happening at the legislature. This is pretty normal practice. And now it's pared down and watered down to this, whatever it is. And I'm going to support it. Because I think it's better than nothing, but I'm telling you that it's very confusing when you're sitting up here and you see all these people come in and they're sharing different perspectives. It's important to have that identification. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I appreciate you bringing this item forward. I know Cadence on a separate topic has made strides in helping us kind of streamline other processes within the county manager's office as it relates to our lobbyists in DC and here locally. So I really appreciate the work that you do. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And yes, I also like the original ordinance that came to us in August, but I am very open to a compromise today to get us started so there is more transparency and disclosure on the public record. And I agree, both commissioners, the public who are watching the meetings and folks who are in this chamber, they have a right to know. I see Commissioner Clark is signed in again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the perspective of Commissioner Garcia. I really do. But again, 162 years we made it without this ordinance. But around the room, people have their own opinions. Ask yourself, and you don't have to answer me, but ask yourself, did anybody's paid or unpaid comments influence you to the point that changed your mind? Did you kind of already have an idea the way what you were gonna support before you showed up here? People make comments. It doesn't mean that they have the power to influence you simply because they're paid. We're here every 3 times a month or more or less, whatever it is, and we recognize who's here. If we get somebody coming in that isn't from here, I guarantee Tesla was probably paid a lobbyist. That's his job. I guarantee the couple of folks that the city of Sparks hired who didn't make comments were on the payroll to about 90 grand each or more. So, those are the folks that are paid to influence us. But if you do your homework and have your own opinion, I don't think somebody can pay me to vote a certain way or be paid and convince me to vote a certain way. I'm not going to rely on a paid person to convince me of that. So that's just my position, is just one more layer, one more opportunity for somebody to find something wrong. Again, I'd like to see it where people declare who they are, and I'm all on board for that. But just the whole idea of another layer of government, we got bigger fish to fry around here. We got lots and lots of stuff to do. The seniors run out of soup every single day over here. We can't get enough soup for the seniors, but we can come up with time to do this. Let's focus on things we can fix and things that matter. Thank you.
And Commissioner Andriola.
I think today was a good day for full transparency. I didn't know everyone, and sometimes I wondered if they were or not, but I think it is good to have transparency, and I do think it's important to put it on the record. And why I like this is because it doesn't create an additional layer. I love that Commissioner Clark actually came up with that idea of putting the check mark, because they're already filling out the cards. So then it's just a check mark saying, I'm a lobbyist. And a lobbyist is not an individual as defined that is just representing themselves. And so, you know, the getting of the badges and the original intent of the framework of how the ordinance was originally written, I think would have had a cost impact, even though it didn't have a fiscal impact note. But I do think the way that it is now, there isn't any, you know, additional layer of the getting the card, updating the list, that whole way that it was put into place, but gives an opportunity for not only the people that are here, but the people that are watching for full transparency and disclosure. And I think we all have that opportunity to appreciate whoever it is, he or she, of sharing that. So I am going to be supporting this the way that it is written. And I appreciate your hard work in terms of, you know, making the changes to accommodate the direction that was given, and removing some of the, I'll use the term heavy-handed provisions that were in there originally are removed. So a little check mark, disclosure, who you're, you know, working for or who's paying you to, you know, support or be in opposition or in support of a particular position is important for everyone in the public and us as well. And so I'm not saying that it would influence, but I do think it's important for transparency to everyone who's watching. So thanks for your hard work on that. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And if no more commissioners are signed in, it looks like we can go to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Valerie Fiannaca, followed by Scott Finley.
Valerie Fiannaca for the record. I would say I didn't agree with this, but I'm thinking that maybe we should include political operatives who should identify themselves, because I was told by a political operative 7 days ago how each one of you would vote on Ms. Ann Silver, and they were exactly right. So either you all had a private meeting to decide how you are going to vote on Ms. Ann Silver, or something's going on behind the scenes there. Maybe political operatives should also register. I'll comply with this as a lobbyist when you can show me proof of a paycheck, and not before, not at all.
Wow. Scott Finley, followed by Janet Butcher. Mr. Finley has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on file.
Please enter my comment and these documents into the record per NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the financial management and comptroller career field of the United States Air Force. It is quite obvious that the idea behind this lobbyist ordinance is nothing more than a power grab, a poorly thought out power grab. The Board of County Commissioners must reject this lobbyist ordinance. Section 1 of the ordinance states policymaker means a county commissioner. The only reason for continuing the language of policymaker rather than replacing it with county commissioner is if the intent is to pass this bare bones lobbyist ordinance and gradually amend it over time as the ordinance in its original form would never pass. In other words, you fully intend to amend the definition of policymaker in the future to extend far beyond county commissioners. Despite the lobbyist ordinance being gutted into being minimal and seemingly innocuous, it still continues to remain unworkable. It being unworkable is inherent and resides in the fact that this commission treats its constituents as some sort of enemy who will remain so until loyalty has been proven otherwise. For example, the ordinance states when a constituent is registering to provide public comment when appearing before a policymaker at a public meeting, a lobbyist must identify themselves as a paid lobbyist on the public comment registration form. Why does this only apply to public comments when appearing before a commissioner at a public meeting? Supposedly, the entire point behind constituents being able to leave e-comments on the Speak Up platform is so that commissioners can read in real time the comments of those unable to attend these meetings in person. Why aren't you scrutinizing e-comments with the same tenacity as those who provide public comment in person? As stated by Assistant to the County Manager, Eric Wilrick, registration with Speak Up is based on the honor system. So how will you identify lobbyists leaving e-comments? How will you know an individual is a lobbyist if they choose not to identify themselves? Will you automatically require everyone that provides public comment in person to effectively pre-register as a lobbyist by forcing them to present some sort of identification identifying themselves, such as a driver's license or state identification? If not, then if you think an individual is a lobbyist, will you withhold their ability to make public comment until they complete the public comment registration form and identify themselves to your satisfaction? For these reasons, and what can only be described as deception, I request that the Board of County Commissioners reject the proposed lobbyist ordinance in all its forms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Debbie Saw.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I'm not a lobbyist, although when I read up there and it says a definition for lobbyist, communication, policymaker, and family member, I'm not a family member, not a lobbyist, I'm not a policymaker, but I do communicate. So I don't know if that affects me or not. It's lawyerese or something. I don't know. When I spoke earlier about transparency, transparency actually also should come from the dais. We have a canceled meeting next week. It just says canceled. It doesn't say why it was canceled. In July, we had a canceled meeting. Nobody said why we had a canceled meeting, and we had enough commissioners in town to have a meeting. So transparency, while yeah, there were probably some lobbyists in this group out here, but we're pretty sure that you could decipher and determine which ones were or were not. Oh, maybe I did get paid. Found that in my bag. But one of the reasons why I started coming up here and talking about the fact that, and I did it before this ordinance even came out, I started coming up here saying that I was not associated with a group, was because there was a piece of paper that went around the county with my name on it and an organization attached to me. Well, I'm not denying that I might be associated with that organization. I'm associated with a lot of organizations. I'm a 50-plus year member of the Order of Eastern Star. I was a Rainbow Girl. I was at the Methodist Church. I got a 9-year pin or 10-year pin. But this ordinance is frivolous. However, maybe those people that came over the hill last week or last year in March would have to sign up as lobbyists because they were paid and we know who brought them over. So who knows? And we know you'll do what you want.
Thank you.
Debbie Sock, followed by Bruce Parks.
As was stated Debbie Sock for the record. As was stated last week, those individuals that are lobbyists are known to you. They come to your offices to convince you. They don't sit through hours of meetings to get 3 minutes to make their case normally. However, today we had 3 to 4 that identified themselves as lobbyists. The gentleman from Tesla, the man from the the Builders Board, the woman from the Builders Board, and perhaps a woman from California who was representing the community in California on the Oregon border. If you must do this, put a checkbox on the speaker's card and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Parks, followed by Penny Brock.
Bruce Parks, for the record. I am the chairman of the Washoe County Republican Party, and we're going to talk politics here for just a second. I can't tell you how happy I mean, just ecstatic I am to see this coming forward. This is fantastic. I am tickled to the core because I know where this came from. Back in March 28th, we had a county commission meeting where there were people that were bussed in from California. Why? Because there was an agenda item that was going to be somewhat contentious, and there were certain left-leaning Democrats that just couldn't stand the idea that a bunch of conservative Republicans were going to speak out at a meeting. So they put the word out there on the street, and next thing you know, the entire building is filled with both conservative and Republicans. The majority of them Democrats did not come from Washoe County. They were paid lobbyists. They were paid to come here and give public comment at this. They have no skin in the game for Washoe County, but yet here they were. I'm ecstatic that we're going to do this. This is great. I do have a few questions, though. I'm retired from the United States Army. I receive a pension. If you're talking about a veterans issue, is that going to make me a paid lobbyist? And by the way, as chairman of the Washoe County Republican Party, that's a volunteer position as well. I get no salary for that. I get no remuneration, period. So, sorry, not a paid lobbyist, nor would I ever be. I know what the function of the lobbyists are, and that's why I'm happy to see this. This is great. From a Republican standpoint, we're finally going to see who has influence over our county commissioners and who does not. That's fantastic. I can't wait. This is great. I can assure you folks that the majority of the people that come here to redress their government with their grievances are not paid to be here. I have been here all day, as have all you all. I don't get paid a dime to be here. It's important to me that you folks understand what the community is concerned about. Paid lobbyists? That's how we know who's on the take in Washington. And now we're going to find out who's on the take in Washoe County. Woohoo!
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Pam Dar.
Penny Brock, for the record, please put my remarks in the record per NRS. Well, it's been a long journey, started last spring on this issue. I come before you with my usual comments about this. I felt I might as well speak one more time to wrap it up. I see this as a First Amendment issue. As Commissioner Clark said, Washoe County, there's never been a need for this. How did it come about? It came about when we, the people, started to show up. And a couple people on the commission didn't like we, the people, showing up. So I believe this came about to try to shut up we, the people. Put up a barrier, as I said at the last meeting, coming to speak, coming to a commission meeting For the ordinary person, it's scary. To get up and speak is scary. Now you want to put another barrier up to the constituents that elected you to represent us. Why do you want to do that? If you didn't want to represent we the people, your constituents, why are you sitting on the dais? Your job is to listen to us so you know what we the people would like you to do to properly represent us. So I see this is going to change. You'll pass it. It's kind of fluffy right now, but the next thing you know, we'll have amendments added to it. Or, as we see with the first comment time, the chairman, she just shut down the first comment time. Will she again change this at a whim? We don't know what to expect. So I would remind two of the commissioners, you're up for election next year, re-election. This will be brought forward to your voters in District 1 and District 4 that you voted on this matter, that we the people may have to register as lobbyists. That's not real constituent friendly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Dar, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Hi, Pam Dar, Precinct 6411. I'm going to have to do jumping jacks to wake up here because I'm getting a little tired. It's a long day. I brought it up last time this was on the agenda. I worked out with a lady, did spin and Pilates, and she is a lobbyist. She kept it secret there because who wants to talk politics when you're at Pilates? They didn't keep it secret. They told us when they came to the podium who they were and who they represented. So it's kind of exactly what I said would happen when you do your lobbyist job. At your job as a lobbyist, you usually tell them what you're doing. So I don't want to be accused of being a lobbyist because I don't do that. No one tells me what to do. I got my own mind. You may not get me sometimes. I might be off track, but I speak for myself. And I don't want to go down that path that you're thinking I'm here as somebody feeding me of what to say. And that kind of the impression I got from what I heard, that people were being paid by a certain person for a certain, agenda on that person's part. No, I have my own agenda. I care about things. I care about our community, and I show up. I should have probably left 2 hours ago, but I think this is important. So I got to stay for public comments, and I'll be late for my next meeting. But it's important, and no one can pay me enough money to speak for somebody else's beliefs. So I just don't get it. They did what I thought they'd do. You can kind of point them out. If I was a lobbyist, I'd be in nicer clothes. I mean, I showered, but you can kind of see them. I have business outfits, and I'd be dressed professionally if I was to be here in a professional position. Us dressing comfortable, you can kind of tell we're just your regular everyday citizen. Just an observation. I'm confused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victoria Meyer.
Victoria Meyer for the record. Put my comments, please, on the record. And yeah, I'm a little confused about this, too. I mean, I think it might actually be a good idea. I know I was at that meeting back in March. There had been one a few weeks before that. I believe it was Commissioner Herman's election integrity bill. And a lot of us showed up en masse. I think we were pretty packed in here. And the vote on that got postponed. And then when it came up in March, lo and behold, the audience was packed with people. I think I took photos of over 34 California license plates in the parking lot. And then when the meeting was over, I overheard a group of five or six people standing behind me saying, "Who needs a ride to the airport?" And when I turned around and said, "Oh, where y'all from?" they didn't answer. They just dispersed. So those people were paid, and we don't know who they were. So I think this will be a great bill. So we'll know who they are when word goes out from the chair to pack the audience with people that you want on your side that don't live here. I think that would be really informative for us to know that. But no, I'm not paid, never have been paid. This is probably ultimately a very bad idea. I probably agree with Commissioner Clark and Herman on this because I think that it's a soft version, as someone's pointed out, and you will work to silence us further. That's my true feeling on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other commissioner comments or questions on this issue? Okay, this was something that I wanted to bring to the board, and so I will make the motion. I will move to adopt ordinance number 1707 of Washoe County Code, Chapter 5, Administration and Personnel, to add a new section entitled Regulations of Lobbyists. Do I have a second? Commissioner Garcia.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes 3-2. Thank you very much. We now will move on. End of our scheduled public hearings. We're now going to move on to item number 17. Mr. Manager.
Item 17 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk.
Katie Nepper.
Katie Nepper. We gave a presentation last week on the SUP Safe Embraces Appealing to be heard at the 1024 meeting, and this is a continuation. Prior to approval, specific findings must be met. If any are not met, the SUP cannot be approved. One of the findings is improvements. Adequate utilities, roadway improvements, sanitation, water supply, etc. have been provided. Ponderosa Drive definitely does not have adequate roadway improvements. In fact, Mr. Pierce at the Board of Adjustment meeting on 8/3 specifically commented on the horrible condition of the road, and this was after we just had asphalt grinding spread. The asphalt grindings are obviously not a permanent fix. The county cannot maintain the road since it's a private drive. There are also no sidewalks in Ponderosa to accommodate pedestrian traffic, of which there's quite a bit. In the past, this would not have been a problem, but with the increased traffic, it is a danger to the residents of Ponderosa as well as to the residents of Safe Embrace. The quality of our road and lack of sidewalks are significant roadway improvements that need to be made. On this alone, the SUP must be denied. The next finding is site suitability. Safe Embrace's response, and I quote, is, "The care facility has been in existence for over 20 years. The site was previously approved and operated under the City of Sparks before it was determined that the permitting should have been completed under Washoe County. This permit is to correct that inadvertent oversight for an operating site," unquote. As we mentioned last week, none of that's true. The care facility has not been in existence for over 20 years. It was permitted by Sparks in direct violation of their code in 2019 and overturned by court order in 2022. And most importantly, the site is not suitable for a group care facility with 3 dwelling units on a 1-acre LDS lot zoned for 1 dwelling unit per acre, including what amounts to be a commercial kennel, which requires 2.5 acres. The SUP is requesting going from a group home with up to 10 occupants to a group care facility with 18 to 25 occupants, along with 4 to 5 caretakers during the day. As Board of Adjustment member Kathy Julian pointed out in the 8/3 meeting, the proposed use is similar to a Tier 3 short-term rental, which is 21 or more occupants, which is considered inappropriate to be located in residential regulatory zones. The site flat out isn't suitable. On this alone, the SUP must be denied. And the pictures here, this is the road with the asphalt grindings and a copy of the STRs. The car here is in front of Safe Embrace and is well into the road, which ends at that chain link fence. And the side yard here has been full of tall weeds all summer long. So, made it. And you need this one, right?
Alfred Nepper? Yes.
And Ms. Nepper is speaking for Alfred per ADA accommodations.
Katie Nepper for Alfred Nepper. The next finding is issuance not detrimental. Issuance of the permit may not be significantly detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, have a detrimental impact on adjacent properties, or be detrimental to the character of the surrounding area. Safe Embrace's answer to this is in part, quote, the site location provides a discrete, safe, and appropriate location for Safe Embrace's services, unquote. Afshan West, executive director, addressed a very real public safety concern in a television interview as follows, quote, West says she is mainly concerned with the release of the shelter's address via public records. That puts all of our victims at risk, their children at risk. Our team members are now at risk, she said. She added, now everyone is aware of where Safe Embrace Shelter is located, and there is no way to mitigate that. There is no way to avoid that, unquote. No one on Ponderosa Drive is safe from possible interaction with the abusers, not just the residents of Safe Embrace. The property is less than 300 feet from Agnes Risley Elementary and Spark Middle Schools. Violent interaction with the abusers is a real concern. There has been police action in our neighborhood in the past. This safety concern is compounded for us by the fact that Ponderosa Drive is a dead-end private street. Safety concerns are the reason a shelter for victims of domestic violence is not allowed per code in any residential area in the city of Sparks. We hope you agree we are not second-class citizens, and the same holds true for the residential areas in Washoe County. There are appropriate places for these shelters, but Safe Embrace stubbornly refuses to explore these avenues. And how can anyone think that putting a commercial group care facility smack dab in the middle of a subdivision of single-family estate homes on 1-acre lots would not be detrimental to the character of the surrounding area? 3 separate standalone units with 8 bedrooms housing 1 family each, a 6-foot fence all around the compound, a large trash enclosure in the front yard, parking for 10 in the front yard with overflow parking in front on the street. This SUP does not meet multiple things in this finding and must be denied. These are pictures of parking issues and trash issues while they operated as a group care facility. There are 15 vehicles parked. The trash is typical on trash days with overflowing bins and trash blowing down the street in windy days. 8 families generate a lot of trash weekly. And see these mature trees here? They were cut down in direct violation of the landscaping code so that Safe Embrace that would convert the whole west yard into a parking lot. This shows the parking area as it is now without the trees. And by the way, the required landscape buffer would be impossible with this structure right here, just 5 feet from the property line. Thank you for your time. It's been a long day.
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Bruce Parks.
Valerie Fianaka for the record again. Unfortunately, Mr. and Ms. Nepper waited 7 hours to do business because of a unilateral decision by the chair to move public comment. This has been a request several times by Mr. Clark to be agendized, and it needs to be. This is a total disservice to the community. On to the next thing that's on my heart, because I think our chair also watches Washoe County School District meetings online, because you treat Mike Clark in the exact same fashion that Ms. Smith treats Jeff Church. If any of you watch those meetings, I've watched that today. No respect whatsoever. Next item, until we clean up our elections, none of our words and our work here have any meaning. They're worthless. We can work as hard as we want, but we're spinning our wheels without election integrity. We're one commissioner away, Ms. Andriola, from having election integrity in our county. Those of you who fight having election integrity do it for a reason, which is quite obvious to all of us sitting here today.
Thank you.
Bruce Parks, followed by Scott Finley.
For the record, Bruce Parks, Washoe County taxpayer. First of all, if you're voting for monies for an organization that you sit on the board of, it's still a conflict of interest whether or not you receive personal pecuniary funding or not. It's still a conflict of interest. Reference the I Don't Cares campus. You want to fix the homeless problem? Enforce the law. It really is just that simple. We spend $126,000 on every homeless person in Washoe County. That's per person. We spend that much money per person. Commissioner Clark pointed out that we run out of soup for the elderly every day in the community centers. Well, hey, you need a boatload of money to take care of something? There you go. Fix that problem, but you won't, because there's good money to be made by maintaining a homeless population. I get it. I understand. I want to thank Commissioner Garcia for mentioning the COVID debacle during the emergency management presentation. Hindsight, we all know that the entire COVID thing was orchestrated, planned, perpetuated on the American people to violate our rights and force us into things that we didn't want to comply with. And the sad part about that is nobody's going to go to jail for it. Nobody. I'm very disappointed that the library board remains unbalanced. Extremely disappointed. I've been fighting since 2019 to protect the innocence of our children in Washoe County, and you just set that effort back by a minimum of 4 years. I'm very dissatisfied. You have perpetuated the problems that originate from that library board, and that's on you. As far as the lobbyist ordinance, it never ceases to amaze me how short-sighted the Democrats are. Don't believe me? Ask Harry Reid and the nuclear option. How many times did that come back to bite him in the hindquarters? A bunch. And this lobbyist thing that you just all voted on, well, guess what's going to come back to bite you in the hindquarters? And I can't wait to watch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Finley, followed by Janet Butcher. Mr. Finley has provided documents that will be distributed to the board and placed on file.
Please enter my comment and these documents into the record per NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the financial management and comptroller career field of the United States Air Force. Global climate change is not a problem. While environments all around the world might appear static in the short term, in reality they are very dynamic. The main culprit being blamed for climate change is carbon dioxide. This blame is a result of computer models that have been programmed to make predictions, yet those predictions fail regularly. Despite the inaccuracies of the predictions, carbon dioxide has been preemptively labeled as a pollutant, which I find to be problematic. The reason is because by labeling carbon dioxide a pollutant, it detracts from definitive, verifiable, and well-documented pollutants like mercury, lead, arsenic, lithium, and much more. If we had to choose between reducing pollution for carbon dioxide or pollution from toxic toxic compounds like the high levels of PFAS found in Swan Lake, government policy would likely dictate that the reduction of pollution for carbon dioxide is vastly more important and would take precedence. Heavy metals and compounds like PFAS are toxic to virtually all life forms on Earth, not carbon dioxide. Due to the immense complexity and the multitude of microclimates on Earth, which all interact with one another, forming Earth's macroclimate, we cannot say for certain that a warmer Earth is a bad thing. However, what is certain is change, and much of it is uncontrollable. Water vapor itself is a greenhouse gas no different than carbon dioxide. However, it would be silly to say water is a pollutant that must be reduced when water is necessary for photosynthesis to occur and critical for all life on Earth. While more water is necessary by tapping aquifers, desalination, or other means in order to sustain global populations levels, a percentage of this new water brought to the surface ends up evaporating into the atmosphere. Combustion engines always have two products, carbon dioxide and water. I think the most pressing environmental problem facing our county and humanity as a whole is the unknown in general. There are way too many moving variables to be able to ascertain the source of global climate change, or if it truly is even a problem. For this reason, it is best to stick with what we know, what practices are most healthy and optimal for cultivating life in our environments, and adapt. The only thing for certain is change. Climate change is a matter of national security, and matters of national security fall outside this commission's purview. Instead of mitigating climate change by passing policies designed to offset carbon emissions, how about you do your job and mitigate things like the high levels of PFAS found in Swan Lake? Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Sandra Burnell.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments verbatim per the NRS code. Still not a lobbyist, and I still represent myself. Valerie, I wasn't going to do this, but since you mentioned election integrity, I thought I'd put that up. I'm going to real quick go back to transparency. Maybe you didn't pay attention to what I put up here about what was on the website, Jackie Rosen's website for the land org. She didn't have everything up there, but I had enough technology background to figure out how to get to the comments. So that's one of the things about transparency, and that's what I'm talking about. We don't get transparency from politicians. Please note that the comment at the beginning of the meeting is still not on the agenda for a vote. Both Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Clark have requested that Chair Alexis Hill and County Manager Brown to either return it to the agenda or place an agenda item on the meeting agenda as an action item to have each commissioner vote so we can see who wants to stifle people's voices. Like Valerie brought up, the Neppers sat here all day long to be able to address what their grievance was. Thank you, Jeannie, for asking for a show of hands. There are many people I've got, I'm sure I can gather signatures. I've already started. I wish Chair Hill would be courteous enough to return the public comment to the beginning of the meeting, or be honorable and place Commissioner Herman and Clark's request for a vote onto the agenda. I did notice, and I've noticed this before, certain people get gavelled down and certain people don't. I'd like to also state that last Sunday was Constitution Day, and it's every year on September 17th. I've come here 2 years asking for something to be done. The schools don't honor it. The commissioners, oh, I do have to say Kitty Jung did honor it last year on my behalf. So anyway, again, transparency goes both ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Burnell, followed by Reva Crump. Reva Crump?
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Sandra,
I wasn't sure.
Teresa? Sorry.
Hi, Reva Crump for the record. Please read my comments verbatim into the minutes. Y'all have a meeting problem on your hands, and both of the cheeks on the back of me say they are a little bit long. In order to handle the meeting, I understand the length of the meeting, that public comment was removed from the beginning of the meeting, trying to shorten the length of the meetings. Unfortunately, it backfired and the meetings are even longer than ever before. So it didn't work, but you have a problem. I'm going to suggest a solution to you. Perhaps it's not, well, you could try adding public comment back at the beginning and see if that does anything to mitigate the length of time we're sitting in chairs, all of us, including yourselves. That perhaps it's not the public that is increasing the length of these meetings, but may I point out, and this will be touchy, that the commissioners are scheduled 36 meetings a year. That's 3 per month, 12 months in a year. And at this date and time, including the 2 that are canceled in the future, if no more meetings were to be canceled this year, 25% of the commissioner meetings have effectively been canceled for the year 2023. So you're missing a quarter of amount of the time that you could be using if you had a greater frequency of meetings, and then maybe you wouldn't have the length of the meetings and we wouldn't be doing the marathons. That's all I wanted to point out to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Bacon, followed by Penny Brock.
Hello, my name is Teresa Bacon, and I'm here today to address something totally different. I'm here to address the victim blaming that came from Washoe County in the form of 3 tweaks. These tweaks were planted merely to put shame on my name and my character without even a simple investigation. Washoe County says on September 15th that they will work on my behalf. But since I made that testimony here on September the 11th, I've been threatened to be thrown out of the I Don't Care campus on numerous occasions, even by Scott Benton, the director of Care Campus, because I was crying about them putting an 80-year-old woman out for 24 hours. So, Ms. Janet, no, they don't care about that older couple being here that long. No, they don't care. So, no. He said, I will put your ass out, was his exact words, for disrespecting me. And so his disrespect was me stepping back because he jumped off this little guard cart. Where you go golf cart. He jumped at me and towards at me like he was the police. So I jumped back and he's like, well, I want to talk to you. And I said, you can talk to me from there. And that was the disrespect, yeah, because I told him to give me 6 feet and I could hear him from over there. So I once read that it was a legitimate strategy to remove or disable the enemy's leadership to shorten or lessen hostilities. And this strategy has been used for thousands of years. This strategy is called cutting off the head of the snake. However, it's difficult to pull it off because of bad leadership being closely guarded. There's a snake in our community, people. And some of you voluntarily let the snake in, and some of you involuntary. But the ones who voluntarily let the snake in, they already sold. But the good news is, those who involuntarily let the snake in can stand with me today and cut that head of the snake off. So I say today, I'm begging for Eric Brown, and now you, Ms. Hill, to resign either way, voluntary or involuntary, so we the people can reserve that position that you abuse for someone who is willing to work for the people or the families of the people who voted you in office. I'm not even going to chase y'all down anymore. So if you want to hear anything from me, it'll be on NevadaLiberty.org.
Penny Brock, followed by Nichelle Hull.
Penny Brock, for the record, please put my comments in the record per NRS. I'd like to address two issues. Last meeting, we heard our RTC talk about buying 2 hydrogen buses. Well, I went home and I thought, well, they gave it was a good report, but they didn't mention the cost of the buses. And what they also said is Washoe County is leading the nation in this. Other counties aren't doing this. So everything comes down to money. And I thought, I wonder how much a hydrogen bus costs. I didn't put it in my notes, but it was astounding. It seemed, don't quote me on this, but it seems like it's like $250,000. Check that out. But that should be the question the county commissioners are asking. How much does a hydrogen bus cost? The second thing I wondered is, how much does a gallon of hydrogen fuel cost? This was from last year. I couldn't find an update for this year. It's very sketchy on this whole hydrogen transportation issue. But last year, a gallon of hydrogen fuel was $16 a gallon. Now, RTC is saying that the electric vehicle buses are not working because they have to be recharged so often. Well, you know what? They spent our tax money for an experiment that's been proven to be a failure. Electric vehicles, the buses aren't working. That should have been known before they spent our taxpayer money for something that doesn't work. Now they're going to now they've got an order in for 2 hydrogen buses. Maybe you should stop that order. We need answers. How come other counties around the nation aren't buying hydrogen buses? Not only that, they're going to have to transport the hydrogen fuel from Northern California. How much will that add to the cost of the fuel? What is going to be the return on investment? Maybe, did they sell off our fuel buses? I hope they're saved somewhere. Maybe we need to put our gas or diesel powered buses back on the streets because the electric vehicle buses aren't working and there's too many questions about the hydrogen buses. Quickly moving on to Burning Man, this turned out to be a real issue. Last year, Washoe County spent $1.21 million to fix 2 roads out there. Are we going to have to pay again to fix the roads out there? The other thing, for the first time, they had kids out there, of a picture of a sign called Kidsville. Do we have child sex trafficking going on at Burning Man? When they have everything else, why wouldn't they have?
Nichelle Hull, followed by Pam Dar.
Okay, good afternoon. Nichelle Hull, please enter my comments into the record pursuant to NRS 241. I'd like to address an opening remark made by Commissioner Garcia this morning. She communicated on the record today, September 19th, to this body and all of these citizen lobbyists and taxpayers and other representatives that she specifically had a sentiment regarding respecting the preferences of diverse communities with regards to the content in our libraries. Okay, I'm kind of paraphrasing her words. So, I'd like to just begin by respectfully and directly challenging that, because that is an assumption, I feel like, that says
any and all material that is approved of, that is preferred by a specific group, which in this case would be the LGBTQ plus group, is, you know, somehow recommended for all groups, that it's agreeable to all groups. And I think that's irresponsible, because you can have a group of people that want to introduce material to children that's not acceptable to all the users of the library. So what might be acceptable to one group doesn't necessarily work for all groups. So I reject that claim, respectfully, that she made. As of this month, September, the state of Alabama has joined the state of Montana, Missouri, and Texas in correcting a trend in the United States libraries, which is to groom our children. And that is completely unacceptable, unbelievable, and intolerable. And the grooming happens in part through the repeated exposure of sexually explicit material, including homosexual sex acts, including pedophilia acts. These are depicted in books that are written specifically to and marketed to children. It's astonishing and totally wrong, so say parents across the country. Recently, the governor of Alabama began asking questions of the director of the Alabama Public Library Service, basically asking her to clean up the smut in the libraries throughout Alabama. And now we have 9 other states that are reforming their libraries.
Pam Dar, followed by Donald Fossum.
Hi, Pam Dar, Precinct 6411. Yes, I'm still tired, maybe more tired right now. I'm here in public comments to talk about public comments. I'm sorry, I'm getting giddy. I've lived in Sparks and in Story County and then back to Sparks. I've lived here since '87. I haven't been to the Sparks chambers ever until recently. With the growth comes issues. There was graffiti near the firehouse off of Disc and Vista, and people were complaining on next door but not doing anything about it because it was there. And I finally called the police, non-emergency, and I was instructed to go online and fill out a report. So I proceeded to do that, and they wanted my address, my driver's license number, my gender, my date of birth. I'm like, I'm trying to do a civic duty here. I didn't think that was right. The city council should be aware of these things and have something like this addressed quickly, not deter people from speaking out on a problem. So I went to the city council meeting and I mentioned it. I was shorts and a tank top because I had things to do in my yard. They let me speak in the beginning of the meeting, and I was grateful for that. And it was beneficial to them and myself. I was followed out of the room. I tend to do that sometimes. And I was informed that there's an app for that. Instead of giving all this information, I take pictures, submit it. They pulled up and cleaned the graffiti like 2 days later. I was very grateful, including my friends that I know that I made a difference because I took care of it and I took the extra steps. You're denying that. I'm tired. I'm supposed to be somewhere else. I have 2 eggs and some celery. That's all I've eaten. If I was diabetic, I'd probably be in trouble right now. I had to go again to Sparks City Council meeting for another issue, the rapid theft that's happening at Safeway and other stores around the area. And complaining on next door, but no one's doing anything about it. So I did. I went down there and told them about it, gave details, and I left. And they look on their faces because they were taking alcohol, teenagers, and they're letting them walk out the door. Not good. So I brought that to their attention. They looked shocked because normally you get a fine or lose your liquor license if you allow that to happen, if you sell it. Well, it happened again a couple weeks later, so I copied it. It wasn't being resolved, sent it to the board members. I got emails back so quick it would have made your head spin. One person that represents that area didn't even know that was happening, but he started watching next door.
and he stepped up patrols and he took care of the situation. My point is, I shouldn't have to wait this long to speak about things that are important to the community. Elderly shouldn't. What if they're diabetic? Maybe they need food. It really should be in the beginnings. I'd like to hear where you guys stand. I was respectful. We took care of problems.
Donald Fossum, followed by Mark Newman. Mark Newman.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Newman. I know of all of you have seen me at your Citizens Advisory Boards over the last 9 months since I've been put onto the Senior Services Citizens Advisory Board. That position for the 9 months has been fulfilled, and I'm up for the next full term, since the term that I was just a temporary term to fill out the seat of somebody resigning. And I fight very hard for the seniors of our community, and I've been to all the seniors citizens luncheons with Commissioner Clark and a number of other things. And the big concern that I've heard from a lot of our seniors is prior to COVID, most of the senior centers had activities and there was things for them to do. Now a lot of our senior citizens centers have one activity a month. They get to play bingo at the Sun Valley Citizen Center 1 day a month. That's the only activity they got. I worked hard, and we got the Sun Valley swimming pool to be open on Tuesdays and Thursdays while the swimming pool was under operation, so that the seniors could come and spend 1 hour a day, 2 days a week for free to go swimming. We need to really look at our senior population. And then at the last seniors meeting this last Wednesday, I heard some disturbing things from some people. Some of the people, the seniors that are at the CARES campus, they're coming to the senior center because it's safe. And other ones are actually being bused there because they don't want them at the CARES campus. I think something should be looked into that. I do not know for sure if this is happening, but when a few people start saying it's happening, you kind of wonder about it. The next thing is as you've heard very much today, over and over and over again, I could have been in here at 10 o'clock this morning and been out of here before noon, and probably you would have what's left in the room right now when you came back from lunch break. If you had had your public comments at the beginning of the meeting. Every meeting that I go to throughout the county and throughout the state, because I have property in other counties in the state, all have a public comment at the beginning of the meeting. And it seems to let everybody talk. Everybody gets off their chest and gets out of the room. Instead, we are all forced here, 5:30 now, to make a public comment. I have other things that I would have liked to have been able to do today. I'm single now. I'm a widower. I have things I have to do other than sit here all day and go through this so I can make a public comment for the good of the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Burnell, followed by Tracy Hilton Thomas. Tracy Hilton Thomas.
I have to disagree with Janet Butcher. We are related. You are my sister. Under God. Point of order is useful when used appropriately. Never in the 23 years of my experience with this county have I ever seen it used as a weapon as it is by this chair. It is good when it's used for appropriate in getting conversations that have kind of just gone off the deep end and back in focus. But it is not good when it's used for censoring oppressing opinions or opposing opinions. It is not good when the chair doesn't comprehend the subject of the agenda item itself. I was gavelled down because I was trying to discuss the budget that was being made to pay for the transportation for training of non-county employees. The chair constantly gavelled me down because she misread the item because I didn't mention the word bomb squad. That's not what the agenda item was about. It's also not applied equally For instance, there was an item regarding the library bus, and that subject was approving funds for the library bus. But great leeway was given to all kinds of folks in this chamber to talk about the Drag Queen Story Hour. However, now there's a library agenda item, and people are trying to express their concerns about who is appointed to this board, because the programs of the library are included in that authorization, their scope of authorization on that board. But because somebody was expressing an opposition to the Drag Queen Story Hour, they got gavelled down. Commissioner Clark's public comments about public comment is becoming pointless when those things are becoming after you all take a vote on everything. The whole point of public comment in the beginning is so you can have input and information to help make you these decisions, that you can have time to digest it, to marinate on the information that's been given to you. Not everybody's in here out to get you. We are trying to help you. We are trying to give you additional information, which I'm sure you don't have time to listen to or look at yourself. Please put an agenda item on for election resolution, discussion of parallel hand counts, and the release of election data before the last ballot is passed. Washoe County is violating NRS statute in that. So please put it on the agenda so you could talk about it, at least discussion. You direct staff, not the other way around. Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Fred Meyer.
Victoria Meyer, please put my comments verbatim on the record. And I want to talk about public comment at the beginning of the meetings. Commissioner Clark has requested numerous times that this be put on the agenda, and I believe Commissioner Herman as well, and we just don't understand why you want to hang out here all day like this with us, because we all want to go home too, and it's a lot of things could get taken out at the beginning of the meeting, as many people have pointed out. I'm requesting that you put this on the agenda, Chairman Hill, per Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Herman's requests, and now many, many citizens' requests. We want to see public comment at the beginning of the meeting. On the library board issue, I was gavelled down quite a bit. I didn't get to make all my points because I was interrupted so often by you, Chair Hill. I was going to talk about our library director, Jeff Scott, that y'all voted in. A couple of people were not sure where Ann Silver came from. She wasn't discussed at all in the meeting. No one brought her name up. There were 770 signatures from a group called Community Impact Team that you all were sent, and 770 in 10 days. 770 people who wanted to see some of these candidates on the library board because it's unbalanced, it's still unbalanced. And they're a little unbalanced too that are on the board actually. Jeff Scott being at the front. Jeff Scott has a police report filed against him. I'm going to say it again and again and again. He pushed my husband. He had to file a police report. Another patron at the Drag Queen Story Hour pushed another woman. I have that on video. It's also a police report filed. Mr. Scott didn't care. We were prevented from using the bathroom at Drag Queen Story Hour. We could not go in the building in the Sparks Library. Myself and another woman wanted to use the bathroom, and we were blocked by someone, and that's all on video as well. We had to get permission from Jeff Scott to use the bathroom, and we were escorted into the bathroom by this person who then pushed me. So there's a lot of problems, and you have helped to elect more library board members that aren't going to do the right thing. This is an important issue, and we are watching for the election coming up.
Fred Meyer.
Fred Meyer, please put me on the record. So I'm here in support of Mike Clark and his continued request that Clara Andriola help him out here, call for a vote on moving the meeting to the beginning. You're torturing us all, including yourselves. It's kind of weird to me that we would want to put all ourselves through this. We asked you, when we met with you, Ms. Andriola, if you would, or why you wouldn't come along, Mike, and you said some excuse like you couldn't step in front of Alexis Hill, which is not true. You couldn't. You just felt you needed to follow protocol, and we're all asking you. I mean, the public is, we're getting close to begging you guys. This is really ridiculous. You're not respecting us. You're not listening to us. You look and stare at us, but you don't seem to be paying attention. And Mike is just, you just treat him like chopped liver over here, no respect at all. He's getting frustrated. He doesn't want to have to ask the way he's asking. So I'm here to ask for him because, I think he's trying to do the right thing by the public. And we appreciate Mike, and we appreciate his fight for us. And we'd appreciate if you'd pay attention to us. We're getting very frustrated. Come on, there's something else going on here. It's gotta be, right? Something else going on. We don't know what it is, but we're not gonna go away, and we'll all be going to dinner late every time you have a meeting because you don't want to move it to the beginning. Give us a break so we can all go home. Please. Thank you.
There's no one else signed in, but I have received an email that will be placed on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now on to item 18. Mr. Manager.
Item 18 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Do you have anything for us today?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. I now look to the Board of County Commissioners if folks have comments. Vice Chair Herman.
Once again, I'm going to ask that we have our 2 public comment sessions at every meeting in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have comments? Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I started the meeting this morning, I want to do everything I can to help anybody who's in distress, and I want to find out, and I would like to ask the other commissioners to support me in having an investigation about Miss Bacon and how she was treated. I don't know, I wasn't there. I'm not 100% sure what took place, but her allegation is she was retaliated against for speaking about the CARES campus. I think if that's the case, we need to get to the bottom of that. I don't think it's right to throw somebody out of the CARES campus after dark, a single lady with their bags, and say, get out of here. It's just not right. It's not safe to be walking around there. Most people don't want to be in that part of town, and it's not safe for her. I want this investigated the exact same way that the county investigated allegations over Amber Howell. I want the same quality investigation for this lady, and I think you women on the board should support me, and let's get to the bottom of this. If there was nothing done wrong, then we need to say that publicly. If there was something done wrong, we need to rectify that. I want that looked into. This poor lady got booted out on the exact same day that she spoke out about the CARES campus. Was that a coincidence? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. It needs to be looked into, and I want a full-blown investigation. I want the county to investigate our vendor, our contract workers, our volunteers of America who run that on behalf of you, the taxpayers, and us, the county, and I want to find out what took place. And I want that, figure out how to put that on the agenda or figure out how to do that, but we need to get that done and get a report back to the commissioners. We need to find out what the heck's going on. One of the biggest money pits in the county, and if they're brutalizing or intimidating or bullying the guests there, that's not right. I want to figure it out. We need to look into this. It's number one. Number two, broken record time. I want to see public comment come back at the start of the meeting, and I want to either bring it back or have a vote on it. If it's such a great idea, have a vote on it. And then I'll promise I will never talk about it again if we have a vote on it. It won't come up. Take the target away. I'm going to keep shooting at the target until I hit the target, but it'll go away as soon as we get an opportunity to vote on it. So I want that back on the agenda. I want it on the agenda to vote on. Investigating CARES. I want to revisit and vote and get it on the agenda to change the county rule book to have a reconsideration of who the chair is. The chair offered to put it on the agenda and then immediately figured out a way that it didn't have to be on the agenda. So if she made the offer to me that she wanted to put it on the agenda to vote for her chairmanship, I would like to see that on the agenda. Let's have a vote. Evening meetings. I think we're having an evening meeting. We go round up a few more people. We could hang around here till about 9-ish, I guess. I don't know. Somebody run out the bus stop and find somebody who wants to talk. We got an evening meeting. When is afternoon over? Is it 5 o'clock? 4 o'clock? Okay, whatever, 5, whatever. We got an evening meeting now. I mean, we're just getting our second wind. I could probably go another 7 or 8 hours if we had to. Evening meetings. Mark Newman talked about some things that are of importance to me, but one of the things he asked me the other day, somebody, and I've brought this up, movies for seniors. Somebody gave Mark 200 movies. He would like to donate them to the county. Do we need to put that on the agenda before we can accept his, and this is to you, Ms. Canderas, do we need to put that on the agenda if he's going to donate 200 used movies for the seniors? Rough approximately.
Commissioner, the policy of the board is to accept all donations, and it goes through the board. I imagine it would be approved, but technically the board has to approve all donations of property as they control the.
So then I'd like to get that agendized then if we could, so we can accept Mr. Newman's kind offer. Also, I'd like to salute him for doing things for seniors. Mark is, it's closed now, the pool's closed, but during those hot days we had, he had free swim for seniors. What a great idea, something free for seniors at the county facility. So a facility, and the county seniors could have partaken in that. They could have come in from other parts of the area. So next year we should be looking at that. I'm looking at free movies for seniors. I'm looking at better food for the seniors. I'm told over here at this, on our campus here, soup is cheap to make. A lot of seniors like to eat soup, easy to digest. We run out of soup over here every day. Why is that? If we know we're going to run out and we've got a contract with a vendor, we should reach out to the vendor and have them bring more soup. And if it isn't used, maybe we could freeze it. It needs to be on hand, but every day the soup runs out. I eat lunch over there regularly, and that's one of the issues that the seniors are talking about. And then lastly, seniors having food there. They don't have a vegetarian option. Okay, so people that are vegetarian, they don't have an option for that. People who are who've got diabetic concerns, they don't have that type of food. So we need to figure out a way to accommodate people that've got medical issues or food restrictions. We don't have to offer thousands of choices, but we certainly need to offer a couple of choices. So those are things I'd like to see on the agenda, and those are things I'd like to address and move forward on some things that actually help some citizens here instead of spending I don't know how many hours this is here, on a lot of other things. So if we could cut down the length of the meeting and focus on things that will actually help our citizens, that's what I'm leaning towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to other commissioners. Any other commissioner comments? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for a very productive meeting where we were able to approve a lot of great projects for our community, and have a great evening. We are adjourned.